Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, the upper bracket final, competing for a spot in the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters. These two teams have done incredible things over the course of their careers. Team Spirit, having won TI in the past, they find themselves yet again in the finals of the Riyadh Masters, just like in 2022. But their opponents in Team Liquid have been to every LAN final in 2023. Hell, Nisha has been in every LAN final since TI. So this guy absolutely knows what the pressure is like to get into the grand finals. Cannot wait to see this matchup unfold and to witness some stellar Dota 2 action between these two juggernaut squads. My name is Snare, and I'm going to be joined on panel by some illustrious names. I've got BSJ, I've got Lacoste, I've got Purge. Gentlemen, talk to me about this, Purge. The run that both of these teams have made, incredible performances from them, both of them clutching out unwinnable games, even to get into the upper bracket final. What can we expect from this matchup?
I mean, every series from here on out should be extremely, extremely close. Team Liquid barely made it 2 matches in a row, more or less. Very tough competitors to get through here. And the Team Spirit matchup is going to be a little bit different than the previous ones because Team Spirit drafts a little bit differently and they play a little bit differently. So it's going to be a really cool match. I just love that every series is just a little different than every other one.
One of the reasons that may be so different here, Lacoste, is because these two teams are incredibly versatile. We heard from Blitz, coach of Team Liquid, that Team Spirit, they have their own meta, they draft towards it. Yatoro plays a bajillion heroes, you can never ban this guy out. But Team Liquid as well also have a bevy of strategies. They are the team that's left in the tournament with the most unique heroes, the most unique strategies. So it's going to be a very interesting contrast of styles here because we don't even know what to expect. How can the teams even know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both Blitz and Yatoro showing a lot of respect towards each other for a really good reason. You know that these teams, when they show on land, you know that it's going to be like some good execution, like a good team fight, great spell casting. You can expect very enjoyable Dota overall, but yeah, if we go through the heroes that they played, you know, Yatoro has a couple of these specialty heroes. At one point, you feel like he's doing the old hero challenge pretty much, considering how versatile he is, but so is Mickey. I think Mickey is Monkey King, one of the few heroes that, like, he is one of the few players that can make this hero look really, really good because, you know, we've been on the panel with the Fear for a long time, last 10 days or so, and, you know, he doesn't like the hero. Other teams don't seem to be using it really well, and then you have Mickey, who uses, like, these early twin gates, puts a lot of pressure on the map, especially on the enemy carry early on, and that's why I like to see him play.
BSJ, you've been backing Team Liquid to win this tournament pretty much from the offset. So talk to me about it. Why does this team inspire such confidence in you?
I think that this team, they just know how to get through anything. Like, it doesn't matter if they have a clean run through, it doesn't matter if they have a lower bracket 6 games, it doesn't matter if they quote-unquote undeservedly won, you know, the last round of the upper bracket. This team's been through thick and thin together, and I think that leadership behind Blitz and also like the captaining of Zai, who's really stepped up this year and basically said, like, I'm going to lead this team to the finish line pretty much literally in that last game. But yeah, I mean, I just think that no matter what's thrown at them, they'll figure out a way to overcome it.
I mean, speaking of Zai, there's a reason why this team has looked so solid. As BSJ has mentioned, he has been a leadership role and a very strong voice within the squad of Team Liquid. Absolutely monster performances from him as well. Let's take a quick look at how he found himself here in the upper bracket final and his journey into the Riyadh Masters.
Zai. Zai is a name known to many. Despite only being 25 years old, he has one of the longest careers in the esports scene, and with his extremely consistent results, he is one of the most stable players in the game. Zai has placed top 5 in too many majors to count, and placed top 4 at the International on 5 occasions. Let's take a look at his history. Zai started his career in Heroes of Newerth all the way back in 2011 at the incredible young age of 14. He quickly found success playing with players such as PPD. In 2013, he transitioned to Dota 2, and in 2014, he joined the Team Sad Boys with PPD, Arteezy, Fear, and Universe as their position 4 player. They instantly found success, and less than a month after forming, they got picked up by Evil Geniuses. Zai's Dota 2 career had gotten off to an incredible start, and would only keep going up from there. Like Arteezy, Zai has spent the majority of his career jumping between Evil Geniuses and Team Secret several times, and has achieved top 3 finishes at the International with both teams. More recently, Zai is back to playing offlane on the mostly Swedish Team Liquid, with whom he once again managed a top 3 finish at the International 2022.
Liquid looking extremely good, and we talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the throw, and GG!
Despite Team Liquid looking like one of the strongest teams in the world, they were knocked out in the group stage of last year's Riyadh Masters. Can Zai and Team Liquid get revenge this year?
Zai, one of the most consistent players in all of Dota history. He has commanded the most top 3 finishes at an international, and generally, for the longest time, this man has never known defeat truly at an international stage. Of course, I was speaking to him in Bali Locust, and I asked him what's the most painful loss that he suffered at an international event, and he specifically mentioned a game against Team Spirit on the miracle run that Team Spirit made to winning the entire tournament. So this is a matchup that I think he wants to win more than anybody on his squad.
Oh, most definitely. Like, you remember some of these matches, you know, even though you're not showing it, it's definitely up there in the head. So you want to win it because, you know, sometimes you do get salty because you lost, and that was the TI with the most money involved. So maybe it comes down to that, but also like the prestige that it brings with it. So, you know, and also Yatoro, he said himself he's a Zai J enjoyer. So he definitely wants to show, you know, what Zai is really made of.
Well, Yatoro is the man that's going to be carrying Team Spirit, already carrying them into the upper bracket final. We've just seen the history of Zai, but let's find out how Yatoro is feeling about this particular tournament as he's about to enter into the upper brackets finals.
One of the players who inspired me before my career, it's Papi. I started to play Dota when I was 8, like it's 2020, maybe 13. I remember I played before the Ranked, and when it was this update, I saw it and I thought like, whoa, I really want some numbers, and I started in this years.
Save from Ollie for now, but no, there's too much damage to withstand. He does not have buyback. JP is next on the list. Double kill for Yatoro. As it looks like Flatlight with the BKB.
I remember I was a bit nervous to play against Nigma at this Dream League. It was like one of the big tournaments from us, and we first time played against tier 1 team, and when we won them, I understood what we can win from team like that, from team tier 1. I think my signature hero, I have a lot of them, but I really like to play it Sven, maybe yeah, it's like big guy with big sword like Berserk, and he just destroy enemies by one hit. It's really enjoyable for me. I maybe sitting in chair when draft starts, and I just watching it upstairs and just thinking about nothing, trying to meditate somehow. I'm just watching and think, okay, I'm here, I'm at best of 3, 5, doesn't matter. I need to stay focused and try to do best my performance what I can do.
Yatoro here competing for a spot in the Grand Finals. Just by getting top 3, he's already doubled his earnings from being in the Grand Finals last year. And Purge, we've heard from him, he plays pretty much everything. He's ready for this matchup, but the stakes could not be higher. Pretty much outside of TI, this is the biggest prize pool he could be competing for. Yeah,
he's going to be very happy that he already got top 3. If they win the next match, that gets you top 2. That's another, what was it, $800,000 spread across your team. So an amazing prize pool, a lot to work for, and it really amped up the level of Dota that we saw at the tournament.
What have you made of him as a carry player when you've seen his performances throughout the entire tournament?
He's been playing really solid. Definitely feels like the special team spirit again, because a lot of tournaments, they look solid, but they usually kind of wash out somewhere between top 8 to top 6 is usually where they're looking good, but things aren't quite hitting. So the fact that they managed to get top 3 is great, and it's a cool storyline, because I'm happy to see them back in good form.
So right now, they're going to be competing for a spot in the Grand Finals, VSJ. So let's talk matchups here. Who on this team, on the side of Team Spirit, are you focusing on the most as a win condition? Outside Yatoro, of course.
It's always Laurel. I mean, it's like this team won TI, and now you have Laurel as the replacement for Toronto Tokyo, who stepped on the BB team, and he's been settling into his own. Throughout the entire course of the year, it felt like they were figuring out, how do we fit this guy? How do we fit his hero pool, his overall playstyle into our strategy? And right now, not only are they managing to give Yatoro like that overall last pick usually, where it's been, what is it, like 15 different heroes throughout the course of this tournament, but it's also feeling like Larl's much more comfortable right now.
Well, Larl has been settling in quite well into the side of Team Spirit, but Team Liquid have also been coming into their own as they're looking for their first grand finals from the upper bracket. Let us witness what this matchup will bring us as we introduce the teams of Team Liquid and Team Spirit for the upper bracket final.
Welcome everyone to the upper bracket final here at Riyadh Masters 2023.
واخيرا وصلنا للمرحله اللي نشهد فيها الفريق الاول اللي يوصل الى الجراند فاينل في رياض ماسترز، لكن الابر براكت فاينل راح يبدا الان.
The winner of this match guarantees themselves $2.5 million in prize winnings and a chance at the trophy.
تتذكرون يوم كنا نقول الجيم الواحد يسوى مليون، الان $2,500,000 ريال فقط من جيم واحد، ودولار حتى مو ريال، فانت تخيل معي كميه البرايز بول العظيمه من جيم واحد بس.
Now fancy in a very different universe, we'd be welcoming Talon and BB team onto the stage, but both Spirit and Liquid just narrowly make it through in both their series and are now the prestigious winners of a matchup against each other here in the upper bracket final.
Let's not forget that Talon almost got eliminated, but they were able to come back with a 2-0 after one day of just doing nothing and preparing for today. So they know what they're doing, and I'm sure the teams that are going to show on stage right now do the same. أعزائنا المشاهدين، خلونا نبدأ نرحب فيهم، خصوصاً أن الجيمين هذولي ما بينهم هيستوري كثير، ما بينهم تاريخ أبداً، إلا أنهم تقابلوا في الدريم ليج، مباريات كانت كلها 1-1 بس ما شفنا مباراة أبداً يكون فيها واحد منهم dominant على الثاني.
I think I picked up some context clues there. Yeah,
I was testing you. It worked.
I'm listening. So I hear there was a Dream League here and again, but what I'm getting from that is that despite these two organizations being so storied, this year they have not faced off on LAN other than a group stage match here and again.
It almost seems like you know Arabic, Tsunami. I'm very impressed. زي ما تشوفون خلونا نشوف شو ممكن يقدمونه هالمباراتين، لأنه زي ما احنا عارفين إنه المباراة هذه ما قد صارت في لان من فترة طويلة جدا. السنة الماضية كلها والسنة الحالية ما تواجهوا الفريقين في مباراة لان أبدا. فهذا الشيء اللي احنا بنشهده الآن شيء جديد علينا وشيء مليء بالمفاجآت أكيد.
Well, you've already seen them on the final day many times. You've seen them in many grand finals. Let's see if they'll make it happen again here at Riyadh Masters. Team Liquid! Seems like nothing can stop them. The one thing that usually stops them is Game and Gladiators, but they already defeated them. Now they are continuing their rampage through the upper bracket, and we'll see if they'll be able to continue that all the way to grand finals against Team Spirit.
Team Liquid غيروا نظرة الناس كلها الفريق بعد ما هزموا Game Gladiators اللي دائما نقول هم الديمونز حقهم وهم الكريبتونايت حق الفريق. المرة هذه قدروا انهم يهزمونهم في الابر براكت، ولأول مرة بسببها نشوف جيم جلاديترز في اللور براكت وبخطر انهم يكونوا متواجدين. خصمهم بالمقابل كلنا نعرفهم كويس وشفناهم في السنة الماضية في رياض ماسترز 2022 في النهائي. خلونا نرحب فيهم. Riyadh Masters finalist, Team Spirit! تيم سبيريت ما هو غريب ابدا على مسرح الرياض، ما هو غريب ابدا على جيمرز 8، شفناهم السنه الماضيه قدام فريق PSG LGD في المركز الثاني، ما قدروا ياخذون الكاس، لكن اليوم جايين يغيرون قصتهم بعد اللي صار في السنه الماضيه.
You heard it from Fancy. This team was able to make it all the way to grand finals against PSG LGD last year, which was a matchup that we saw many, many times. Now, they were able to continue that momentum again to the Arlington Major, but it all started here in Riyadh.
من بعد ما شاهدناهم في الرياض في السنة الماضية والتيم متغير تغير كلي، شاهدناهم في بطولات جدا كثيرة، بس الحلو في الموضوع انه الى الان ما شاهدناهم في بطولة لان ضد تيم ليكويد. الشيء اللي بنشوفه الان جديد كليا، خصوصا انه تيم ليكويد الان كلهم اون بوينت بعد جيم تالون بعد جيم جلاديترز، تدري انهم جاهزين لاي شيء ممكن يقدمه فريق الخصم.
It's upper bracket finals time. Are you guys ready? Well, let's get them to their chairs then, Fancy. Gentlemen, take your seats. Let's get this final started.
على طول نروح للأبر براكت فاينل، والمقعد الأول في الجراند فاينل راح نعرفه بعد ساعات قليلة. نروح للاستديو على طول.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid about to compete for $2.5 million and a spot in the grand finals. These two teams, although they've played each other in 2023 several times, with Team Liquid having the advantage, this is the first time that they've actually met on LAN in a playoff situation. What I find intriguing here, Purge, is that at this tournament, every time a team has played a team that they've lost to online, on the main stage, they tend to get the victory. Why do you think that is?
It could just be different circumstances. I mean, online, you are at full comfort. You're sitting in your computer. All your settings are correct. You're not doubting that the computer's going to lag at the wrong time or something, possibly even like, you know, just a hunch you have or something. Here online, it's just different. You don't get to eat the foods you want. You don't get to wake up in your bed. You don't get to necessarily be on your schedule as much. So all these things just add different factors to a game that are going to make somebody play it just a little bit different.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly how these two teams approach this upper bracket final matchup. A lot of money on the line. From a coaching perspective here at BSJ, what's the preparation like, do you think, for them coming into a matchup like this?
I mean, how do you prep for Team Spirit? I mean, when you're looking at Team Liquid, they're more like, we got to shut down their IO, we got to shut down their Lesh. Like their signature is only one team had beaten it so far, and that was Talon in game 2 of that upper bracket. So with these two teams, like, it's the Monkey King, the Void for Mickey. For Team Spirit, literally be prepared for whatever on the side of Liquid because they've whipped out Ember first overall pick into AA and a last pick Bristle. I'd say for Liquid, stick to your stuff, and I'm sure Spirit's going to have some spicy sauce for us today.
Any sauce that you're looking forward to, Lacoste, that hasn't been picked just yet by Spirit that could be effective here?
I mean, we could go back to that game when they had Bristleback, Ancient Apparition, plus first pick for Laurel. This is the game I don't think many people expected them to win, so they have a couple of aces up their sleeve, no doubt about it. You know, maybe a little limited when it comes down to Collapse's hero pool. Laurel also has, you know, not too many heroes coming out from his hero pool, but Miposhka and Mira, they can pretty much play anything, but so can Boxy. Boxy's hero pool throughout this Riyadh Masters has been pretty huge. Like, he's the most versatile on their team. Like, you would expect maybe, you know, Mickey to be that guy, maybe even Nisha, because these two players have been known to have very large hero pools, but everybody on the side of Team Liquid have been stepping it up.
Yeah, it's going to be harder to take apart an enemy's strategy if they vary it consistently. I mean, a week ago, they were picking Snapfire in the first phase, and they just dropped that. And then lately, half the matches, they're picking Lion in the first phase, which is not a hero that hasn't been played this tournament, but first phase, definitely not. So it's, I mean, be prepared for that opening, but be prepared for some Storm Coddle stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if Team Spirit just does something completely different. That's off meta for the remaining teams of the tournament.
Yep. And BSJ, I know you are a fan of the carry-to-carry matchup. So in terms of the performances between these two carriers, who's impressed you the most when you've watched them play these games?
I hate to do my boy Mickey like this, but I'd have to be Yatoro. Like, he's just looks like the carry that won them TI-10 again. Like, this is the first time in a while where I don't know why they strayed away for so long of picking his hero in the first draft. He was picking his hero in the first round, and he had like a very small hero pool in a lot of the Dream Leagues. And now it's back to Yatoro, last pick, no idea what to pick. Or like, we have no idea what we're going to see. We have no idea how it's going to work, and yet Team Spirit makes it work. And it feels like Yatoro, like when they talked about his communication in the BB team game where they were down by 30K, that he didn't know exactly how to communicate it, but he's like, guys, just chill. I don't know when we're going to win this game, but it's fine. I'm getting my items, and I'll tell you when I see it, basically. And that's like crazy composure to have when you're down that much.
And on the other side, Mickey just had a couple rough games. Like, he got picked off a lot, even in games that they were very far ahead. Had uncharacteristic deaths. He's normally looking like arguably the best player on the team. So I just think he's slightly underperforming and Yatoro's overperforming. So it's a clear distinction there.
And this has been the hero pretty much of the tournament with the Medusa, I would say, especially when we came into this like playoff upper bracket. Medusa, she's like last pick, then suddenly, you know, we might second phase it and it goes to game 3. Suddenly Medusa in the first phase, but Undying, that hero that we talked about, Team Liquid, one of the better overall teams that uses twin gates because Mickey tends to be very active. We talked about Solo multiple times throughout this tournament on Undying. One of the better heroes to do so. Go through the twin gates, blood grenade user, backstab the enemy carry with the tombstone. And the interesting ban in the first phase, that's Razor coming out from Team Spirit. So if I had to guess, I would say Io Lesh, but they haven't played Io yet at the Riyadh Masters, so not sure what this is about.
I want to emphasize this is a strange Undying opening, even though we've seen it so much, because Liquid is 1-3 with this hero, and Team Spirit has never picked it. So why are they prioritizing it so highly? We have to immediately think, like, what is it about Team Spirit's openings that this blocks? Is it the Darkseer offlane? No, they banned that out. Is it the Storm Spirit mid? No, they banned that out. That's pretty much every single opening we've seen from Team Spirit as one of those two heroes. So
what if it beats the line in lane or something like that? Because it's kind of a squishy hero. You're not really happy getting hit by zombies. If that's their normal 2-hero opening, then you're going to guarantee the offlaner and against the support, maybe?
Yeah, it's like one of those things where I know they have a reason because I just know Blitz, but like I don't know what it is, you know?
Yeah, it's hard.
And it's going to be interesting to see it unfold throughout the course of this draft because they usually tailor their openings very specifically to the teams they're playing against.
It could also be a solution to the Spaces Void later on, right? Having some kind of save against your best hero in the game right now.
Or even line. He's also got lots of lockdown. In a late game situation, throw him in the tomb.
Yeah, Team Spirit, most of the tournament, they opened up with like position 4/5, and they picked hero for Laurel, but since we came to the upper bracket, they're like, you know what, we're going to be picking Mira's hero and also first phasing Collapse's hero, because they've done it so many times, Land plus Darkseer, and now Land plus Beastmaster. They also opened it up when they played against BB Team, and this is the pairing we talked about, you know, when the stakes are too high, Medusa, it showed that this hero doesn't have too many bad matchups, and seems like teams don't care too much about your Shadow Demons anymore. Darkseer's already gone, so now they're going to ban Anti-Mage, maybe ban this Faceless Void, because Yatoro just plays it too well. This is also the hero that can eventually buy into the Fusel Blade Manta, so you have that option opened.
It just feels to me like Team Liquid's drafting based on the meta that was solidified between BB Team and Gaming Gladiators last night. It was like Undying first pick. Medusa got shifted from second phase after she won game 2 to first phase of game 3. So I think Liquid's just trying to play the refined meta. It always develops as the tournament reaches its conclusion, and Team Spirit's kind of sticking to what works for them. So we'll see which style works better.
Also, yesterday we see that they're sort of ignoring the IO, right? Yesterday they were opening with it initially against Talon Esports, but now just jettisoning it completely.
I'd say there's a little bit of value for them to know that since the other team doesn't play it, that they either have to be afraid of it, consider it in their draft, maybe even ban it in the second round if they think it's good against what Team Spirit's currently running. But I also think like they know what Team Spirit's going to open based on, like, they did the exact same opener, BB Team Undying, and then Team Spirit picked the Lion Beastmaster, and BB Team elected to go for the Terrorblade on 8. So this is like a Liquid saying, we think they'll do this again. We like this option better, because even though Team Spirit did win that game, they were losing in terms of net worth for 99% of it. So it's like I'm already looking at this draft thinking Liquid's at an immediate advantage in the lanes, but does that even mean anything? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to this Razor ban in the first phase, because it has to do something with it being flexible when it comes down to who's going to play it. Like Zai, you know that this guy doesn't care too much how his lane is going to go. It's more about being anti-carry, especially for Yatoro, and we all talked about how Yatoro is overperforming at this tournament, so it just might be, you know, that clutch factor to remove it. He doesn't want to like lane into it. The first like hero that comes to my mind, probably Sven, even though if you're the one like initiating, because like Sven does have explosive damage, you don't care too much about static link, but some other heroes that are still, you know, left in the pool, like Morphling, he doesn't care too much about Razor. So I want to see what Team Spirit is going to get in the end for Yatoro.
Probably looking at a Drow or a Jug. Those are usually like the carry-to-carry matchups against Medusa that teams have been favoring, and also Yatoro loves his Drow. I'm a huge fan of like the Agi ranged right clickers when you have Beastmaster on the team, just because he buffs them up with that Vladimir's aura in the Helm of the Overlord. Also gives them the ability to siege very reliably and makes it very difficult to end the game, which Team Spirit's been relying heavily on.
Yeah, I've seen some teams just going for like slightly earlier timing when they have like this Helm of the Overlord from the off lane and hero like a Sven. So you hit an earlier timing. We've seen it, I believe, yesterday. So you hit like an earlier timing where Medusa is not fight ready and Sven just has another item on top of her. So might be something that they're going to look into, because this is how 9 Pandas were playing throughout this tournament, just hitting an earlier timing. Unfortunately, they're out, but you know, you can see some of the good stuff that they brought to the table.
Okay, Disruptor will come out right now for the Eastern European side. No surprises here. They have lost with the hero when they've picked it, but still, from what we've seen from Gaming Gladiators, this hero can do quite a lot of work. This does leave the Keeper of the Light in the pool, which we have seen very often deployed in tandem with this Medusa. Is that an option for them to go into the 4 position here?
They definitely could if they want to. It just kind of depends what offlaner they're going to solidify. I just love how disable heavy Team Spirit is. Their catch is amazing. If they do catch somebody, we're talking chain stuns. The only problem is Medusa is not really a hero that cares as much about being chain stun. It's a little problematic, but it's not like she's very burstable in that like 6-second window. So, but it's still a good draft.
Still Lycan in the pool. So far, Team Liquid undefeated on it. It's a flex pick for them. Not now because they have Medusa already, but I'm looking at Lion, Disruptor. These two heroes, they don't like to play into Helm of the Overlord. Like you can also just, you know, get Echo Saber, depends on the game, but I'm feeling like something earlier timing coming out from Team Liquid from the off lane.
I would lean toward.
Still in the pool, and it's also a hero these supports don't like playing into BSJ.
They really are just yoinking BB team as a draft. I feel like that's Undying Techies is a save Toronto Tokyo special. Yeah, definitely all inning on the lane so far with Liquid. Like we mentioned, their opener was all about securing that safe lane, and now they're just picking last patch's like most reliable 4 position. He did lose 3 base damage and 1 base armor, so that affects the trades a lot. I'd imagine he still wins against Disruptor 1v1 in the vacuum, but like I was thinking Zai might go for more of a ranged hero like Visage, but because of the bans, like Lycan is really good against Anti-Mage Void, and I know they were protecting the Medusa, but teams do think like this, where it's like our offlaner is also protected by these bans effectively, which makes there more synergy. It's just I like the Lycan for their game plan, but I'm also concerned if they were to give like a TB or a Drow in lane, like it would just suffer, is what I'm imagining. But maybe the Techies is enough to mitigate that problem. Ooh, the Mars.
Okay. They have played this hero across 2 different roles. Zai is going to be his first game on the hero here, Lacoste. So what do you make of this for their team fight potential?
I think maybe they're trying to block Monkey King pick potentially, because like, you know, Arena cuts down the trees, but I could also see Team Spirit just not caring too much about it, because some teams have been prioritizing picking up Monkey into Medusa matchup, where you can sit in your ring, you don't care too much about her ulti either. But overall, they needed some kind of initiation, because Techies plus Undying, they don't give you anything, so they're gonna need to play like 4 as a 4 before Medusa comes online. Okay, it looks like a good Naga Siren game. A lot of the times we see this hero being banned out mostly in the second phase, but Yatoro gets the hands on it, one of the better farmers overall in the game.
Is it worth going Diffusal Blade against Deuce? I know no Naga buys it these days, but that used to be the classic build for years. So
yeah, it's kind of a bait unless you have a really good lane. Basically, I'd imagine your Beastmaster also needs to have a good lane, meaning it's like it's a timing thing, right? You have the diffusal, and maybe before the butterfly comes out, because Naga can easily get Manta diffusal before the Medusa gets Manta butterfly, right? So that would be the only reason I think that you would go for it. It's just because she's a melee illusion hero with like not like Phantom Lancer with Phantom Rush or Terrorblade that turns a meta. Like you don't have a reliable way of having your illusions stick on the Medusa. And also, like, I am a bit surprised by this Naga pick in the sense that, like, the Mars and Techies can deal with you in lane, and then the Medusa matchup in a vacuum is really bad for her. This is a 5% disadvantage carry-to-carry matchup.
So this has been the Eastern European Classic. If you get agged, like we've seen the games in this tournament lasting like 50, 60 minutes, so you know that combo is going to be there. Sleep into Static Storm with Aghanim Scepter, something to fall back to. We've seen a lot of the times like these big combos winning the games, and also another way of resetting things on Naga Siren, because if I look at how much burst damage they have. They don't have much burst damage to kill Naga Siren. If she decides to go Manta style into hard this game, she doesn't die. Like, she's gonna be able to get the sleep off against like Arena to reset against the Medusa ulti. So this hero from Team Liquid, like this last pick, it needs to be something big. It needs to be something that doesn't rely on cooldown, something that can just like go across the map and also put the pressure. It's very difficult nowadays to find Medusa because of the vision game. You have two supports who are really dealing well, who can make space, and you also have Hawk from the Beastmaster. So Naga Siren, not the easiest catch in this game.
Give him the Dragonite, baby. I was hyping it up before this series, and I think Dragonite's one of the best ways to remove Naga from the game. You just have this ball that, yeah, maybe we can't burst Naga, but Naga suffers damage issues. Disruptor, damage issues. Lion, other than Finger, damage issues. So I'd love to see Liquid approach this Naga in a sense that you just can't fight us at any point in the game.
Does Zeus ulti still one-shot illusions when it procs?
No, it does not.
Okay, so you can't just like buy ags and
No,
nuke
you
them all.
cannot do that anymore.
Gotcha.
That was pretty broken when that
like,
did work that way.
Seems like an easy way to deal with the Naga for sure.
What are the odds, Purge, of this Mars being ran in the mid lane for Team Liquid?
It's
Because they have done
possible.
it before.
They played it once. They lost on it. Mickey has played it in the past, even outside of this tournament. But it's kind of a nice flex pick to have here. It's not necessarily like a bluff, but it's like it's there if you really need it.
I think the Quap was to protect the Lesh because that would be the ideal pick in case they wanted to go for it. But Lesh being so good against Naga, Team Spirit sees that from a mile away, so they ban it out. Come on.
I was thinking maybe Primal, because they have a little bit of a flex there. Just because you can lane well into Naga Siren, put slightly more pressure and play this Mars from a mid lane. I think it's a possibility. Other heroes, there's your Dragonite. You wanted to see, but it's also a flex pick for them because Zai can play it, so they're going to see the matchup.
What do you think, BSJ? Because DK, the only hero left for Law that he has played this tournament is his Puck. Everything else has been banned out. If he does go for that, what's the matchup like between DK and Puck?
That's a heavily favored DK matchup. That's probably something that's even considered going to this pick. That's a really good point because, like, if they see that Laurel will either have to pick himself into a hard counter or, you know, pick his first new hero of the tournament, like, he isn't the one that we've been praising for his last pick. Gotcha. You know, that's been Yatoro throughout the entire tournament. So that adds another layer of power to this DK pick.
I would be down. I don't know if Lar plays it. He didn't play it, but Monkey from the mid lane. Like it's a good matchup against both like Dragonite, Mars, again against Medusa. You can itemize differently, go for slightly earlier timing. Not sure if they have that like available in their pool.
Ooh. There's a new hero for Laurel, it seems like, with this Bat Rider. If it is indeed going to be Bat mid. So, Purge, we don't see Bat mid all that often nowadays. Tell me why. What's changed about the hero that makes it so much harder to play from the mid lane?
Well, you don't get extra movement speed from Firefly. They increase the mana cost of Sticky Napalm. There's been a lot of small nerfs that have affected the hero over the last 3-4 months, and it's still very powerful as a support. I think it can work mid. It's just not the ideal mid over other heroes. But I think in this game position, when he is playing a new hero, literally like 7 or 8 of his heroes have been banned that he's played at this tournament. I think it's totally fine in the game position.
And is the matchup good Lacoste versus the DK?
Yeah, I mean, that's why they last picked it, but Dragonite with the early point in Dragon Tail stun does have some survivability, so it's... I don't think he's going to get too much from the lane, but I think just overall it's a good Dragonite pick because they have the scaling. I don't feel like they can just end the game inside of Team Spirit early on. And Team Liquid, we've seen these games drag on for 40-50 minutes. I feel like if it comes down to late game, they're going to outscale them.
Very quickly, BSJ, which draft do you prefer?
Liquid's going to own the early game, and somehow Team Spirit's going to win.
That has been the way of things for Team Spirit, getting the early game demolished against them, but somehow still eking out a victory. Before we get into the game, though, we need to find out more about what they think about the draft directly from the mouths of Team Liquid, and that means that Jenkins is standing by with Blitz to give us the lowdown.
That's right. I'm here with Blitz's mouth. How are you doing?
Good. Not bad. Not bad.
How do you think Team Spirit compares to the other Eastern European teams when it comes to LAN? Do they power up or do they stay at the same level?
I mean, I think this team has gone under the radar for far too long. Like, these guys are so talented. Like, don't forget what they've done. It's arrogant to assume that, you know, they're going to come here and get knocked out of groups or anything like that. These guys are incredible. Like, they, for us, are the class of CIS, you know. If you want to get far in LAN, you have to beat them. And so, like, when the stakes matter, you know, there are a lot of hype teams out there, but there's one team that stands above the rest, and that's these guys.
Okay, and Brian, during the draft, he said that you yoinked the draft from BB Team with the Undying Techies Medusa. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea, so, why not do it? We'll just, hopefully, we'll pull it out, but, Brian thinks it's a good draft. We probably lost, so life happens.
Okay, we will see if Brian is right or wrong, or Blitz is right or wrong, with Cap and Avery, a.k.a. LOA, a.k.a. FSVG.
Thank you, Jenkins. That's right, East versus West. And if you want to be able to go on in a LAN event, you got to go through these guys. That's what Blitz says, and that's what's happening in this tournament. But it has been a very, very long time since these two teams have faced each other in a playoff series. In fact, it goes all the way back to 2020. But that doesn't mean they haven't played elimination against each other. They met up against each other plenty of times in groups, but they've actually played 2 different tiebreakers against each other. Best of 1, Avery. One of them was for upper bracket of, I believe, We Play Animajor, or ESL in Stockholm. And the other one was actually an elimination best of 1, in which Team Spirit managed to move on into the playoffs for, I believe it was Animajor, and Liquid got knocked out. So this is 2 different times that in elimination series, Team Spirit has walked away with victory, but we don't really have that much information of this squad, and for both sides, Liquid and Team Spirit, and how they match up against each other when it comes to the pressure of playoff matches.
Well, we're about to find out, as you got a full BO3 to decide who is the better team here. Already, though, Team Spirit without any cosmetics on the back foot.
Disaster.
As Boxy has his Techies Arcana, of course, so they're already down when it comes to the cosmetic war. That's a tough place to start.
Yeah, Team Spirit won't be happy about that. Neither will Valve, I'm sure. Got to show off those cosmetics, but Liquid won't be happy with the first blood they're giving up on Insania. He gets off a Decay, hoping to stop Laurel from claiming the first blood, but good body blocking will ensure they get it nonetheless. Laurel claims first blood, and he's already off to a great start in this tournament and in this game. Laurel has made the difference, I think, for Team Spirit when it comes to their impact in this event versus other ones. He has really come into his own, I think, here, Avery.
He definitely has stepped up this event. I think it's what the team has been investing in him all year for. And I also think Team Spirit as a whole just do better when they're under more pressure, if that is believable.
Sure.
They go into these humongous tournaments. Something just seems to click for them. And it comes together outside of that last TI that is maybe what they were trying to fix. And here yet again, when the pressure's on at a giant prize pool, they show up big time in a lot of clutch games. They might have 2 of the most clutch core players of all time in Yatoro and Collapse, right?
Yes.
And I think most people consider Toronto Tokyo up there as well. That's why it's big shoes to fill if you're Laurel. Like, you're coming into a team where the expectations are just astronomically high. Even if you're playing well, often it is not good enough to appease what people expect from this roster. So it's good to see him starting performing and finding his own. He's going to play the Bat Rider for the first time. We'll see how much he can do versus Nisha, who is also starting to amp up in terms of his performance, right?
Do you think he's beginning to separate himself from the rest of the mid laners?
I think he had a lull. I think it was, maybe a rest period, maybe a break. It's been a very long year with a lot of tournaments and a lot of deep runs from Liquid as well. But I think here, especially as we go deep into this LAN, he is starting to reach peak performance.
Yeah, he's been reaching peak performance in other ways. He's recently become a bit of a workout fiend. But we heard actually from their coach that he is taking a break from working out despite grinding it for the last 6 months non-stop. He is taking a break at this event because he just wants to put all of his attention onto Dodo. So maybe that extra energy is where it's paying off.
Boxy gonna go for the kill top. It's very close. The spear missed.
Oh no, I will claim it anyway with the God's Rebuke, though.
All right, a little misstep in the early game, but it does not matter here as first blood for Zai is going to be really juicy up here against the Naga Siren. I mean, Liquid just won all their cores to get off to a good start. That is a terrifying concept, If Nisha is getting swole at the gym, he's going to break you in game and then break you out of the game.
Seriously.
What do you do versus this man? And it really has been a linchpin for Liquid's success all year. I mean, that stat that Nisha has been in every grand finals, including the last TI, is pretty ridiculous.
That's
right?
pretty bonkers.
there's a reason they acquired him, and he is showing up so far. This is a very interesting game because it feels like Spirit are happy to almost put themselves in a position where it's going to be an uphill battle, right? This isn't a lineup, especially against the Undying Deuce at Mars, where you're going to run down towers and just snowball this game. I also don't think it's been something Team Spirit have done a lot this tournament, as they're trying to get out of this tombstone range. And Mira's going to try and trade. He will not even get it as Mickey denies it.
It gets the deny, gets the kill, both in one swift move.
I think it's going to be the setup for this series. Like, I think Liquid are going to pull ahead in lanes. Almost 9 times out of 10 against Spirit because of how they draft and how they prefer to play.
Spirit lands into the blast off and boom, he's gone. But Yatoro will turn around and try and get some damage, but highly unlikely he would ever do enough to bring down Zai. This is going to be a continual problem. So, sorry, say again why you think Liquid's always going to walk away with the lane advantage?
I mean, one, I think they're the slightly stronger laning team. Not necessarily individual skill, but just how they play between the 2-on-2s, and I think Nisha's pretty hard to beat mid. I think he probably has a slight advantage over Laurel in terms of laning mechanics. And then on top of that, I think they draft more forward. Like, especially when you're seeing Undying Tuckies come out. I mean, it basically signals that they want to snowball the side lanes and play through a very fast tempo. And I think it's also been Spirit's weakness. Like, they don't tend to pick very strong laners. They tend to play for the scale, the late game team fight. Even if they're behind, they don't care. Going back to some of those other leagues, that was their strength. Taking the team fights from behind.
Oh, if Laurel can get this kill, it's a risky move. He'd be diving into tier 2 and he backs off, but still pushing away Nisha, away from all these creeps that are about to die. He's got to feel pretty decent.
It does feel pretty nice here, unless he's going to die in return. That stun actually connected mid.
Okay.
For this?
They might, with the blood grenade slowing him down. Nisha is more than willing to take these tower shots if they can land one last mine.
Damn.
Not even needed. Boxy is the one to claim the last hit.
That is not a kill I thought they would complete on.
Oh, Tombstone going to be dropped here in the bottom lane. Liquid's just non-stop action in all of these lanes, making moves constantly to try and get kills in the lanes, get the advantage that you're talking about that they very so often claim.
I mean, they're really ramping up the pressure across the board, which also means Spirit can't really make rotations here. When all 3 of your lanes are in trouble, you kind of just have to play them back. So if Liquid want to make those roams to mid, it's up to Boxy here. He has the most freedom right now, as Zai is pretty independent top versus a lane with not a lot of kill threat on him. This Naga, it's nice for Samars, especially in those later fights. Like, the song is going to be a big factor here for Spirit as they try and make those comeback engagements. You go in there with the ult, you remove a Tombstone, you remove an Arena, maybe you song out a Stone Gaze.
Yeah.
It comes in very clutch, especially when you have Static Storm to throw in on top of it.
Oh, he got the Dragon Form off. That last creep that dies immediately puts to use, trying to stop the gank from Mira and kill him instead. So now, a little bit of momentum. You kill that support. Bottom lane Collapse is having a rough time, but also you have 2 supports around, so I'm curious if they're going to try and put damage on the mid tower with this Dragon Form usage.
I'm gonna look for the rune. It is pretty scary into like Glimpse Bat Rider if you commit deep for these objectives, and double damage for Laurel. That is a very juicy rune to pick up and take away from the DK. Should waste most of his form here.
Yeah, I think that kind of kills the idea there of going for some tower damage. Nice spear. Zai, just again, keeping the pressure up. I mean, as soon as the cores, they know those supports are in mid, each core aggressively starts playing to kill the opposing laner, right? Like the Beastmaster got really low from Mickey being aggressive. Zai immediately starts trying to pressure the Naga Siren.
They just want to eke out as much pressure on the map so they can keep these Team Spirit supports low right now, as they are struggling to find the XP between the Disruptor and the line. I mean, Mira is level 2.5. He has basically sacrificed a lot of this early game for his Beastmaster. They're thinking about a Glimpse top, but Boxy is going to go first.
Boxy hit him after the mirror image, but sadly missed the mine that was required to maybe get that Naga Siren kill. Looks like they should still be good to maybe threaten Poshka, as yeah, the spear just goes right through him there.
Yeah, look at Yatoro. 7-minute clock.
This is going to work.
He really wants this for his low XP support.
Oh, maybe he will with the ensnare. If he gets hit by the mine, this could be dangerous, though. If he picks up the rune, it's great, but he might die for it. TP out, he's good.
Ooh. Very clutch pickup as they get both of them here. So just as I was saying, those support levels were suffering. Yatoro bails out his Lion in the early game and at least push Mira up to close to level 4.
Does cost him his own lane, though. He had to TP back to base.
Yeah,
giving Zai a freebie for a while.
That's the downside. You pull off these lanes, Liquid are just going to start hitting your towers, especially with this Dragon Knight Nisha invading the triangle. Look at this Ancient stack right now.
Oh no.
This is not an objective you can give up for Collapse, and it's so damn low.
Nisha's already taken a lot of the experience. The Tombstone's going to be dropped. A lot of these last hits will be claimed, and maybe even the kill on Collapse. He went for one last round of axes. They do manage to get the Lion, but it looks like Collapse is going to be able to TP away successfully after all the stunts have been used. Still, though, a big win for Liquid, who claim a decent number of those Ancients, steal a lot of experience, and get a kill.
Collapse is so sad about that one, man. I mean, at least he gets out. He does get that ult, as you said. That's just all the investment from Mira as well. That's the other thing. You wanted those Ancients for the Lion as much as you wanted them for the Beastmaster here.
Yeah, that's true.
You sacrifice some of your early game, and you don't even get the payback. It's going to maybe come down to some Naga slowing this game down if Yatoro can get involved in the fights earlier than maybe he would want, if this DK pressure ramps up. That's the big question for Liquid. How much can you continue to push this pace? So far, it's been doing pretty good. But that's what I'm saying, man. If there's one team I would never feel comfortable building a lead against, is probably Team Spirit. Yeah. I don't think these guys even look at net worth numbers. It's just irrelevant. What does gold mean to a god?
I mean, that was kind of their MO for winning TI in the first place, was it didn't matter how far behind they were, they just had a stronger understanding than any other team about how to play and set up team fights, right?
Exactly.
So much of them playing under vision, but that also leads to how they wanted to, you know, they very clearly calculated out, we want to be able to have the fight go this way.
They are, I mean, so many of their drafts are just set up with this vision in mind. What is that 30, 40-minute team fight going to look like? How do we take it? What are the items that we want at that point to be successful? That's so much of what Collapse's hero pool is about too. Designed for Spirit. It's not about the auras, right? It's about what his hero does in the fight, how the initiations happen. And here, there's some clear ideas. Like this last pick, Bat Rider also does some work for them in terms of you can pull a hero out of this liquid ball. You get this initiation power online at a certain point with bots, Blink, BKB, Bat Rider, and suddenly you're dragging one of these big cores away from the tombstone, away from the arena. You have Naga Song plus a Static Storm to abuse the clump if Liquid decide to follow that hero that's getting dragged away.
And you've got the vision to support that kind of initiation. Right? Because you've got the Hawk and the Illusions to give you a lot of information.
So these types of things could be really nice.
Nice arena, barely catching the Disruptor on the edge of it. Will be Miposhka dying, but he does bail out Laurel, who was being chased down there. Laurel he's getting very close to his boots of travel, so very important he doesn't get that delayed any further.
And the Ancient clearing is just continuing for Collapse. You're going to sacrifice some early objectives to make sure this Beastmaster gets to his timings. It was a Blink rush on Nisha. And that also helps with these aggressive plays, takes some pressure off Zai rushing that as he will go to BKB. And honestly, we'll go back for the Midas.
Totally fine with this. With the way their supports are underleveled and they're very key ultimates for fighting, like, give up the mid tower, man. Just let the Lion get his finger of death, let the Disruptor get Static Storm. Just, you know, give Liquid what they want for now.
Oh yeah, there's no way you're contesting that tower. Just a matter of how much else you get right now, and it will be that helm completed for Collapse, as well as boots of travel for Laurel. So this is also what you can play for if you're Spirit. Some pickoffs on the map with the Beast Summons pushing in and the Bat botsing into those pickoff attempts. If you can get the Blink Dagger on Lion, then you're really cooking on this map.
Yeah. Picks up bots, immediately gets a kill. That's a great start.
And straight into a tier 1 tower push with a catapult. Decent value out of that gank for Team Spirit as they create some pressure on this safe lane that Mickey will have to respond to.
Yeah, it seems Mickey, unlike the way we saw 23 Savage, he's a little bit more skittish about playing for these towers, the defenses. He's going to go for it now, but it's already after his team is rotating over. He knows he's safe to do this.
Liquid did commit a decent amount of heroes down here, and it'll just be a smoke through the gate for Spirit as they see a big response bottom. They're going to look for the core who's isolated on the map right now. It's kind of a tough move for Zai to read, honestly. I'm unsurprised he's getting caught here. It's just a question of do they have the
Spear away, does manage to pin it, but he's in trouble. Now he can throw out an arena to keep the Bat Rider back. In fact, they're even going to give up on the kill because the rotation from Mickey was there. So despite the, I guess, Liquid, they moved the Dragonite to bottom, but he still had his TP up. Insanio went through the gate, so even though they were grouped up bottom lane, they were able to join Zai when he needed it.
Boxy TP'd through the gate as well. So you have a bunch of TPs on cooldown for Liquid, which will prompt Collapse to shove it bottom back in, look for the tower trade here. Just a very heads-up spear by Zai. Buys enough time for the reinforcements to come in, and then suddenly your gank is a gank on you. As this Bat Rider pick, it didn't crush the lane enough to where it's built up early momentum. However, like we talked about, the later displacement in the team fights and stuff is still something Laurel can play for here. This was not a pick that was just all in on winning that lane.
Yeah. Well, Collapse does successfully, I guess, outmaneuver Liquid in that regard and does get a trade-off of towers, with Spirit probably farming a bit more efficiently, as only Collapse was needed to take that tower. Mira doing some stacking, and the Batrider farming lanes.
You have that fabled Naga song combo.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Song them up and you lay down that Firefly. And you're just,
you're
just in a world of pain.
Sure, yeah.
I swear I remember being on a team with Eternal Envy, and that was actually discussed at some point, now that it's coming back to me.
Were you able to... yeah.
I'm not sure that's a memory I wanted to revisit here. We'll see if it's something Team Spirit can use to their advantage. This Arcane Rune for Laurel is going to be nice on the map. I mean,
you know, it's a winning strategy when you reference Team NP.
There was not much that we won on that team, but we had our moments. Max glimpse up as well. If you get to this Helm of the Overlord for the Beast, honestly, this is, again, this is what Spirit are good at, right? Like, you built this early laning lead for Liquid, but you have not transitioned it into a crazy amount of map control.
Nope.
As Spirit have kept the lanes in, they got that tier 1 tower trade bottom, which is really important for this wave to shove in. You look at the dire obs right now. These are obs that are built to neutralize the advantage right now and split the map, allow Team Spirit to get into the Radiant jungle. And that is exactly what they have been trying to do, at least with this mid move they're grouping up for. It's a smoke with the Arcane Rune on the bad. This is a really nice gank if you can connect it, because then you'll have another lasso up very fast here. It's just a question of who are you going to find if you're Spirit. This is a big committal move. Spending a lot of time from the Batrider to look for this. It'll be Zai again. The first time did not work out. The second time, surely.
This time they can oh, okay, never mind.
Well, third time will be the charm. I mean, Zai finished this BKB right then anyway, so that was maybe fortunate they didn't commit spells on him.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And it'll be a smoke from Liquid to try and turn it up with their Blink Dagger Mighty
See if they
Dragon.
can catch these heroes. The Blink Dagger gets over the flames there of Laurel and catches Miposhka.
Now speared him out of the Breathe Fire as Zai says, no KS for you, that's my kill, thank you. I respect that. 6-0 and 0 for the Mars already.
I feel like you should be trying to take the last hits if you're Nisha, right? Because it does look like Team Spirit have halted a bit of your momentum in this game. You're not getting quite as much as you used to, so the scaling on the Dragon Eye is going to be pretty important.
Or did try and take that last hit.
Not really. He started walking away from the hero. You let Zai.
Well, that's after Zai BM'd him. I mean, what
He's
are you supposed to do?
Fine. You want to make me miss my Breathe Fire? I'm not even going to get the kill.
If the captain takes the kill, you got to give it to him.
That's true. Zai, I mean,
the rules of Dota.
He's the reason they're in this upper bracket final in the first place.
Yeah,
they shouldn't be here, frankly.
There's also a reason that machete meme exists. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you think Zai learned from his time on Team Secret?
You're building up. I mean, there's a reason Nisha's building those muscles, man. Right? It might be self-defense. As Insania will be the first pick off that Blink, or not even a Blink Dagger, he just went in with Tumbler Toy. It actually looked like he went back for the Blink, but it's Laurel just running in with Bot's Tumbler, gets the job done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shadow Amulet cannot save you from the fire. As Spirit once more equalizing this map right now. This lead has not gone anywhere for Liquid. It's just stalled out. And the Naga is starting to play Naga Dota here, where you're getting behind tier 1s with these illusions. Man, yet Toro loves this hero for a reason. He is really good about getting deep out on the map in the positions you want Naga, which is where these illusions fully cut a wave because you spawn them close enough that it happens. And again, look at the Dire Vision. It's pretty much designed to allow them to get into this Radiant jungle. It's caused Liquid a lot of problems. Their catch is pretty limited. Outside of smoking the Dragon Knight with supports behind him into this area, you can't really get in here. I mean, this single illusion zoning Insania, the map is just kind of collapsing for Liquid right now.
Yeah, I feel good about Liquid's cores scaling into the game, but the fact that their supports can do nothing against these illusions has got to be a cause for concern.
And they're getting fed up, so they're just going to move everybody top with the DK and look for the Batrider, and they should get him here. No saving
catch up before he can get his BKB, which was closing in soon. They turn around and get the kill on Boxy. However, that does mean they're within striking distance now. Nisha, 4 more seconds till his blink is back up. They can look for another kill.
And Mickey in the back is going to get the TP cancel.
Yeah, he does. He gets it on Collapse, and Nisha is able to stun up Miposhka. Goes for a TP out while Collapse is going to be run down. So the support gets out, but the core gets caught, and so does his Helm of the Overlord.
Dragon on Dragon.
Great aggressive positioning there from Mickey. Didn't expect him to be over there, to be honest.
I don't even know how he really ended up there farming pattern-wise, but it definitely pays off. As Liquid finally gets some momentum built in this game, regain a decent portion of the map. All of that Batrider pickoff as you were so close to BKB for Laurel here. He's 100 gold off. These little timings matter so much. You also got the Helm of the Overlord creep. It's a lot of extra gold. as you're pushing towards this Medusa Scotty, which should be Roshan for Liquid if you get there unscathed. Triangle stacking continues here. You do have the blink on the Lion. So your pickoff went up considerably. Your follow-up on the Batrider initiation is also pretty solid now. And something you're going to have to think about as this game progresses is that grab ally that will eventually come out on that tombstone that has just caused so many single target initiation teams problems, right? You're just, I mean, we may as well talk about it now because you're going to have to think about it.
Yeah.
These jumps cannot just be, I found a guy, what happens? It has to be, I found a guy, we also found the Undying, or you use the song Static Storm to create enough pressure that you catch Insania along with other people in a Static Storm and start the fight that way.
Yeah. The one problem I see with, like, that is a nice idea. Okay, let's just song and get a Static Storm combo killing the Undying at the start of the fight, but it does also mean that the BKB's buildups of Liquid will have a chance to respond, right? Like, the Dragonite and their Mars are going to be able to instantly BKB off of that song.
Yeah, and what if you have a Disruptor Axe?
Well, then you are somehow trying to catch the Undying and those cores.
Well, what if you Disruptor Ag Static Storm the cores? And you Hex the Undying?
Or lasso him and pull him into the Static Storm.
See, now you're thinking like Team Spirit. 10 steps ahead for a 40-minute window.
Do you think this is something they're actually, like, they talk about while they're kind of farming?
I know that sounded sarcastic, but I genuinely think that's mostly how this team thinks. The switches in the fights and what they're playing for and everybody's itemized, because it's going to be first item axe from Raposhka. They're already gearing up for it, and I don't think you have a better scaling option here, so this makes total sense to me.
Yep.
If you can get pickoffs on the map, it's really going to help you get there. Because like you said, that BKB timing is going to be strong for Liquid as both are up on the Mars and the DK. They are just fully ready to start and commit into these fights. And the Scotty right on cue for Mickey. All three big items aligning here for Liquid. Can easily just go into a Roche or take any sort of pickoff into that objective.
Yeah, they got to get that Roche on. Like, I feel like you can always deal with Song late game. You could always kind of deal with Static Storm. But I feel like Song, Static Storm with Aghanim Scepter is like the Chronosphere combo, right? Like, you just don't want to go late game against that. So Liquid, I feel like their best chances is with these first two Roshans and ended the game before Team Spirit gets to that point. Their team fight execution is too good to let them get to that point.
The thing is, they do have DK Medusa. Like,
yeah,
the scale here is pretty crazy, and these are not bad heroes versus Naga late game. They're quite good. Dusa with the split shot modifier can also be okay versus Naga at late game. It's not a completely one-sided affair. I think the Static Storm is the biggest issue here, especially if you can catch Undying at the same time. But maybe you can play through that with buybacks. You can abuse Aegises. You can do a lot here to counteract that, and it's not even guaranteed to get out here at a fast pace from Raposhka, who, you got to remember, is not picking up too much farm in this Disruptor. It's going to be a slow Ags buildup. Now, trading out objectives is going to be nice for Spirit. And if they do find that fight to contest the Roche, they're going to feel really good about that one.
Yeah. The East versus West matchup, they are mirroring each other right now as they take each other's Tormentors and try and take each other's Tier 2s, but Liquid was the one to blink first, tried to TP back, Mickey got sent back, didn't have the Manta Disjoint on the Glimpse. So they lose a Tier 2 without gaining anything for it, and now their positioning is beginning to fall apart as Zai is going to be caught here. BKB gets off just before the Primal Roar, and that'll stop all that magic damage from Laurel. Zai's going to be fine and might even be able to get a kill here as he gets Hex after the BKB. Laurel, okay, they're going to go for the Static Storm. They're really all in. The Flame Break broke him out. He got a spear off, but he still dies. And they are struggling from Team Liquid to get heroes over here. Zai played into that one, but really nobody from Liquid played with him.
It was just a big misstep because that Dusa got glimpsed back to top. So you know you cannot get your big carry there. That's just a free opening for any sort of initiation on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, he got glimpsed back to bottom and then had to run to the gate to try to get behind him. It was just way too much.
There's no way. That's going to cost you a lot of momentum that you built off of that nice gank top. And straight back to even as the Naga starts clearing up the waves, and Yatoro will push for this third item, Heart, that he really likes, and I mean, it's pretty much a standard Naga item. Sometimes he goes to Orchid on this hero, but I suppose because he's versus Medusa's Diffusal was just too tempting to pass up.
Sure.
I mean, the mana burn's not bad on these other strength cores too.
Yeah, Dragonite and Mars really don't like having their mana burnt.
Just extra illusions burning mana from anybody in the fights is also going to be nice, as that's the downside for the Liquid lineup. The ball versus the Naga is strong, but the actual illusion clear is pretty lackluster here, right? Like, who is killing illusions on the map or in the fight? And right now, that is what's controlling the game, as Yatoro is just running rampant through the CS chart here, already up to 320.
This misstep is losing some of their timing for doing Roshan when we felt like they were strong. They had the Scotty advantage, but now the hard is done on the Naga Siren, so it doesn't feel like they can actually brute force that Roshan.
I think you still do.
You think they should still be going for it?
Yeah, I think you still are stronger in the straight up 5-on-5 round Roche because you have the BKB, so the control for Spirit in theory shouldn't be there. And, I mean, you have to remember, like, Yatoro's really annoying on the map right now, but if he just runs in and starts right-clicking the Medusa or the Dragon Knight, in theory, it's still not a great situation. You're not bursting them that fast.
Well, this is going to take quite some time to do it. And Team Spirit, they know it's happening, and they're just saying, all right, you're going to do Roshan slow as all hell. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to take your tier 2 tower. We're going to push in all the lanes. We're going to take a ton of farm off the map, because Naga Siren Yotoro's even catching the wave at bottom. Yeah, so every single lane is going to be pushed into Liquid's towers.
And they're even going to poke the high ground here with the Dragon. This is exactly how you want to play these Roshans that you know you're not contesting. Just get everything off the map, put all the lanes in. It makes Liquid come back even after they get this objective. They don't feel great about it. In fact, they had to TP everybody out to defend this before that Roche even died, so it slowed it down even more. And Laurel TP'd in bottom. He's looking for the straggler here.
He's gonna find it. Mines, make it a heads up. His illusions do as well, and his TP, while long, will get him out of there.
I mean, we're starting to see how Spirit want to take these fights. It's not a straight 5-on-5. No. You drag somebody around, you get a good glimpse, you catch a straggler with bots and the vision advantage that you're going to generate from the Beastmaster and Naga. There's nothing fair about these engagements if you get a numbers advantage.
Which it feels fitting, considering a lot of the Western European teams have talked about the concept of playing unfair team fights.
That is absolutely true. It's a bit of karma here, especially since you picked a dying Medusa first too. I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, very gross. And so I saw the draft and I wanted to puke. I was like, I thought we were done with this. No, we were done with Dusa being first phase.
Well, Team Spirit. Perhaps they have something to say about it.
Mira gets the Hex off. I think the Spear's gonna be too late. The animation just cost him the kill.
Very close.
Yeah, it was.
He's just gonna run into Yatoro. They'll burn all his mana.
Zai is going to build for a Desolator, so they're going to play for all 3 core scaling, and that'll help them in some part deal with these illusions. The fact that all 3 are going to do damage, but...
That's how you have to play it.
Yeah.
You just have to gear up as much damage as you can. The Aghanims on the DK is going to be your big key factor here, as well as some of the later Medusa talents.
Radiant's middle tower
It's going to have to be a collective effort. Snaga is no joke in this game, as butterfly timing for Yatoro is maybe what's going to allow him to really man up. I mean, he has illusions behind their tier 3 right now. He's just killing every creep on the map, giving so much vision and control. And this gank that was looking like something Liquid wanted to try with the Mars bottom, even TPing in the techies down here, just fizzles out because of the vision advantage. There's a Hawk straight on that outpost. There's a Dire Ward in the back. Naga illusions are still cutting your other 2 waves right now. I don't think a creep wave has crossed the river for Radiant in probably 10 minutes here.
And it may never again if Team Spirit are just careful with the fights that they choose to take.
Anybody home? It's going to be the Medusa. Again, you get this big Aegis hero to show in base. Your moves are just so limited right now from Liquid.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, if you believe...
Daggons or what?
Okay, here's the question, though.
Yeah.
If you're Spirit, you're accomplishing all this map movement, you're wasting the Aegis timings, you're, in theory, setting up a decent chance you find a pick-off. None of it means anything if you just lose the late game.
Yes.
So if you're Spirit, you have to be gearing up for the late game team fights, and you have to believe that you're scaling, at least in that sense, or with a capability to outplay Liquid is better, which is probably something this team always believes, to be honest, regardless of the heroes. But it will be put to the test here as, I mean, the scaling on Liquid is not going to be anything they're going to roll over here. All 3 cores are finding a lot. Zai is also itemizing to deal damage with this Deso Mars build. You get the Satanics, you get to some MKBs. You're going to be outputting a lot. Mjolnir's also definitely going to help you in this matchup. All of that is on the table.
Yeah, I was pretty concerned about Liquid not being able to hit their timing with the Dusa early. But now they seem to be settling into their late game scaling. Now I'm scared that Yatoro is going to cap out at some point with a Naga Siren, get 6 slotted, and not be able to end the game himself.
In a direct fashion, maybe not. That's where all this wave cutting and vision comes into play. And that Static Storm, that pushes you over a lot of these boundaries. Is once where nobody can find Yatoro in the back line of this map, man. He is such a menace right now. Illusions on 3 lanes. Liquid are getting fed up with this. They will see him here.
Oh, this would relieve so much pressure if they could actually kill him. They're going to go for it. BKB goes off. Zai holding on to his spear. He's going to wait out a bit of the song to make sure he can't just song TP out. He's going to go for it now. Nisha, of course, is there. That's why Zai finally let loose the spear. And all of a sudden, sigh of relief probably from Liquid. They're like, okay, we are losing our tier 3s. We're losing so much map control, but we've got 45 seconds to be able to claim something back.
Team Spirit need to find a trade. They need to find some sort of pressure to create because you still have 30 seconds on this Aegis. You don't have a glyph here. I guess it'll get refreshed.
He's got the wave.
The amount of relief that you get when you kill a Naga in this type of game cannot be understated. It's so much breathing room. You can get lanes out. You can look for pickoffs. You get to play Dota.
They take the tier 2, and while we watch this death of Boxy, they also went for the kill on Mira, but they miss out on that as well. So Liquid, while they take that tier 2 mid, they said, okay, we're only going to take this tier 2. We're not going to go high ground. Age is going to expire anyway. Laurel does get spotted. He's forced to use his BKB immediately.
This Silver Edge for Mickey has been incredibly useful already in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Like setting up the vision on these heroes. You can track the Naga, you can track the Bat, let your stunners come in. However, Ags for Maposhka, he rushed at this game. He gets it pretty damn fast on the top of that Philosopher's Stone. And now the setup for these team fights changes a lot, right? Because suddenly your Roar initiation, your Hex initiation, your Lasso initiation, your Song initiation all come with a much bigger punch.
Yeah. Like Boxy setting up for the instant Tormentor kill with these mines.
We shall await the glorious return.
Tormentor's gonna come back. Hey guys. Mickey needs this MKB real badly because they killed the Naga Siren, but she did complete the Butterfly before that. So Heart Butterfly, the illusions continue to be a big nuisance in every single one of these cores. I mean, I feel like Nisha's going to need an MKB at some point too.
I mean, while you're waiting for this Tormentor, Team Spirit are making a move. Laurel is in deep. He has Blink Dagger up.
Might catch Nisha, but if Nisha gets off the BKB first, he goes for Insania instead. A little bit late there on the lasso, didn't pop his own BKB.
Double impale.
But they do land a really nice double impale. Now, he does get off the dragon form. This is a black dragon, by the way, so he's got that magic resistance. He's not an easy kill. And with Zai showing up with the arena, they'll catch one. Song used by Yatoro. They chill out on the high ground, not letting Team Spirit set up for that Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter. Stun onto the wrong one. Yatoro gets away with his real hero as the illusions are going to be stuck here in the muck and mire. That is Scotty plus Black Dragon. That is a lot of slow. That is gross. You get hit by both of those, you're moving around 100 movement speed.
It's only going to get better with the Manta on the Dragon Knight that will eventually come out here.
Yeah.
And Zai has just been very decisive with these BKBs. Knows if he does not commit it, he gets stuck in the song.
Laurel, his earlier usage of holding on to the BKB may have just paid off here. He's still going to be chased, but the Dragon, oh, the Corrosive Breath. It was holding on to him, keeping the Blink Dagger at bay. Now they just got a little bit more damage, but he's finally able to get his Blink Dagger on out of there. Flies into the pit, TP's out, and he is good.
The Cliff Walker escapes as Yatoro gets back into his old position. It's like nothing ever happened here. He begins cutting the waves again. Unable to line up that Ag Static Storm in that fight, though. And you saw the prioritization there. You have a choice between the Dragon Knight and the Undying. He took the Undying because, I mean, you don't know in that moment if that shard is out or not. That's kind of like your first time seeing Insania in a while.
Sure, yeah.
I don't mind that decision. He still doesn't have it here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, what, have they gotten a little bit of bad luck on the shards? The last one went to Zai, yeah.
They got Zai and Boxy here.
Which, I mean, it's not the worst shard, for sure.
Ooh, look at this aggressive go.
A little bit of poke on a Medusa, but again, Zai able to respond with the arena. Missed the spear, but they got the stun. Nisha gets there in time, hits the Dragon Tail stun, all important. They get the kill on Yatoro once again.
Trying to force a reaction, and you got one. And it's not the one you wanted here, as Yatoro gets caught for a second time this game. It only takes a few Naga deaths to propel you into a favorable late game position here. Team Spirit just too antsy.
And they're also falling behind in experience, which is typical for Naga Siren lineups because she takes a lot of farm away from any heroes being nearby. Still level 17 on the Naga. Yeah, these other heroes are going to suffer not having their 20 talents too.
And you're going to have all these talents on Liquid eventually. That's the nice part here.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of itemizing correctly to win this game. Either dealing with the Naga, dealing with the team, dealing with the single target initiation spells, which looks like it's prompted a couple Lincoln Spheres on the menu for Liquid.
Yeah, I like Zai getting a Linken's, but I think I would love to see him get an Aghanim Scepter, honestly. With this Deso build and having more ways to deal with the illusions.
My rule of thumb is if ATF isn't buying Ags on this hero, then you don't buy it. You know, there's some hero combinations like that.
Yeah, sure, sure.
I think at one point in time I heard if Matumba Man's not playing Lone Druid, then you shouldn't be playing Lone Druid.
Yeah, that's fair.
These are just rules of Dota, man.
He's going to get an AC, as I guess Nisha wants to go a Linken's as well. So if he's not going to go AC, then someone else should.
Definitely needed somewhere here. It's just a matter of who wants it and who's going in. And so far it's been Zai this game, so I do not mind that at all. I guess the other alternative would be like the Refresher Mars, which would also be pretty tempting here, to be honest, versus the Naga. Just more lockdown.
Yeah.
Prevent a song going off on the burst. It'll be Aegis to Mickey and Cheese in Zai's backpack. As you still do not have the grab ally here, but you have more than enough to push down a lane if you're not getting ratted.
Yeah, he actually like really invested in the fact that they were getting off the Tormentor. That's a little spooky. Yatoro, he should try to jump in. Doesn't get the Dragon Tail stun out.
Yeah, he's playing the mind games. Which Naga is which, and if he gets in deep and just finds him clumped with a song, that's your team fight over.
Are they going to try one more 50-50 by going for the enemy Tormentor? Dragon form is going to wear out soon. They're going to go for it. Insania built Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape. He really thought he was going to get that shard. Still doesn't. Nisha gets it instead. All right, Insania finally buys it. All right, enough of this. I lost 3 50-50
also,
coin flips in a row.
Whose smoke is this on the ground? By the shop.
The secret shop?
It's it was Boxy smoke. They just picked it off the ground. It was just laying there.
Oh, maybe he did that thing where it was in his backpack. He wanted to pass it off to somebody to instantly use.
It's been there for a while.
Huh.
Smoking it up. Didn't want the team to know. Either way, they'll eventually reclaim it here, and this Aegis will be most likely wasted again as Liquid unable to just push down a lane and commit with the Naga cutting all the waves here. Aghanims for the Bat Rider, so you got a double lasso coming out. More lockdown, a way to bypass some of these Lincoln Spheres.
More ways to get a big Static Storm combo.
Also true. I just wonder if even if you get these heroes in Static Storm, are they dying?
Yeah, at some point in time, Liquid's just going to be too tanky, right?
That's what it's feeling like. None of these heroes are dealing much damage. It's only Yatoro. That Bloodthorn is kind of going to be his last big damage power spike, right?
Yeah.
So you probably want to start taking the fights around that. Use your lockdown to set it up for the Naga damage and just pump it in to these big core heroes. Still not going to be easy as the armor is being stacked up here for Zai. You have that Bulwark. You have BKB and the Ags on the Dragon Knight. It's just so much EHP to push through right now, and I think Liquid know it. They want to force the issue. Even if they're getting ratted on the other side of the map, they might just commit for the push here.
Boxy getting a really deep ward behind this tier 3. If they stop the initiation of Team Spirit,
I mean, you want to jump.
They get an initiation themselves immediately onto the Beastman's Dragon Tail, but he still managed to get off his jump. Meanwhile, the Static Storm is holding in the Dusa, and they're drained of all the mana, and they're getting the kill maybe onto the Mars. No, the Undying pickup is there just in time. Grab I will bail him out, and he's going to start backing away. All Team Spirit has to do is stall. Yatoro is claiming everything inside of Liquid space right now.
He got so much damage out. He's almost taking a rack. Zai has to come back.
Zai's going to get him inside the arena. Yatoro commits for the melee barracks and gets off the song.
He's out.
He's out, and Nisha, his BKB wore out. He wasn't going to be there in time anyway. They got nothing for that on the side of Liquid.
They didn't even get a tier 3. They didn't get a single hero kill. And they lost a melee racks mid plus 2 tier 3 towers. Yatoro makes the decision, and the decision is, yo team, you got it. I'm gonna do my thing. I can't help but thinking if he was in that fight though, the Mars dies for sure.
Yeah.
The damage looked pretty damn nice here. I was questioning it, but it did not look underwhelming at all, as the Mars and the Medusa were both dying in that Static Storm. Something else is like this mana drain on the Lion. You lock him in this storm and suddenly Mira's just sitting there draining all the mana away from mid-game. He is not going to last long in that situation because you can't BKB it or do anything. Team Spirit get exactly what they want, which is a situation where Liquid have to decide between the push and going back, and it costs them a bit here as they'll find a double damage for Nisha, a very big rune if you can use it, and you still have Aegis for 30 seconds. You just can't get to the base.
They're going to need some boots of travels, man. They can't afford for Yatoro to keep doing this to them. Mickey's already got it queued up, but I feel like the other cores are going to have to consider this as well.
I mean, that is one thing about this game. If you're confident with 6 slots on all your cores here on Liquid that you can just at some point get a throne push going, then you can give up some barracks here, right? Like, the lane pressure's always there because of the Naga anyway. Adding some racks on it, it kind of puts you in the same position. They'll find a lasso, jump onto the save here.
Wow, heavy commitment, man. Static Storm, Primal Roar. Liquid, are they going to go through without this one? Nisha doesn't get his anything off. I mean, they got the blink in.
They got a gem off that too.
They got a gem off that. They're getting more damage onto the buildings of Liquid once again.
This map is just impossible for Liquid to play right now. They're getting outmaneuvered very heavily. This ball lineup cannot find its opening as Yatoro brings them back and back and back again every single time.
Look at the damage problems for Nisha here, trying to kill these illusions. It's so pathetic.
And Yatoro's just running around ninja gear. So even if you get wards down here, you're not guaranteed to see the Naga. Yeah, you really need the bots at some point in this game. That's what's going to change this. Like bots too, being able to create a threat off a single hero. Like if Nisha can stay down here, push a lane out, and you have the threat of bringing the Dusa and the Mars on top of him, suddenly you can start to kick this Naga out of areas or back him up if Spirit bring heroes down there and go on you instead. Because right now you are getting pulled apart. Laurel smoked top. They saw the Firefly. He's getting big. This Ags definitely paid off in that fight where he revealed it.
He's gonna have a Shiva soon too, so that'll make him even tankier when he goes in for that initiation control onto, well, whoever he chooses to go on. But obviously a lot of physical damage is gonna be the response when he BKB blinks in.
Liquid are just moving down, setting up for this Roche control. They saw someone break mines on the gate. So their assumption is that Spirit are down here. The line has been drawn. They are correct in that assumption. In fact, Team Spirit are pretty split.
Oh god, they're gonna go through this gate. They may see this coming here.
This is
Heroes
that was
funnel
actually
through,
an
Boxy.
insane gate.
He's gonna break some of that. Laurel's gonna immediately try and pounce onto this. When they jump onto a Medusa illusion, oh no! Big jump. They do manage to get the lasso, but the rest of the team already backed away because they jumped onto an illusion. Laurel TP out on the BKB and he gets away. Yatoro helps him just a little extra bit required with the song.
That is an incredibly close song. You caught the Mars on the last ring of that AoE. Zaya has BKB with stuns up, right? You don't catch the 2 stunners here in the DK and the Mars, you're getting stunned on Yatoro. That was an incredibly risky song to try and bail out his bat off just a botched initiation with the illusion bait.
Yeah, they got baited pretty hard.
They got baited very hard, as now Liquid, they're gonna push down a lane. This Dragon Knight, he had Arcane Octarine. That ult is straight back up after this one is down. So you're guaranteed Black Dragon for an extended period of time here. Yatoro's gonna start hitting your base. Again, it's gonna put Liquid in a position. How much do you commit here while your own base is being hit?
They're so confident because there's no Static Storm, no song. They feel like they could do this and just force it now, but they are going to lose something significant for it. All they got was a tier 3. Meanwhile, Zai, oh, he doesn't quite catch him inside of the arena. Meanwhile, the initiation, the push out from Team Spirit, whatever they can get, they're happy with here, and it's going to be Boxy.
Once more, Liquid getting pulled and pried apart, and Spirit take advantage of it. The disengages have not been that clean, as they're always capable of finding these jumps with the bat, the glimpse, the lion. You can send the Beast Master Hawks out as well to guarantee it. You really have to synchronize these TPs out. Like, you're either all inning or you're all getting back, or else you're giving up big kills when Roche can be spawning in the next few minutes here.
This is, I mean, this has got to be so stressful for Team Liquid when you know you're up and you feel good about your team fights, but you're also just being outmaneuvered on the map. it puts so much stress on every single one of your moves, every single TP that you use.
Yeah, this is a very stressful game for Liquid to play. Like you said, they have all the team fight in the world, but it doesn't mean anything if you can't use it.
And that just comes down to which team is going to be able to be more clutch in this series. His clutchness is what got them to this position in the first place. He got the initiation on his eye. A beautiful setup with the Bloodthorn, though it is a little bit hard with the Bulwark, but thankfully the Primal Roar will chain the Disable and get him out there. Meanwhile, jump in immediately from Nisha as he spotted the real Naga Siren. They want to get that damage onto him, but they just can't. Gets off another mirror image thanks to the Static Storm, disrupting things incredibly. Nisha is very tanky, though. Very hard for Team Spirit to focus on. He gets off BKB, turns around on Laurel, chaining the stun. No, got off the BKB. Laurel able to fly himself away. Song goes out.
Wants to reset.
Can he? No! He's going to be caught by Zai. Last second of the BKB gets off Arena Spear. Yatoro, his song is going to end, and he's going to be forced into a fight with a buyback coming out from Zai. Can they actually win this fight? Boxy, oh, he gets a forced half away. Meanwhile, Yatoro is dying quick and fast, and nothing Team Spirit can do about it. They're going to lose this Naga Siren. They're going to lose even more as Laurel's going to be chased down as well with the Scotties, the slows. Oh, the slows. There's so much of it. Nisha's going to be able to catch the Disruptor as well. 3 dead. It did cost Zai his buyback. And it did. I mean, the mid lane of Barracks is gone. There's a lot of pressure out in the map right now.
Do you want Roshan or do you want a Rax here?
I think you have to get a Rax, man.
There's a lot of gold on Yatoro. He might just buy back here. 50 seconds. It's a decent time to be missing the Naga on the map. Yeah, I wonder if Liquid just want to... You just want to like poke and threaten the throne to get the buybacks and try and get out. That is a play you can go for as well here. Yeah, you do not have many opportunities to hit base cleanly. And yeah, they will get Yatoro's buyback. That is a huge one in this game.
Do they back out now? A second buyback. Liquid still not backing away. Keep it going. This is an opportunity for Team Spirit. Song up in 5 seconds.
They got the start on the Mars as he was looking for Mira.
They're going for the Megas. Oh! Nisha gets jumped by Nisha. They get a Dragon Tail, but miss out on the spear side. An awkward miss.
Oh, he got 2 cores.
He's caught so many cores. 2 cores inside the Static
This
Storm.
has to be it for Spirit.
Zai doesn't have buyback. Remember, Nisha, he needs to get off his BKB, but there it is. The grab alike bails out Zai, and Nisha was just too damn powerful. The combination from Team Spirit is not enough. Liquid will push through. They will get Megas, and they will get out.
For all the ratting Yatoro did and all the buildup for this Static Storm, there is just too much HP on the side of this dragon as he just sits there while his friend gets put in a tombstone. And you didn't even lose anything on the other side of the map.
No.
That was well worth ignoring Roshan here as Liquid make the absolute right call and just force the issue. And now you have Megas against the Naga, who really was trying to bank on that lane pressure to win this game. It's just not going to exist anymore. And you are cruising to your Boots of Travel. Boots of Travel 2 picked up on Mickey here. Boots of Travel 2 completed on the Mars. Suddenly, this map becomes so much easier to play.
Yeah. This is going to feel very good for Liquid. I mean, great call from whoever made it, like, stick through. You know, keep this going. It doesn't matter. They don't have certain heroes. The Static Storm and Sleep isn't going to be enough to kill. And the 2 heroes that were grouped up were... I mean, these cores are so hard for Team Spirit to do damage into.
This Dragon Knight has 5,500 HP.
Yeah, he's absurd.
Like, what do you even do to this thing? I don't know. He has a shield rune, too, just to push it over the top.
Casual 2,700 HP.
And his ult is perma uptime, by the way. With
yeah,
with the Octarine Spell Prism.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, this is a cool hero.
I mean, you have always said Dragon Knight. This hero's bonkers late game, but we're seeing it.
He is so stupid late game. He didn't even take the Dragon Blood talent. He took AoE stun, maybe to help deal with the illusions.
I think so. The illusions are his biggest problem right now.
This is a crazy efficient build when you get to this point in the game with Strength Blink, the cooldowns, Shard and Ags online. Nisha's a big problem. You need a break, you need more damage, you need more single target burst. I mean, maybe you're playing to drag him into the fountain. That is something you could think about. And really, that type of fight where you get a Static Storm on 2 cores, you need somebody to check the Undying. You cannot let this Tombstone come out and just suck someone out of your Ag Static Storm there. Yeah. It has to be a Hex, it has to be a Lasso. Something needs to go off, or at least dragging heroes into that AoE silence. The fight combination was not there for Team Spirit as Yatoro continues to hide.
I like the fact you highlighted you need a break, and I'm just looking around at Team Spirit. Nobody is scaling for that kind of item.
Who is building break in this game?
Yeah.
They just don't have the hero for it, and you're playing against Mars Dragon Knight. Very rough. This is where you would pay anything to have a Silver Edge. I mean, Yatoro could build one in theory.
Yeah, then he's just, I mean, it's so inefficient. Maybe it's the right idea, but it's just gonna feel bad trading away one of your items for a Silver Edge instead. Mickey, he jumps forward, just pushing back Team Spirit again. The map is slowly but surely being controlled more and more by Team Liquid. They need initiation, but they don't get it. Laurel, he can't get to him. He can't get through that Linken's.
Wait, he used Psychic Headband on Zai. Did he not have the Linken's up?
Yeah, he pushed him away, right? So
yeah, pushed him. Why did it push? Was this Linken's on cooldown? Laurel didn't know it? That's
sure.
insanely unfortunate if that was the case, because otherwise it should have gotten broken. Either way, Liquid just pushing in right now. This Dragon, send the illusions in. You're going to see everything. And Yatoro, it is all on you. You are going to need a clutch song here. Liquid, they're never going to clump, though. I go back to, like, you kind of have to just drag someone in the fountain or something. Go for the super long team fight play.
They try to go for it. Oh, Mickey, doesn't work. The Linken's, just too many to handle. A spear lands on Yatoro. Let's see if Liquid would jump on that. Yeah, Nisha's gonna pop his Dragon Form. Slow down Yatoro, he gets off the song. There's no setup, really. Maybe two heroes on the side here. The Medusa and the Mars. Both gonna be inside it. Who are they gonna focus here? Oh no, with Yatoro stunned up immediately by Nisha, that's gonna cause a lot of problems. As Zai is able to get off his BKB, he gets off the arena, and now they're stuck in a pit of hell, and that is GG. Game 1. Liquid will take it. No shot here for Team Spirit in the late game, especially once that Megas was claimed.
Man, Zai, this guy's just absolutely cold-blooded. He just has no reaction to his games. He comes here, he does a job, he cleans you up, takes you out back, and then he goes to the next one. And apparently, nobody can stop Team Liquid at this tournament, as that game, we saw glimmers of hope for Team Spirit, the way they wanted to play this map, the way they wanted to find the pickoffs, play the fights, get the displacement, and that ag static storm going. They got to it all. They even recovered after a lane phase that could have just snowballed into an even faster game.
Yep.
All of that looked great for them, and the end result was you still just got outscaled. I posed the question around 30 minutes in that game. All of what you're doing here with the racks, the split push, the stall, the ratting, the picking off heroes when Liquid have to choose between pushing you or defending their base, it has to lead to something.
Right.
What is it leading towards in this game? At a certain point, it just felt like there were no items left to buy. That changed the impact in the 5-on-5. That's Dragon Knight and Mars just sat there with the Medusa, who somehow wasn't even the tankiest hero they had to deal with.
Yep.
You weren't bursting through any of these three cores. So if you're Team Spirit going to this next game, you have to reevaluate what you're actually playing for as this game goes into the later stages and what that looks like.
Well, we'll see what that looks like. Game 2's draft is going to be coming in soon, but first, a breakdown of Game 1 with our panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That is Game 1 in favor of Team Liquid right now. And yet again, we see them playing a very solid early game. Team Spirit, although they had some tools to try and scale into the late game, unfortunately, BSJ, as they mentioned, these heroes on the side of Liquid, way too tanky.
Yeah, the DK, it just doubles down on the plan of like why Medusa is a good matchup against Naga. They picked Naga because of the map and overall lane matchup against the Mars, but Medusa eventually just stands still, and Naga has issues if her illusions aren't able to actually hit targets in any meaningful way, and Medusa makes that very difficult, and then suddenly this Dragonite, at some point, he's just hit this critical mass where he's just standing there, they throw all their spells on him, and he's like half HP.
We're going to see changes in meta as this tournament progresses. We already seen it because more teams are starting to prioritize these heavy late-game heroes in the first phase. Medusa plus Undying, like this has to be countered. Also, picking up another hero like Dragonite that scales, Mars as well. Like, we've seen teams that have more late-game security, that they're just gonna win. Like, when I look at the lineup from Team Spirit, like Beastmaster, he hits the critical mass, you know, with like 3-4 items, doesn't scale as much compared to some other offlaners. Same goes for Batrider, but on the other side, like this Dragonite, Manta style, slow push, we've seen it so many times, especially when Talon plays it, how they protect their Medusa. with some Lincoln Spheres, Lotus Orbs, they know where the threat is coming from, and then you can slowly siege, put some more pressure on those tier 3 towers, and it makes the game a lot easier.
Yeah, when they win the laning stage that much, it really just makes a big difference in terms of your ability to get ganked. You get ahead, then your opponents can't get kills to catch back up. It makes a big difference.
I mean, as an early laning phase enjoyer yourself, Purge, tell me, is there any solution to this Undying at this tournament so far?
Banning, always so good.
That's really strong.
Like a lot of teams do, they grab it and they try to beat it. They say, okay, you can have it. Let's let you play, and then it just like wins the lane by so much. You get kills against Dooms at level 1. It just does too much, I feel like.
Well, we see yet again the side of Team Liquid able to get themselves a strong lead and turn that into a good victory at the end of the day. So that gives them a Game 1 advantage, but this is Team Spirit BSJ, a squad that is used to losing Game 1 and then coming back and winning the entirety of the series, and also a squad that's very capable of adjusting their drafts going into the second game.
I will always believe in them if Yataro's hero outscales Mike's. And I think that is the key to Game 2, because they made that game last way longer than I even think they should have, to be honest. So kudos to them for that, but put yourself in a spot where, like the casters were mentioning, like eventually it's got to lead to something.
Got to lead to something eventually, and of course this Game 1 going the way of Team Liquid does mean that they're the ones that have the SCC play in their favor. So as we about to take a look at this, talk to me about this particular fight, Lacoste. You were very impressed by the movement of Team Liquid here.
Pretty much. It's Dragonite. They also overlapped like one stun here on Mars. It was like instant Lion into Roar, which I feel like they can't allow to do that. And look at the positioning here from Nisha. Like, he's just flying over Medusa, completely uncontested. This is the power of two really good scaling cores and all these illusions. Even though like Lion's supposed to be good against all of these illusions, like he can't do all of that, especially once this Dragonite gets the Manta style, Octarine core, Aghanim Scepter. You're gonna move at 100 move speed, and so far I've seen Zai being very patient with Mars. He doesn't necessarily need to go in because they have grab ally save, they have techies who can also get in, jump in, and you see this like finger on techies, doesn't even deal damage, and after that it's just the cleanup from Team Liquid. They're gonna run them down, multiple blink daggers, and you're gonna suffer. Like, look at this range. Dragonite with the stun. It just becomes way too difficult to deal with all these problems that Team Liquid thrown at you.
They just didn't have enough damage. You know, he's caught under the static storm. It doesn't help that the Naga Illusions have to walk down the cliff, but even without the Naga Siren, Batrider is not doing that much damage as a core. I mean, I don't know if there's any viability for like the right-click builds that Mikey was doing during Dream League Season 19, but like outside of that, I just feel like Bats in the late game as a core position, they don't offer that much more than a Bat support does. It's like BKB lasso a guy, and then you're like not doing what a Dragonite is.
Yeah, it was overall 24 pick. Batrider didn't really feel the impact of the hero. Like we suggested some other heroes. I mentioned Monkey King. I feel like just laning stage wise, it would have been better. And also someone who can team fight. I think you need to double down on team fight when it comes down to these like matches where it really matters, and it matters a lot at this.
$800,000 is how much this matchup matters here. And BSJ, you were speaking about how this draft felt very similar to what BB Team were doing throughout the course of this tournament. At this tournament, only 3 teams had managed to win with techies. Before even this game, Liquid was one of them. Box had only played like 2 games on it. But yet again, we see them that like, well, actually this guy can pretty much play anything and played at an extremely high level. Are we going to see more of the techies in the tournament?
Maybe. I think what with the way Liquid saw is they literally copied BB Team's homework, and they think maybe that they should have won Game 3 against Team Spirit with the lineup they had with the techies and the Undying coming out of the laning phase. And then what we saw, and Lacoste was mentioning off the panel, was all these boots of travel. Like, this was their response to, hey, you're just going to split push us to death. We're going to have, like, Mikke, instead of mobilizing or building for mobility in fights, just built bots too, and like the middle of fights would blink on or TP onto his DK or his Mars who's gone in. They're always ready for the split push. You see them at least chasing Yatoro off of their side of the map, even if they don't find him. So I think they just said, you know, BB Team maybe didn't clean up the game the way they needed to against Team Spirit. We're going to pick the exact same or similar strategy, and we're going to know how to close it off.
Speaking of similar strategy, gentlemen, we did see that 9 of Law's heroes, pretty much everything he played has been banned out, or just Puck left at the end. Not necessarily the best matchup into the DK. Going into this game, your approach, do we want more priority on Law's hero? Maybe, as BSG has been saying, leave your Toro's hero for the very end of the draft. Prioritize giving Law as good a matchup as humanly possible.
I mean, this game, it seemed clear that that was a mistake. I don't think he played the bat particularly weak or anything, but I mean, when you have like an 8th hero pool and they're all gone, it was both teams doing this really. Both teams were banning mids consistently, like here or there, a couple mid bans. So it just kind of ended up where he had nothing left, and that's unfortunate. Maybe they could ban less mid heroes, and therefore there's more in the pool, or maybe they pick it earlier priority. But yeah, it definitely felt like picking out the Batrider for the mid, that's something that no other team is really doing right now, was a mistake.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a switch in the draft because a lot of the time so far at Riyadh Masters, they did first phase Lars hero because, you know, they feel confident in doing so. Maybe also feeling a bit of a pressure when it comes down to last picking his hero and also protecting his pick with the silencer multiple times. So you know that Miposhka is going to be playing that position 5 silencer, Lar with something elusive in the front lines like these Ember Spirit Storm who go in and then have some kind of a backup from that Miposhka's global silence.
Well, we're going to be seeing what adjustments are made by the side of Team Spirit heading into Game 2. Whilst we're still getting into a little bit of a break here, we are going to be heading over to the arena. Let's find out how the audience is feeling, and that means we have Jenkins on the mic with some people in the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with a new segment called Fans Fight to the Death. You are a fan, and you're a fan. Who are you a fan of?
Team Liquid. For sure, Spirit.
Okay, we got
my voice.
It's okay, but that happens all the time to me, buddy. All right, so you two. I'm just kidding. But what we are gonna do, all right, is I want to ask you what happened in that game.
Actually, I see that there was outdrafted from the Team Spirit about the mid Lara, which is Batrider. Yeah, it was really outdrafted.
Okay, now what do you think happened in that game? Guy who is a fan of the team who won?
I saw Team Spirit draft Batrider, who coincidentally has spells that consist of fire, and the only team that is capable of consistently defeating that strategy is Team Liquid, who can wash away all the flames and absolutely destroy them.
Okay, now I'm actually gonna have you guys fight. I'm gonna have you do a battle cry for Team Spirit. Actually, you'll go second because they needed the most. You'll go first for Team Liquid. You want them to win Game 2. What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say Zai is gonna come out clutch. We're gonna extinguish the flames once more. Let's go, Liquid! Let's go!
All right, now your turn. Can you compete with that? Let's go.
I believe in Team Spirit for sure. And please, if you can hear that collapse, Magnus for one fight. I believe in you, you Toro!
Spoken truly from the heart, ladies and gentlemen. This man is a real fan of Team Spirit. We're all fans of good Dota here, though, so hopefully we get a Game 2. That's obviously going to happen, but definitely let's get a Game 3, guys. Back to the panel.
Game 2.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. And of course, Team Spirit and Team Liquid have some fans in the audience. The Spirit fan, I think he was cheering a little bit too much because his voice was a little bit finished there. But what can you do when you have Dota of this caliber being played out? Going into this next game, you know, they were mentioning extinguishing the flames. Batrider brought the flames first. Definitely not the hero we want to see, at least not in the mid lane. You were mentioning why the hero doesn't get played in mid, and we saw a very good example of that in Game 1.
Yeah, the better fire was definitely the Dragon Knight that game, without a doubt. And he brings fire and acid and some cold. He does everything.
All the elements.
He's got magic resistance. He's just flying around all the time with his giant wings. BKB's low cooldown. Yeah, Dragon Knight was just a lot better there. And it fit the game, and it was their last pick, and it always feels rough to those teams that are one of their last pick, and they have to pick some mid that's like really mediocre. You have such an upper hand if you have some like specialty hero that's not so meta but does fit into the draft. If you get those good ideas, completely changes your game outcome like we saw.
Well, BSJ, why don't we actually see more of this DK, given that whenever we do see it, it tends to look very, very good in the game that's played.
I feel like it suffers against the Spirits because they set up a lot of kills on it early, and then it also suffers against Windranger. So I think it's a problem with all the other mids that are like, he's probably a B tier mid that if his bad matchups are removed, which Perja mentioned, both teams are banning mids throughout the entire course of the draft, then he actually, in my opinion, is a bit of a cheese hero because like you can either shut down this hero's timings in the mid game, or he's just got 2,000 HP, 25 armor, and you just can't kill this guy.
So, Lucas, one thing we did not see in Game 1 was this cheese offlane, like summons type hero coming in from Zai, which we know he can play, his Lycans, his Broodmothers. It's a bit of a problem for Team Spirit going into Game 2, knowing that those heroes weren't picked or banned whatsoever, but you still have to worry about them for the next game.
Yeah, I believe Broodmother was not contested at all in the previous one, which is a bit of a surprising. And considering what Zai did when they played against Talon, like that, I mean, sometimes you forgot about the hero. You just forget about the hero. You're like focusing on something different, and it might be like, oh man, we should have banned this hero. I mean, Zai, he has, you know, he's very difficult to shut down. Like if we go back to like some TPC or 3 when he's playing Vibrant from the offlane. He's like 0, 6, and 0 on the hero, absolutely doing nothing. You know, you can feel the other team, they're feeling themselves, they're dipping Zai, and suddenly 2 Winter's Curses, and he turns the whole fight around, turns the whole game around.
It was different this time, though, because he was 6-0 and 0.
Yeah.
He did so good. Way ahead.
The thing about him is he can play well from behind, but he can, like, when he's snowballing, like, he's not gonna let it go.
I mean, one of the best parts about how he plays as Mars here, Kevin, is the fact that he doesn't fall prey to Mars syndrome. How many Mars games have you seen? The end of the game, he has Blink, BKB, that's it, nothing else. No progression thereafter. But with Zai, he always somehow accrues items, even on heroes that don't necessarily scale that well.
Yeah, sometimes you even like play Mars and you go the wrong item build and you kind of trap yourself. You're like, I'm having an amazing game. I'm going to get Deso. And you buy Deso and you lose a bunch of fights. He was like, he bought Phase, Double Bracer, BKB. And he runs around fighting more, and then he's like, okay, now I'm gonna go standard with Blink, and then he's like, okay, still owning, now I'll get the Deso. So he just did the perfect consistent thing. He does play well from behind, like Lacoste said, but when he's ahead, he's still a monster on the hero, and he became the third unkillable, super high value core that Team Liquid had, and that's why they just kept avoiding fights and biding their time until they're unkillable.
Undying we've already mentioned, but first pick I think has been increasing in priority as we go deeper into this tournament here at BSJ. So if possible, should Team Spirit angle towards getting first pick if they have the priority in Game 2?
Yeah, I definitely feel like Liquid seems more comfortable on first pick because that's also enabling them to do the IO, so they probably have more options on first pick. But then at the same time, it's like they don't really play Undying on Team Spirit, so if Undying is the concern, then I don't think first or second pick would change that.
Yeah, it's always so interesting when you get to this stage where teams just have different openings, or one team has like a lack of hero variety. I feel like that's what hurt BB Team in their series big time. This one's a little different, I feel like, because Team Spirit has been winning and they've been opening kind of weird heroes, but maybe it is finally the case where Team Spirit is going to be behind because of their lack of meta adaptation.
It's a weird hero not to play. Like, we've seen Miposhka play it in the past, so it must have been something they tried and didn't really work well for them, maybe with Yatro's hero pool or something like that.
But it's even weirder, Lacoste, because that's an Eastern European special. Like, if I think Undying Disruptor, that's what I imagine 5 positions from Eastern Europe playing.
Yeah, this has always been their bread and butter, pretty much. This is how they play, especially Disruptor. Even though, like, they pulled off some big combos, they really lack damage, but I don't know. I mean, pretty sure that Miposhka can play Undying. He showed it in the past. It's just that they didn't pick it this tournament, and they might need to reevaluate this one.
And there's also Brood. They've only played a 1 game on Yatoro, so no Brood for the offlane. They don't play IO. That's like 3 of the top 5 meta heroes
that Liquid's abusing.
That Liquid's abusing, that they're just not touching. That's a big distractor.
There is one thing that we have seen Team Spirit do very good on in the past, though. Whenever they have good teamfight heroes, we heard one of the fans mentioning he wants to see Magnus. Hero not looking so good right now, but a hero that is looking amazing at this tournament has been Darkseer. We have seen this hero being deployed very well, and we've seen wins BSJ happening when teams open with Lion and Darkseer. Obviously, they're already playing Lion. Why not Darkseer instead of Beastmaster?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Was it a first round ban? Oh, well, that's the answer to your question. I guess Liquid, like, they were like, this Undying hero shuts down all the offlaners except for Darkseer. So maybe that was why they prioritized it first, because Liquid wasn't previously prioritizing Undying that highly either. And then we were talking about in the first draft, why? You know, why did they think that? And it might simply be that all of Collapse's heroes except for Darkseer suffer against it.
And I guess if you're playing Darkseer, it also makes it much easier to counter the Medusa in the game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Stops the Medusa, which has been like the hero of the lower bracket so far, just winning series after series. And it's the hero that they had in common that both of them would have been content playing. So ban the heroes that you both play. That just leaves the heroes that only you play, and now you're like, okay, good luck banning them all. You can't still pick them.
This wouldn't surprise me if that's actually what like Liquid's doing precisely, because they like change their openers and their priorities of what heroes they like to play based on the team they're playing against, and I think that's actually been their greatest strength throughout the entire course of the year.
Yeah, I still want to go back to Mira's interview like 2-3 days ago when he talked about Collapse's hero pool, that like he expanded his hero pool, they can finally play these imbalanced heroes from the offlane. I'm not seeing those heroes. Like Timbersaw, maybe he played like 1 game of Sanking, which is not imbalanced by any means, and maybe Darkseer, but that's about it. You know, it's still Mars, it's still some Axe, some Tidehunter. So yet to see something like really fancy coming out from Collapse in this particular matchup.
Well, when games have been looking good for Team Spirit over the course of not just this tournament, but in the course of their history as a squad, it has been when Collapse is at his best. We're going to be finding out if he's going to be at his best for Game 2. Before that, though, It's Dota 2, so that means we have a coordinator update right in between the games. What can you do? Whilst we're waiting for the game to be fully updated, we are going to be going to a short break. And when we return, the second game of our upper bracket final, a slot in the grand final up for grabs, $800,000 to be played for. So let's see if Team Spirit can bring it back against Team Liquid in Game 2.
I don't think there's any players I got inspired. I mean, the biggest one I would say is my own brother, my big brother Link. First time, I played offlane and he was playing carry. This was probably the beginning of ever playing like with pro players. And then later on, when I played carry, he played some support actually, where we also played in team together. So we also laned together. It's never really gonna be the exact same bond that you can create with a teammate, like as like for example a brother, like a family member. But I also played with the guy called Rice, and we also lived together, like we were roommates, and that was also a very close bond. Like, and the closer the bond you have, the more you can like start discussing things. Like, but also like for example with Tova now, we're also very close. But it's never gonna be exactly the same. But it's probably better because there's always gonna be more like boundaries and stuff.
I think one of the players who inspired me before my career, it's Papi, I guess. It was like the first tournament when I saw him. It was like online leagues in 2020 when COVID, all of the stuff. And I saw how Team Secret winning tournament after tournament after tournament, and every final 3-0, best of 5, and it was like, wow, amazing. These guys is really good at Dota.
I think the most obvious one that's inspired me to play Dota is Puppy at this event. Obviously, I started playing Dota because I watched Navi hold the trophy at TI1, and I was really impressed that it was such a big tournament, such a prestigious event, and it made me want to play Dota. And then that's when I made this transition of Heroes of New York to Dota 2. Right after the first international, when there were still closed beta invites out, I was fortunate enough to get my hands on one, and then I started playing ever since. I do remember the first time I played against Puppy. It was in a tournament called Raid Call, Dota 2 tournament back in the day. It was a small online tournament. I think it was like 50K on the line, and we were playing against Navi, which was still like the top dog at the time, and we managed to beat them. I think it was 2-0 pretty convincingly. And this was back in the day when I think we were known as pot and bottom at the time. Yeah, it was a very memorable moment for me because it ended up going our way and we were definitely over the moon.
The problem with the English language is that there aren't enough words to describe how unfunny and annoying Jenkins is. Pretty funny, but kind of a little offensive.
I think there are better analysts than Effie. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big Cinderin fan personally.
We are so lucky that Face Beyond has such great English, so we can hear the insight of such an incredible player. Well, thank you, but I'm still learning, but thank you.
It's so impressive that Effie can do what she does on panel, while also taking care of her sister Jenkins too. Yeah.
The only redeeming quality about Jenkins is that sometimes he knows when to stop talking when he's on a panel with people smarter than him. Thankfully, that's all the time. Are everybody else's this bad? Come on.
The problem with Face Beyond as a talent is that we don't get to see him play. I appreciate it, but I'm enjoying my life right now. Sorry about that.
Remember the time that Jenkins was on a team that performed well? No, me neither. He's always been absolute dog shit. Okay? Okay.
Effie, starting as talent, has single-handedly saved the Dota scene. My goodness. You're way too nice. Thank you.
There are better players than Face Beyond. He's only won 1 TI. Sorry about that.
My daughter and I started watching Dota together, and you being on the panel helped inspire her to start playing herself. That makes me so happy to read. I wish her the best of luck in her games, and hopefully she'll be 7K or more soon. These aren't really mean at all. Are everyone's these nice?
Every panel that Jenkins appears on makes me sick. Oh, this one actually has a link to a twit longer. The thought of him causes me to literally vomit. I'm on my 5th keyboard this month. I will be suing this man, if you can call him that. This has 40 more pages. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this.
Happy chat talk time. I'm Slacks here with our fantastic, just out of their gaming gladiators. Of course, we got Quinn, CY, and Celery. So good to see you here. You told me your real name and I couldn't pronounce it. Can you hit me up with that again?
Oh yeah, Aske Larsen.
That's great. Well,
but you gotta pronounce it. You gotta pronounce it.
Yeah,
now.
try it, Slacks. Try it. Say it one more time.
Okay, both names, all right?
Okay.
Aske Larsen.
Larsen.
Yeah.
Aske Larsen.
Easy.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, good for you. Beautiful name.
Are you Danish?
No, I'm not Danish. I don't even
What
know
are
where
you?
Dane is.
All Americans are something, right?
There's something, yeah.
Yeah, what are you?
What am I?
Yeah.
American.
No. Where are you really from?
Where are you really from? What are you, Sunset? Just kidding. No, I think my heritage is I have North American in me, like indigenous, and then I have some Euro thing. It was Ellis Island name. My original name, they rewrote it, and I believe it meant like donkey herder or something. And then I got my last name on the island. So there you have it.
Dang.
Yeah. So Dane, huh? What's that like? The Danelands.
Yeah. What do you think it's like?
I don't even know where it is.
Yeah.
I think Sheever's from there.
He's not.
Okay.
That's the Netherlands.
Oh, the Natty Nethers.
It's almost
that's
the
right.
same though. Actually, these countries are the same.
So tell me about the Danelands.
The Danelands is quite rainy, quite whatever.
They have Mads Mikkelsen?
They have Mads Mikkelsen, good
Cool.
actor. Yeah, it's always the villain.
He's the GOAT.
The GOAT?
He's the GOAT. I love Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah, me too. As do all Danes. It's
of
our
course.
pride. Whenever there's some Danish pride, you know, all Danes, they go ham.
Oh,
Mads Mikkelsen mentioned.
Yeah, because we're like, what, 5 people in the country? So,
Yeah, roughly, give or take.
yeah. It's not like you Americans, like you're like a billion people.
Yeah,
Or more like
there's a
300
lot.
million, I guess.
There are many
Yeah.
of us.
Too many.
We don't know what to do with
We are
ourselves.
legion.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Everyone is
not in
American.
Dota, though.
What?
Not in Dota.
Oh,
You're
no,
like
there's not many.
2.
I'm the only one left.
Okay, come on.
In the tournament, I am.
Oh, really? Oh, you just knocked out the other two. Oh my gosh, that was the most NA series
I mean,
ever.
Blitz is American too, but in terms of players.
Ah, I see.
Blitz doesn't count. Let's be real. It doesn't count.
All right, that does not count. Yeah, that's true. All right, well, let's get the old elephant out of the room here. How you feeling after that last series? Quinn, you seem absolutely exhausted. Look at you. You're like a bean of some sort. What's going on over there?
Yes, I am bean mode, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. We went through the whole roller coaster of winning and losing in that series because there was like a solid 10-minute period where you're just getting heads dunked in. And you feel like you're gonna lose, and you get the feeling in like your throat and the pit of your stomach, and you're like, you know, I had like one thought for a second there when I die-backed right before we turned the game around.
Yep.
Where I was like, well, I think I'm gonna fly home early. I don't want to I'm not, you know.
Oh no.
And then we're still in the tournament somehow. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been up and down. Like I was backstage, watching the game with the 2 hosts who was with me, and they when Quinn diebacked, they were also like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I guess you can't win them every time, and like it's okay. You know, there will be like TR, there'll be more tournaments. It's fine." Like I was like, and they're like, "Who will do exit interview?" I was like, "I think I'll do it." And then I started mentally prepare. Like, what should I even say? Like, how do I be like as composed as possible? And then suddenly we win that fight. While I'm like hugging Tsunami or something, and I'm like, wait a minute. This game is maybe not over, I guess. And well, 10 minutes later, I guess it was over, but in a good way.
Damn. You don't have any experience in that, huh? Like
No,
loser
honestly,
interviews or
it was a
any of
very unique feeling for me.
that? Wow.
Yeah, like just thinking about all that.
What an asshole. He just comes in. Well, what was going through your head? Because you still haven't dealt with that losing series. You lost one series, but you haven't been kicked out yet.
Yeah.
What was going through your head as a first timer thinking about your exit?
I actually realized that like tomorrow there will not be more Dota. Like for a second I was like, wait, we're not gonna go home. We're not gonna go prepare. We're not gonna play another series the next day. You know, like that was really strange. I was like, what am I gonna do? I don't know.
Dark, man.
Yeah.
It's really dark.
It was a short period.
Dark.
Dota is a dark.
Dota is very dark.
It's really dark.
Yeah.
Celery, were you the same? Do you think it was over when you saw
I thought
everyone?
it was nothing game. I thought like, well, as soon as you're gonna lose, I guess it's okay. And then I could like, after having accepted that we probably lost, I could play again.
You coped it up or what?
I don't know. No cope. I thought we lost, and now I can play. Like it's okay.
That's
Sometimes you
maybe.
lose. And my sound was also not working. Like a quarter of the time, it kept going up. So I thought, well, I guess it's not even my fault. I don't even hear anything. What can I do?
There's the cope.
That's the cope. I was
That's
like, what
the
can you
cope.
do?
It was
Like,
the sound issues, but as
rough
soon as
Sound issues.
Man, it would have been so easy if not
if
the sound
only,
issues.
I also thought if only I was playing the Spirit Breaker. Or why are
I
we
heard
playing
the
against,
death music.
Why are we playing against Brute? Did we mess up in the draft? Why do they have Brute?
I had that thought too. I was like, wait, did we just trade Pango for Brute? Is that really good? I was like,
Yeah, I kept on
maybe it's
thinking
not
about
good.
this stuff, but then I mean, there's not a lot for me to do. I'm just chilling there. I'm like pinging 4,000 gold to Aghanim, so it's like.
Yeah, at one point
So
you pinged
tired.
4,000 gold to Aghanim. It's really cool if I can farm this. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm farming that, fam.
Oh, yeah,
That's too much gold. That's like my whole network.
we just got unlucky. If I had Philosopher's Stone, we won. But I don't have it.
truth ball.
Unlucky.
Unlucky, bro.
So,
What can you do?
all right, a lot of people have been like critical. Well, I won't say people, but a lot of folks out there have been critical of Duraccio, thinking like, oh my God, they flame the carry or something. What a performance on this one, though, huh? The haters have been quite silenced. That was like his game. Although I think a lot of that was them just hating you guys in particular. A lot of them was just diving, trying to murder you guys and ignoring. So how's it feel to, be so hated, have such a target on your back? People will literally throw games to just, kind of go for you in the fountain.
It's pretty funny. Like, I don't know. I feel like, first, I don't know how many fans we had when me and Quinn came to the team, but I felt like after the first major, I feel like we got more fans. But then like every time we would win something, I feel like we got less fans.
What?
I don't know. It was so strange. Like every time I like ever open Reddit or whatever, it's like, oh, I guess this is more people wanting us to lose. Like that's just how it felt. So I just felt like it's kind of funny. Like
if you open the congratulation thread for the first major win, it's like, oh wow, super awesome, really cool. Yeah. It's crazy to see NA win a major, whatever. And then like the second one, it's like, it was getting kind of old. The third one, it's like, I hate all their souls and their children and their families. Hope they all die. Yeah. And then like the Dream League is, I hope they die. And then in this tournament, every time they lose, the whole chat is like salivating. Like they just see big, fat, juicy steak, and it's just dripping and they're oiling it up, and then it gets taken off the table. And
they were so close to have that bite. They were so close to have that bite.
Yeah, they were about to chow down.
And that feels even better.
But they also don't like Tundra though. They always say Tundra boring drafts.
Oh, that's true.
You play quicker.
So they'll still chow a little bit, but not quite as much,
You should go back and see the chat on that series. It was something to behold. People were extremely excited that the Kings were dethroned. But do you feel any pressure additional on this? Because you guys, you were kind of like the underdogs when you started this whole thing, and now you are very clearly, people are doing interviews here saying all they want to do is destroy you. Like they do not care about anything else. How does this feel to be you? Is there any pressure? You just not care?
I think now it feels chill again.
Oh yeah?
Are we favorites anymore now?
We're definitely not favorites anymore.
I think some potatoes. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Just let us do our thing. Let us hang out a bit. Like that's fine.
I mean, to be honest, somebody used their one time on that series. That was some 1 in a million miracle. I actually can't believe we won. That game was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like someone used their one time. So really, we're not even in the tournament still. We're like a ghost, an apparition. Like just seeing, we're living out some alternate timeline. So I'm not favorites anymore. I'm just a ghost.
Just ghosting around.
I'm
like
just
that's
ghost
fine.
man. I'm gonna go and ghost click, and I don't know. Maybe I'll ghost win. We'll see.
Damn. If there was anyone on your team who went in the future and got the monkey paw and went back in time and fixed that game, who do you think it was? Who went back in time to get you back in it?
Is it time
travel?
Yeah, it could be Tofu.
Yeah. He messed up a lot in game 2. He had to make up for that. Let's be real.
So I think he did it? All right.
I think so.
I just feel like it's something he would do though.
Yeah, I feel like he's rummaging around and he just finds some treasure.
Yeah, it's like, oh, what is this? I guess I'll
he's like metal detecting on the beach or something, And he's like, what is it?
Yeah, he always scoops around, so.
So I've been asking every team, and they've all pretty much given me the same answer, but I am curious if you guys have gotten to do anything besides Dota since the start of the DPC. I've been hearing a lot of pro players just say like, yeah, it's just been grind. Do you guys have any memories of anything besides Dota, or has it just been the hyper grind for you?
No.
Damn.
I actually don't think I've done anything else.
Me neither.
Like genuinely.
Yeah.
I'm going on vacation after this, but yeah,
Enjoy.
I genuinely don't think I've done anything since DBC started. I've only played this stupid game.
Whoa, come on, man. I mean, you're still like rank 1 or something, right?
I'm like 8th right now, but.
Oh, okay. But you're to blame. I mean, you have off time, right? You don't have to go in pubs.
Does not have off time.
I kind of do.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When you're a core player or mid player especially, like if you're not low rank, it's kind of, or if you're not like top 5 or more, it's kind of unacceptable.
Wow.
Like if you're not top 5, then you're doing something wrong. Like you need to like work harder or be better.
That's cool. I'll never be there.
That's good. It's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
It's fine if I'm just trash or what? What is this?
You're not a mid player, bro.
That's true.
I added a caveat to make others not feel bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind.
That's very nice of you,
You're
sir.
so kind.
Thank you.
Do you care about your rank at all, Sully?
I did for a long time. When I was rank 2 and I didn't get to rank 1, that felt pretty bad. But no one wanted to play with me when I was rank 2.
Do you know how far you were from rank 1 in like MMR?
Yeah, like 4 games.
4 games?
Yeah, but then I think I lost like so many games that I would have to win like 50 in a row to get rank 1.
Oh.
So I thought maybe it's not gonna happen.
Gracious.
But no one wanted to play with me anyways when I was rank 2, so.
Why didn't they want to play with you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Same with Ace and Tobu, but no one wanted to play with me.
Oh, I'm
they didn't
so
want to
sorry.
play with me, they didn't want to play with Ace and Tobu, so then we just went together, right? We need to
Do you think they think
fuck these
differently
people
now?
up now. No, probably not.
Probably not.
Still don't like me.
Oh, I like it, bro. It's fine.
So we don't get you on camera very often. Can you tell us your whole tale? How'd you get into Dota? Where did all this start for you? How did you get to be a coach? Give us a whole
How did
rundown.
I?
I want the entire thing.
Do you know the story?
Is it like Santa Claus?
Well, basically, How the hell did I get in here?
He's just making something up right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna make something up now.
Oh,
no,
don't do that.
I knew Ace since like 2018-19, I think.
Yeah.
So for quite some years, and we started playing Dota together through some friends, Danish friends. The Danish people again.
The Danish people.
Yeah.
All 6 of them.
All 6 of us was playing Dota together, and then Ace and I also started like dual queuing and stuff, and then he started playing with Tofu in a team, and I also got to know Tofu through that, and we all would like dual queue in between and like triple queue even sometimes when it was possible, and so we played so many games together. I think I learned like a lot about Dota from those guys, and eventually I also like, I don't know, we were always kind of on the same page on Dota, and when they were looking for a new coach, I actually wrote Ace because they had some candidates they were already interviewing. And I wrote him like a long message. I said like, yo, I know I'm your friend, so you're biased. It's like, it's not really fair, but I think you should still consider like, I think it can be valuable in certain points, blah, blah, blah. And then he was like, yeah, that's cool, bro. Maybe you should talk to like the team because I'm of course a bit biased and stuff. And then he kind of like pushed it on. I think he said like, yo guys, I know we're interviewing all these guys, but like I actually have one more. And then we had like a 5-hour interview or something.
5 hours?
It was really long.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Dota.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Just
And
like
then-
how you think and all that?
Yeah, like just all the small things. Also, we were like side railed like all the time about other things. Like, and it was a good talk though. It lasted pretty long. But then, yeah, luckily enough, they agreed to go with me, and well, hope they're not regretting.
How could they? You have the record. I mean, they can't regret it. So, I mean, it's just such a weird thing because that I would expect something completely different. Like, yes, I've been rank 1 for years under my Smurf account.
You also quit your job for it. That's pretty crazy.
I did, yeah.
You quit your job for it?
Yeah.
Good choice.
Thank
You're
you.
very good at it. What was your job, if you don't mind sharing?
Nah, it's fine. Like, I was just like working some management, like managing some team stuff. It's not really interesting.
What team? Like.
No, let's not go into it.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
All right, I won't touch it. Gee whiz. Okay, yeah, we won't say anything about that. But that's really awesome. So, like, what's the highest you ever achieved in Dota, like MMR-wise?
It does not count these days, but like it was probably like I was top 10 like when it was like 6K was like 6,100 was like rank 1.
Right.
Yeah, I had like 5,980, I think.
Damn.
That was like
I think you were higher more than me at the time.
maybe at the time.
For sure.
It's also like 10 years ago.
No, that was not 10 years ago. When MMR first came out, that was like TF5.
Really?
That's when Legion
It was
Commanders
like
dropped.
8 years
I
ago.
remember I wanted to get that 6K because that was like almost rank 1, I remember. That was really, it was a battle because you would get like 5 MMR and you would lose 45 because it was that kind of, and you would be like, you would have like Ancients on your team and you would either play against one guy with also Ancients or you would have like, or it would be like 5 Divines, which was like worse, I think.
It
was an interesting time.
Those were wild.
But other than that, I've been like, now my MMR is kind of trash, so let's not talk about that. But some few years ago when I started playing with Ace and Tofu a lot, like it was like always hovering around like rank 3 to 700, like something like that.
Yeah. Wow.
That reminds me of when I told Anton, like Anton asked what
Oh, yeah,
rank,
that was
what
so
rank are
funny.
you? What rank is he? I said 2000. And Anton thought, shit, that's really low. But as long as he's good, but he thought like 2000 MMR.
Yeah.
And then like 2000 on the leaderboard. So he thought, no way, 2000 rank.
Yeah, but then he was like, maybe it's fine. Maybe he has
I
some
guess
cool ideas.
I trust him, you know. He said like, I trust
That's
you.
not
man.
so much trust Anton has or how little he cares. I'm not sure which one. But
Our new coach is bringing in some 2K ideas.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, well, interesting. Did you guys ever have people that are, absolute dog, like try to teach you or tell you things? And how do you react to that? Like, you guys ever in pubs or have fans come up and they're like, hey, I just have this cool new strategy, you should check it out. Is that like a wink and a nod, or do you guys think there's...
Sometimes they do it at the signing session. Like
Yeah?
someone will say like, I think you guys should play Enigma or like, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's always kind of like, you don't really have time to discuss anything anyways. So it's kind of just like, you should play it. It's like, all right.
Yeah, it always feels more like a bit than anything else.
Yeah. Like, I'm not sure if this is.
Yeah, it's like, you know what's really good? Hey, man. And
What do? You just, okay, neat. Have you ever taken any advice from anyone else, or is everything really internally for your team? Do you guys just cook together? Do you ever steal anything?
We steal or like we look at what other people play,
Oh, okay.
and but we consider it for ourselves. Like we cook in our team, we cook for sure. But
we also steal recipes though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
Then maybe modify, add a little salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little pepper.
A little pepper.
little oregano, you know, spice it up.
Yeah, you gotta spice it up. If those are spices, I don't know.
Yeah.
Not the
Oregano is a spice.
Oh yeah, that's
Salt,
true.
pepper, I don't know what's
not the most spicy spices.
No, it's a spice. It is not spicy.
Isn't like oregano a garnish, I think?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I don't.
Basil is basil is both an ingredient and a garnish.
Thank you very much. That's very informative.
See, this is gonna air and someone's going, no, it's not.
No!
Actually.
Why won't he just lose? It's not a garnish. All right, well, so you guys almost lost today. Y'all thought you were going to lose today. Talk about going home, talk about vacation. What's going on after Dota time? This is the last big tournament before TI. Anything on the horizon? How you guys going to relax after a incredibly stressful season of big win? I got to be real with you. Celery, I thought at Berlin you were going to die. I saw your face.
When did you see him?
Huh?
When was it you saw him?
It was Berlin. It was after the group stage or something. I literally walked towards you to do an interview and I said, let's just not do it. Like, he does not look like he's okay.
But you did it anyways, right?
Yeah, but that was the worst, most tired pro player I think I've ever seen in my life. You seem very recovered now, but do you feel like you're better now? You look bad. You look bad in Berlin. It was the deuce at times.
Yeah, I was very tired. I guess it was. I mean, the reason I was so tired, I think, was Dream League was pretty exhausting, and then this big patch drop before this weekend.
Oh yeah.
This was insane. I'm like, because you kind of want to. We're kind of trying to chill a little bit, and now you have this massive patch that you're thinking about 24/7. I feel like it was worse for supports as well. I kept getting a headache thinking about these wards. Where do I ward? And the map is like twice as big. It was unreal.
Yeah.
Also, like for context, like Dream League ended. I think we ended we played all 5 games, I think, against Liquid, and it ended at like 12 in the evening. And I think some of us flew like at 10 in the morning or something. So it's like you didn't even have any, like, not even one day to just like chill a bit. So it's like, just get on that plane and go to Berlin and play some Dota again.
Yeah, just insta go.
Yeah.
At least I could go by train. That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was definitely weird. Like a few days in Berlin, at one point, I'm like laying in my room. I'm like, got pretty emotional. I thought, oh shit, we won Dream League. That was nice. And like it hit me. Like, that's amazing, actually. I was very tired, but it was nice. Like I just said, all right, guys, I need to chill. I cannot play any scrims. I'm not playing pubs. We'll see what happens.
Well, it worked. Well done. But
I mean,
now...
we played like 3 scrims and we got stumped every time. So we're like, oh, whatever. We don't need to do this.
As always.
Scrims, you know. Well, now you're much more rested than then. So what are you gonna do when this tournament's over? When after you're done at winning the grand finals several days from now, what's on the docket?
Just going for a little vacation with family and just relaxing. Besides it, not gonna plan too much.
Okay.
No Dota.
Yeah.
No Dota for
No
3
Dota?
weeks. No, not a single game.
You're not gonna play non-stop pubs until TI?
No, the Queen already does that.
No custom games? No nothing?
Maybe a little ability arena.
Oh, okay.
Besides that, no Dota.
Nice shout out. All right. So what's your normal Dota schedule look like with this kind of stuff? Do you pub? Do you just pour over notes? What's it like in the biggest brain in Dota 2 right now?
For me personally?
Yeah.
I like to play pubs, actually. I don't really care that much about them when I play them sometimes. I just want to like play some hero, or like I don't play Brood, for example, but then I just play Brood. I just need to understand something about this hero, you know? So I just play it. I especially like to play pubs after we just win officials. So I just want to go play pubs. Because all the guys have been playing, and I'm just seeing this like nice Dota, and it's fucking beautiful, and excuse my language. And then I just like want to go to my practice room and just play some pubs.
Sure.
Yeah, and all the guys are like, you want to play pubs now? You're insane. And an addict.
He is.
And I might be.
Sure.
And other than that, I don't know, we are also together a lot on Discord, like just talking, like if we're at home at least. We just talk, or here we would hang out in practice and also talk about Dota. I believe like ideas also come, it's also our belief in the team, like ideas will come when you're just together, like spending time, like, because someone will bring up some hero and some guy will have some answer, and then suddenly we're discussing some things, and then one thing leads to another, and suddenly you have like some strong hero that you didn't think of before, and yeah, it's pretty nice like that.
Yep, I completely agree with you too. I think a lot of people get stuck in that trap of watching pro Dota and they're like, oh my god, Dota's great. I gotta go play it again.
Nah.
The post-international is probably the most miserable time in human history for any Dota player, because you've been watching the greatest of all time. You're like, I'm gonna pop into a game and I'm gonna do that, baby.
You're gonna be miserable.
Yeah, and it's just the complete opposite. And you're like, this isn't the way. I've been watching for 2 weeks. How can this be?
It's actually like I was telling the guys the other day, I think I became a worse player after I came to this team, because, and I don't know what it is, but like I feel like there's something wrong. Like, I don't know if it's I'm expecting certain things and it just doesn't happen at all. And like, combined with it.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Riyadh Masters as we're about to continue with this upper bracket final of Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. And so far, Team Spirit have a lot of work to do. They need to come back in Game 2. They need to rejig their drafts. They need to play a little bit better. They need to have better lanes. They need to have better scaling. It's very simple. Acosta, not that much to adjust.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid needs to do anything because this whole thing is scripted, by the way, and Liquid's gonna get another win. Wait until Gaming Gladiators go through the lower bracket and meet them in the grand finals.
That being said though, Purge, it's actually very atypical for Liquid to get themselves in the grand finals from the upper bracket. Even that historic TI7 run that they did, very different squad at the time, but they had to make it through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think they've leveled up this tournament, frankly. Like, their series were super close, but that first game did not look close. It felt like they outdrafted and they outplayed. So I think they're sitting pretty good, but who knows? Due to the coordinator going down, this could be a really good break for Team Spirit. That gave them plenty of time to think of solutions. They can watch the replay, maybe, if they're able to download it, and could be really good for them.
I mean, speaking of TI wins, Brian, when we saw Team Spirit winning TI, we saw in their series against PSG LGD, they were also able to make adjustments in between breaks and come up with incredibly, not just new strategies, but strategies that directly countered what PSG LGD had to offer. So this break, as Purge is saying, might be very good for a squad like this to bring something against Team Liquid.
I honestly feel like because they left IO in the draft, it's similar, like you said, they gave LGD Like and Tiny. That was like the OP combo, TI-10, that they were purposely trying to give Liquid IO Lesh. I really think they were, and they had an idea coming in. I don't think they were prepared for that Undying first pick, and that's, I imagine there's like layers here where like Liquid thinks they're going to do this, and then Team Spirit is going to do that in response, so then we're going to do this as a response to their response, and this kind of stuff, like, it only happens when the games are this important, because then everybody's like, we gotta go deeper, run the draft simulation back 100 more times.
Yeah, most definitely, and this is why we see, first time you'll see something, what they seem it's gonna work. Like, they do a lot of preparation this first draft. You want to get that advantage. You want to go 1-0 into best of 3, but then again, if you lose it, you have to shake things up. Like, I don't think they're gonna use the same bans in the first phase. They gotta get rid of something. They might be the ones getting the first pick in this one, but you gotta change something.
If they do lose in this matchup here, Purge, of all the teams at the tournament, I think Team Spirit is a team I am least concerned about dropping to the lower bracket and making a run back. Obviously, we know Liquid knows how to do it, but Team Spirit historically, if they lose in the upper bracket final, that's when they guarantee themselves back into the grand final. So for them, this might not even matter that much. They're like, we lose against this. It's pretty much a practice run for what the finals will look like.
Historically, how many times has this happened, though? You're just talking about their, I guess, TI run. They also got
TI, Riyadh Masters last year, and then there's been one of the random majors, and then there was another tournament, I think an ESL tournament, I forget which one, but it's happened like a fair amount of times that they've done this.
Well, going to lower bracket, yeah, you gotta get knocked down, I suppose, sometimes to win it. But I don't know. I just feel like after watching Game 1, that lack of hero variety, it just feels like a big negative. We didn't see any particular magic that happened in the Game 1 draft that made me change my mind. So maybe there will be something else, but I have to assume that what Team Liquid did in Game 1 against Team Spirit, I assume one of the other teams can do it as well.
One of the things that was magical though, Brian, is even though they didn't end up winning the game, even though the Naga had an extremely hard matchup, like you said, the game took longer than expected, in large measure because of how Yotaro played the map. He was always split pushing. He was able to get the first lane of racks, even though they were very behind. And it's not the first time we've seen Team Spirit able to elongate pretty much unwinnable games.
Yeah, I'd say that if the fans at home are looking for their most exciting game, it would probably have to be Team Spirit winning Game 2, because not just because we're getting a Game 3, but because the way that Team Spirit's won is when they're losing, they, like you said, they create all this havoc on the map, split pushing. People are messing up because they're responding improperly because there's so much crap going on in the game, canceling TPs. But the way to beat that was exactly what Liquid did, was just kind of play stable, buy boots of travel, respond with 3 heroes at a time. And that was why I think we had such a low kill score in the first game, because Liquid was ahead. Team Spirit's in this familiar spot, but Team Liquid didn't give them what they have been using to come back in these games.
Because Team Spirit, they're waiting for this like big combo. They always were waiting for something. You gotta have that Axe on Disruptor combined with the Nagasar and ulti. after they use it and they lose a fight, like they need to fall back. They need another 2 minutes to reset, and it seems like Team Liquid always felt comfortable in this one to just drag it out because they know that the scaling on their side is much better.
So if they use it, they lose it.
Pretty much, unless they win it.
Oh.
Unless they win it. Make it sound so easy. I wish Dota was that easy. You know, just win games, win your lanes.
I was doing that for you.
Make the game quite simple.
Thanks for setting me up.
The pun boys here. Brian has been practicing his puns all throughout the tournament. The next time you see him on camera, it's going to be leveled up as much as Lacoste has been in the pun department.
Ryan, please stop. That's the only thing I got here. If I
was trying to do it as an interim endearment, my friend.
If I have competition, I'm gonna get fired, you know?
Oh no.
So let's look at the faces right now of Team Spirit. Generally speaking, I think it was Fear that mentioned the other day that you can often tell the direction where a game is going by the looks on the team, the emotion on the squad themselves. Team Spirit look like they're in fairly high spirits right now. They do not look like they just got trounced in game 1. Looks like just another day at the office. We lost, boys. It is what it is. Don't stress too much about it. Just go into game 2.
They can definitely recover for sure. I just think they needed to have a
look at this.
He's recovering right now.
Hey.
Physically and mentally.
It's like I'm strong as hell.
Those are some good form on those dips.
He's got to get his arms ready to like hold his hand up to his ear when.
That's a gaming chair right there. You're using for workouts too. That's a multifunctional thing if I've ever seen it.
Making sure that he can carry the game. Of course, we do know that the side of Team Liquid have a lot of buff guys in the squad. You know, Nisha has let go of the weights a little bit. He's like, I'm going to carry games instead of carrying weights. So far, it has been working out. I will say, Lacoste, that throughout the course of 2023, Nisha hasn't necessarily looked as explosive as he did last year at TI, but at Riyadh, that's definitely changing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had a bit of a... Because when he was playing in Team Secret, he needed to be that, 1 versus 5, 1 versus 9 type of a guy, but... after he joined Team Liquid, I don't think he needs to fill the same role because when he's playing with other Liquid members, sometimes it's going to be Zai carrying the game, Mickey will step up, both supports inside of Team Liquid. So he doesn't necessarily need to be like the highest in terms of net worth, making as many plays. So I think he can, in this squad, chill a little bit. That's why we don't see Nisha being so explosive.
I mean, it's nice to know that if you need him to be, though, he can do it, obviously. Hasn't had to. Takes a lot of pressure off the rest of the team. And also, you have somebody like Zai who can just be ice cold, treat the game like a pub under high-stress situations, say, you know what, sometimes I can just 1v9. And that's kind of rare to get from your offlaner BSJ, because normally it's your carry that takes up that responsibility.
Yeah, you mentioned that he's being flashy. I feel like it's because... But if you look at the heroes Nisha's having success with, it's much more of the farmers. It's like TA, even Snapfire is a hero that's becoming more of like a carry in the mid lane. So I think he's turning into more of a just, we're going to give you this hero in the 1v1. We're going to try to isolate you as much as possible on the side of Liquid so that Nisha can have his game. And then these twin gate rotations, all these things that are enabling Zai to be like really the core of their strategies. All their successful heroes revolve around him, and I think rightfully so. He's the captain. He's really like, how do I even word this? He's not only a captain in the game, but he's also a captain out of the game. I've heard a few times from these guys that there's been, like, when they're having a rough time in the tournament, we talk about Blitz helping these guys, like, right the ship. But Zai's the one that's had to say, like, hey guys, we suck, and it's time to, like, fix that right here, right now. And sometimes you just got to be the hardball. Like, even though you're trying to be friends on a team, you need that leader who's going to tell you how it is. And for Zai, it's so cool to have seen his, like, character development, his career, like, shift towards this direction. And he's pretty much my favorite player to watch across, like, his entire career. So hats off to Zai. I don't want to sound like I'm fanboying too hard for them here. I know I am.
You're not.
Just a little bit.
It's just like, this is the tournament where I feel like they're finally showing their final form. And I'm excited that they get to do it against teams like Team Spirit. This is just the best Dota has to offer.
But let's talk about the captain of Team Spirit, Miposhka. One of the things that he's been excellent at this tournament has been giving vision towards his squad. Up until this point, he was third in D-warding, he was fourth in terms of how many wards he places on the map. In game 1, they were really struggling with the vision control. Several times you saw them make massive smoke rotations, unable to connect on Team Liquid's heroes. He was playing Disruptor, you know. Normally you would assume that this is going to help them in the vision department. What can they do to try and get more vision on the map? Because if you're not getting vision with Disruptor and Beastmaster, this feels like that's a bit of an issue for a side like Team Spirit.
I think part of the problem is that it's very difficult to pick off the tanky heroes on the Team Liquid side, so you kind of need ideal circumstances when you do go for kills. And the other problem is that they're behind, which means, and they also have damage issues. So when you have damage issues on your heroes and you're behind, your opponents have more HP because they have more gold and more items, more defensive items. And then that means it takes more of your heroes to kill their heroes. So what instead of is a clean like 2-hero gank to kill 1 hero, it takes like 3 heroes. So getting 3 heroes in the right position at the right time with vision of them, killing them successfully and getting out without dying, that's really hard sometimes. So
It's easier to read too, right?
easier to read.
Like for
what
Liquid,
reason?
if they see like 3 heroes missing, right?
That's a great point, because then you can make more deductions. Like, oh, 3 heroes missing, now we have to play careful. Yeah, so all that stuff kind of implicates your successful way to get back into the game.
Well, we're about to get into the second game right now. They're just making sure that everything is all Gucci when it comes to the computers. We do not want any drops. We don't want to be getting into the game and having any worries that the PCs might die out. So let's hope that everything is going to be sorted as we are about to get into the second game. $800,000 on the line, Lacoste. That's an outrageous amount of money. It's actually crazy that Team Spirit, having already come second place last year, this one game is worth more in additional earnings than coming second place was in 2022.
Yeah, it's massive. Like the prize pool, we upgraded it compared to the last year. You know, we might be able to break some records as well next year as well. Who knows what's going to happen? But for now, it's a lot of the line for the players, and this is why we see such a great Dota. So many comebacks as well. I don't think this has to do with like patch, because I think coming into this tournament, we haven't had many comebacks. You know, when you get on that stage, at the back of your head, these numbers, like these dollar signs, it's definitely up there, you know, for most of the time, especially like in between the games. You're like, okay, we just need one more dub. That's all we need to get here. And suddenly you're like, maybe the hands start to shake. I mean, I've experienced it a long time ago. It does tend to affect you. Like, you know that you're still talking about Dota, you're being focused on Dota, but it's up there somewhere.
BSJ, if you were in this game, let's say you win, you get into second place, $2.5 million, what would you buy?
Bananas?
This is about the most far-fetched of a fantasy I've had in a while, but what would I buy other than a lot of bananas? I'd probably buy a house.
No. Don't give me a house. I mean, a ridiculous purchase. Something where you're balling out a little bit.
I mean, probably like a Lambo or something like that. If I had to go like a ridiculous purchase,
I
a
would
nice
go with a
sports
new
car.
PC.
I'm really close to Germany now.
Like new PCs cost more than houses nowadays, pretty much. Like,
that is true.
It's insane.
How much could I dump on a PC, you think? Like, is that 10K? Is that 100K? Like, what are we looking at?
I think the most expensive one I've seen was like 30K.
30,000?
I'd do that then. Whatever that computer is, sign me up.
You know, some fancy cooling with all that stuff, you know, 4 or 5 graphic cards in it.
All that to play Dota to the lowest graphic settings.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and stream it that way too.
What about you, Purge? What are you spending the money on?
Oh man, I might invest it in a 401k or something.
No. We're balling out, man. We're
Gotta
balling
live
out.
the life, you know, right now. You're buying something.
That's how you retire on your Riyadh Masters winnings right there. That's how you do it.
I don't know, you look cost because Purge is being way too sensible for my taste. What you got for me?
Alpine Ursa set, that's what I'm buying, and Bunny set for Marana. These are my most expensive
A man of
purchases.
culture.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think even if you win Riyadh Masters, you might not be able to afford those.
Yeah, these are very expensive.
Those are very, very expensive sets. I don't know. I think I like BSJ's suggestion the most. Buy some Lambo. A classic Lambo or a new one?
I'd probably go with the classic because, like, as a kid, it'd be like the nostalgic factor. Like, I was always the kid. I was like, wow, if I ever saw a nice car, and that was the first introduction to a fancy sports car that I was like, oh, ooh.
That's what they do, huh?
Yeah. When you hear the engine rev, nowadays it's just the people on their motorcycles being obnoxiously loud. So they've ruined it.
You know, I did have a chance when we were in the Bali Major to speak to a lot of the players who had won recent TIs, and I was impressed by the fact that pretty much none of them had spent outrageous sums of money buying flashy stuff. The only person who spent like fair amounts of cash, Skeeter bought a watch. That's it. That's the fanciest thing he bought.
And that's
for
a good
couple
investment. Watches generally don't deteriorate over time in terms of value. So, or is that the word? What's the?
Yeah, he invested.
Is that real? I doubt that.
No, watches don't.
Especially the limited collection ones.
The watch market is, there's a homie I know who's like been getting into watches a lot. He actually bought me a couple watches. Like, sadly, I don't really wear them, but he has educated me a lot on the watch market. In fact, he has decided to invest in watches over and above buying cars. He sold his car. He's like, I don't need this. I'm going to use that money to buy a watch. So it's apparently a very value investment over time.
You're learning here today, Purge. You don't have to do 401k.
I'm still
You could just you could have like 9 watches. And you know exactly what time
or
it
I could
is.
do index funds and be definitely.
By the
increase my
way,
value.
don't take our advices. You know, if
This
you're
is not
up there, you
financial
have enough
advice.
money already. Like, don't do what
This
we're
is if we
suggesting.
were to win $800,000. So
If we were playing for that kind of money, of course, all
we're
the
not.
players here, we're not. It's kind of crazy that everybody that's involved in this game have become fairly wealthy from purely TI winnings. We have everyone here, with the exception of Lal, has participated in a finals day of the International. Some of them more than once, which is really wild to think about. So these guys know what they're doing. They know what's up. But before we get into the game, whilst we are still sorting out a couple of issues on the computer, we still have an audience to witness, an audience to hear from, and to do so, we send it to the arena with Jenkins and Tsunami. Boys, what's going down on the ground?
Hello. I'm introducing the segment, making sure I can't hear myself because the echo would be very confusing. I have a game for us to play.
I'm listening.
This is my idea, okay? So I wanted to see who could find the highest MMR Spirit fan and the highest MMR Liquid fan, but everybody lies about their MMR, so we're not going to do that. So I'm going to try to find I'll try to find the hypest Spirit fan, and then you try to find the hypest Liquid fan.
Okay.
And then the loser does something. I don't know. We can have somebody decide.
This is very well thought out.
I don't know, man. Whatever. You want to come up with a better idea? All right.
10 push-ups.
Okay, 10 push-ups. Sure. That's
Loser has to do 10 push-ups.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that. All right, that guy. What are you a fan of? Which team? He's not talking anymore.
Oh,
okay.
you called
All right, you go over there. All right, well,
I'm going to search for some Liquid.
Okay, he's going to walk
this
that
side
way.
of the audience has been Spirit. This side of the audience is Spirit, right? Yes? I think you're going to have a hard time. Hey, is that side of the audience Liquid?
Wait, then we got to go closer.
I already feel like things are going to be easier for me.
Okay. What team did I say I was again? Am I Liquid or am I Spirit?
You're Spirit,
Oh, I'm
Jenkins.
Spirit. All right, all right. These guys are Spirit fans. How about this guy? You want to do a battle cry for Spirit? You can do it. I'll do a battle cry for you.
Okay.
Team Spirit! I think I might need a new microphone after that one, dude. Somebody give me a new cover. All right, you're up next, buddy.
All right, many people have been pointing in your direction. Now, I don't know if you want it to be pointed at, but it's happening anyway. Excuse me, may I take that seat, please? Now, for one thing, you're wearing a Liquid jersey. First of all, introduce yourself. What is your name?
My name is France. I'm from the Philippines.
She's from the Philippines, coming all the way here to Riyadh to watch some Dota. Now, if we had to guess, Jenkins, who do you think is on the back of her jersey?
It's Blitz, dude. I gave her that. I was there. It's
Is
Blitz.
this-
Shout-outs to Blitz, everyone.
Wait, stand up again.
Shout-outs to Blitz.
Can we get the camera here? Shout out to Blitz.
Yeah, it's actually from Blitz. Thank you, Blitz, for the jersey.
Now, how long have you been a fan of Team Liquid?
Actually, I'm a fan of Zai, so I'm a fan of Zai since his days with Evil Geniuses. So 2015.
Wow, that's a long-standing fan. All right, we're here ready for a game number 2. What day did you come in here for this event?
On the first day of play-ins. Yeah.
You've been here for like 9 days then.
Yeah, we've been here, the 3 of us. We have tickets from day 1 until tomorrow.
Round of applause, please, for this dedicated fan coming here to Riyadh Masters. Jenkins, I feel like I found a pretty good fan here. Are you going to be able to beat
man,
this?
all right? This is still my guy. But anybody else a Team Spirit fan over here? We got anybody who's hype? Show me that you're hype. Do something that's hype right now. You. Be hype.
Turning around.
I'm not hype.
Thank you.
That was pretty hype, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to that guy. All right. All right, who's actually hype? This guy right here. All right, your friend's signing you up, so either he's not a good friend or you're actually hype. All right, shout out to Team Spirit. Let's go. You gotta beat her. Actually, first, tell me, who's your favorite player on Team Spirit?
Definitely Collapse. Definitely.
Is he the best offlaner in the world?
He's the best Magnus in the world. Definitely the best offlaner in the world. And then comes Zai.
Okay, I know how to hype you up to hype them up. Tell Collapse to play Magnus in the most hype, motivating way that you can.
Magnus, Collapse, buy Blink, and skewer them in. And then kill Zai and tip him.
Kill Zai and tip him, ladies and gentlemen. Shout-outs to Zai, and also shout-outs to the draft. We're ready for the game, guys. We're ready for game 2. Hopefully a game 3. I don't know who I'm sending it to. Probably the panel. Back to you, panel.
Well, the probability favors you here, Jenkins, because it is indeed the panel to begin the draw for game 2 of this upper bracket final. $800,000 on the line, a spot in the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters on the line, and of course, the pride of knowing that you are one of the best Dota teams in the world right now. Top 4, not good enough for any of these teams. They've already secured top 3, but they all came here to lift the trophy. So let's find out what happens in Game 2 as Liquid yet again have the first pick, Lacoste, yet again getting the Undying. This is a scary situation for Team Spirit.
Yeah, most definitely. But we wanted to see some switcheroo. Team Liquid, they put them in a position where like Broodmother again is still available. Team Spirit only played it once or twice, only on Yatoro, so they don't play it from the off lane. But they banned Medusa. They understood like where the real threat is coming from, and Team Spirit, they banned Medusa, but they're still gonna open up with Lion and Beastmaster, which is a strong opener, don't get me wrong. It's just that now Team Liquid needs to show something different.
So what are we thinking here, BSJ? We're getting Terrorblade, Drow Ranger, Morphling.
I would say it's more likely Drow with them specifically. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just don't choose a carry, because Mickey has not played Terrorblade throughout this entire tournament, and like the heroes he's predominantly played, Monkey King and Void, are not particularly desirable, but they do go for the Monkey King. Okay. I mean, they are
6-1.
Yeah, 6-1 with it, like you said. Yeah. So
I think it's fine for them. I mean, Mickey had some like late game I'm too far ahead and playing casually deaths, but he didn't necessarily have so much like I'm playing bad early deaths. So I feel like he's going to learn from that, and it's going to be able to stabilize their lanes. He's going to be able to like teleport to side lanes and join fights. There's a lot of good things that Monkey brings you, and it was definitely the hero that won them the Gaming Gladiators match, so I think they definitely have some faith in it.
Mika King, he had some awesome performances so far at Riyadh Masters. I mean, he's very active on the hero, which I really like. And like Monkey in the late game, he doesn't carry games on his own, like very difficult hero to go high ground with unless you have Aghanim Scepter, but then again, there's going to be some repositioning tool, like you get hexed, you die. So I feel like you need to have still something, like something that scales well. And seeing how Team Liquid drafted in the game #1, I feel like they're going to check those boxes as well.
So let's see here. Nagasan gets removed by Team Liquid. Despite defeating it, they felt it was really annoying to play against, so it gets taken out of the pool. No Mars, though, for Zai this game.
And it's also that they're illusion heroes, and they're up against Monkey King, who has almost all physical damage. So if your armor's really high and there's lots of little targets to hit, like Monkey just can't deal with it as well. So makes sense to ban it.
I'm interested by the Mars ban because while Zai definitely played really well in Game 1, I have to imagine what this is saying is that there was something Team Spirit wanted on 8th overall pick, that like a range, like he's often good against range heroes because the arena doesn't let you attack in, and you have the bulwark to tank it with ranged projectiles. But what was it that they wanted is the question. Like, why is Mars elevated to like such a level of being worthy of a ban?
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
We'll see if they have an answer for this for us once we enter into the second phase. As they remove Legion Commander, we've seen Zai have a blockbuster performance. And there was a game, do you remember, Lacoste, where Zai had something like 250 dual damage at 25 minutes? It was insane when he played this LC.
LC has been mostly banned in the second phase. Like, this hero doesn't get to see much play, but hero has been consistently banned out for a good reason. You have Beastmaster, you have Lion, particularly in this one, and we can see the loser actually doing push-ups on the screen.
if you guys can't tell, Jenkins is jacked.
He's got really good form now.
Oh, okay. I think, you know, Nisha is the one
Wait, is that
Jenkins?
Jenkins?
The gym. That's Jenkins.
Oh, I called him a loser because I thought one of those guys, you know, who were doing in an interview.
You knew it was Jenkins when you called him that. Let's be honest.
Jack Jenkins, he's out here doing his thing.
He's been getting the will treatment at the gym as well. And so Team Spirit, they picked Disruptor in this exact slot last time. I don't imagine they'll go the same route. I think against Liquid, getting map momentum is really important. You're already facing like anti-momentum on your offlane with this Undying Monkey King, very scary lane. And Disruptor does feast on his teammates having that momentum where the opponent's running away from them. So I would love if they swapped it up a little bit here.
What about some Ancient Apparition? This hero has been, you know, really, really good. Starting from the playoffs, it looked really good. Now, it's
that's a momentum hero. That's a big swap.
I was thinking Ancient Apparition because they have really good setup, a lot of stuns overall, great against Monkey King, but Enchantress is also good against him. Built into Hurricane Pike, you can push him away from Wukong's command, dispel his Jingu stacks, and just strong laner.
I feel like A would have been kind of pain against Undying, though. Like a blood grenade and a tombstone, and you're like, uh-oh. Not very fun.
I think it was the, like, also it doubles down on blocking Lycan is what I was trying to say, is like you don't want to pick these summons offlaners into Enchantress. So it probably covers some of the picks that Liquid would likely pick here as well.
I mean, game one, we saw that Team Spirit struggled a bit in the laning phase, and Chantos is going to help with that. And Beastmaster Ench, you know, classic combination from the Eastern Europe side.
In terms of Zai's hero pool, like, it's obviously vast, but what's left that they're looking at? Is it the Timber Saw? Is, like, a lot of, like, the Enigmas feel kind of bad here? Is it, like, an Underlord Tidehunter type utility hero? Brood's still left. We keep talking about her. She's fine against... There it is. Brood Techies. Okay. Not too surprising.
Yep. Funnily enough, before the game yesterday, Zai was only 1-1 on this hero. Only 2-1, 3 games. Doesn't seem like it's that dominant, but given yesterday's performance, it's like, yeah, okay, Brood has to be a priority here.
Yeah, I think you need to take Larl's hero here, just that his heroes don't get banned out. Like, I mean, you see the matchup, what you're going to be playing into, but I like to see Yatoro on last pick, just to give them that, like, extra oomph, pretty much. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a good Wind Ranger game. They don't have too much control. Like, you can lock onto a target, you can sit inside Wukong's command and get the kill on Monkey King. You build into Maelstrom, you build into Gleipnir, and you also shut down with this early Road of Atos build some of the heroes that Nisha also likes to play from the mid lane.
What about the Bristleback, though?
They don't have Cobble, though, so not nearly as good. Right? But
they ran it with Beastmaster, but yeah, you're right. The Coddle was pretty instrumental there.
I mean, Yatoro, he talked about his Sven, you know, a team that likes to stack, but it's a good Slark game as well.
It is.
Like, we
haven't seen this hero in a while.
They needed a little bit more catch, so that's kind of good. Obviously, Lion's great. Beastmaster can follow up easily, but somebody that can like really go toe-to-toe with the Brood, Slark is one of them, because normally he's got so much lifesteal, you just go invisible for like 10 seconds, so it's pretty annoying to deal with.
I think you need to maybe ban Lash, even though Liquid doesn't have IO in this one. It's available, but they only have one pick left just because of the matchup. They need some AoE damage to control Slark. We've also seen like Quinn yesterday talking about playing Leshrac without IO, and it seems like when it's a good game for Leshrac, you can still do it.
They don't have much ground damage for the Slark, and BSJ, this is a 14th hero for Yatoro in this tournament. I know you wanted him to be prioritized at the end of the draft, but now we have the question, what does Laurel play here? Will all of his heroes get banned out again?
Fortunately, the second round of bans had absolutely no mids included in it, so there's a little bit more left in the pool this time around. So I'm feeling better about. I think they had to take the carry simply because Liquid banned 3 carries in the second round. So, like, potentially the same problem for Yatoro, not because Yatoro is limited, but there's just so many carries you'd want to pick against Brood. The Slark is something that Liquid lost to Gaming Gladiators when Gaming Gladiators picked Slark, when they had this, like, low stun summons-based lineup that Team Liquid's representing here. So this is definitely, like, I feel like both teams have their former drafts open, thinking, like, what have they lost to? What have they struggled against with these type of lineups? And I like the Pangolier. The best way to deal with Slark in this game, I think, is to just burn his mana. Like, make long fights not favor this hero. They don't really have any way. Like, Lion maybe with the talent eventually can give him mana back, but Pango's an annoying hero in that regard. If they want to go that route with somebody else, I'd be perfectly fine too. Because right now, it's like very difficult to burst the Slark. Like, almost impossible.
This reminds me of when Game Gladiators played Slark as well. They just don't have that many lockdowns, and I feel like he's going to run in and be very, very obnoxious. You don't really want to hit him with Boundless Strike just for stun duration. Techies doesn't really do that much other than Magic Burst. So, yeah, they definitely want some more lockdown, and Mana Burn's a good way to deal with it, kind of in the same way.
So Team Liquid have to pick first out of the phase, so we're going to be having a hero for Nisha, presumably Lacoste. What do they still need in the draft that the mid-hero can fill?
Oh, when it comes down to tower damage, they have some coming out from Broodmother. I mean, I like Lesh. I feel like this last hero needs to be dealing with Slark, because right now I don't see anyone just locking down Slark. He has a pretty free reign from what I'm seeing.
There's still Puck available as well. It's not banned, so Laurel has a couple choices here depending on what they ban.
Maybe they go TA on Liquid. That's a hero they've done really well with. It's like an option to just out-tempo the Slark and just say you can't fight into us anymore because we're taking Roche at 15 minutes with the Brood TA. Monkey King's like well, you mentioned he doesn't really solo carry the game. Oh, they ban it. Okay, well.
So I guess they'd rather play against Leshrac if it's still available. So we still have Lesh, there's Quap, there is the Puck that was mentioned. Which option feels the best here? If you're Nisha, $800,000 on the line, Lacoste, what do you want to play?
Probably what we mentioned. I mean, it's not an easy game. Like, I don't think this is an easy pick for Team Liquid overall, because you're playing into Slark. You need to have like a lot of boxes checked. If you build a BKB. There's going to be Roar coming up. Also, playing any spirits into this feels very difficult because there's Lion on the other side. And to go back to Spirit to the draft, I wanted them to pick Wind Ranger early on this Slark pick because it was going to get banned out. But I feel now that they have some options left, especially if Liquid doesn't get any kind of lockdown. There's potentially Larl's Quap available. Again, another elusive hero, another hero with pushback potential. Monkey doesn't like to play into. I feel like a hero like a Quap or something similar could round up Team Spirit's draft nicely.
Purge, I am actually worried about Liquid's overall lack of lockdown at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's scary. Something that could solve it partially is maybe like a Primal Beast, potentially, but like no matter what you grab, I feel like Sark is going to be relatively decent against it, so... But you got to pick something, and they're just going to go with the standard Leshrac. It's fine, certainly. It's got Disable. You can do a Yule setup. You can cover your allies a bit. It'll clear summons. There's good things about it.
I wanted to see if it's going to be Leshrac, and now maybe Razor comes into a play. Anti-carry, lanes well into Leshrac, good against Monkey King, or the Quap option that I mentioned.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Quap because it's Laurel, but I think both options would be good. I imagine this... It's funny because like I was just out of curiosity pulling up bad matchups for Slark, and Lesh is like his #1 worst matchup. So I feel like Liquid's response is like, let's just pick a hero that's good against Slark, and he's hard to fight into us, right? TA was probably their preferred route because it gives them that easier Roche, but they go for the puck. So we now have 2 elusive jump around people on the side of Team Spirit that Liquid has no capacity to chase at all. So will Zai go a relatively early sheep? Might we see like a pipe sheep build from Zai? That might be the solution. The itemization is really the only way I think Liquid can work their way around this.
Because the fear was here right now, he'd be lamenting the fact that they cannot keep heroes inside the Wukong's command of this Monkey King. So what's the solution here? How should Liquid play the game to ensure that this Monkey can have an explosive impact?
I don't think they're going to need to rely as much on Wukong's command. Like, I'll see all of these heroes. They don't rely on any cooldowns other than Wukong's. But not going to be an easy game for Team Liquid by any means. I feel like Team Spirit, they had a long break in between because of the coordinator, and they adjusted accordingly as well. I see a strong draft, strong scaling. It seems like they got the hero that they wanted from it.
Early game enjoyer, Purge. What do you make of the adjustments for Spirit for the first 15 minutes of this game?
First 15 should be better. I mean, Mofosha is playing Enchantress, which is solid. Beastmaster should be able to control the map pretty effectively. They don't necessarily have the best hero to go lane against Broodmother, I guess, after that first, 8-minute period where Brood kind of takes over. But I think their heroes are pretty solid. I'm not completely sold on the puck because it doesn't look like the most amazing puck game, but if he's helping to facilitate ganks, then it should be fine, and it could buy them enough time to make Slark a good hero.
ESJ, hit me with the late game.
It's going to be, I think, a similar pace of the game where Liquid's controlling the map for the first 25-30 minutes, but I think Spirit has a much better scaling comeback potential with this lineup than they did previously in game 1. And instead of the Boots of Travel as a response, I think it's going to come down to when Liquid gets to the sheep sticks, like the Blink sheep on Lesh or a sheep on Brood that allows them to kill these elusive pesky cores.
Well, we have a much better draft, I think my panel agrees, in terms of what Team Spirit has to offer. So that means we have a much better likelihood of getting ourselves into a Game 3 situation in the upper bracket final. Before we head into the game, though, we need the final word from an expert. So we send it over to Jenkins, who's standing by with Silence, the coach of Team Spirit.
Hey, Silent. Hey. You guys had a long break after game 1. I'm going to ask you the basic question. What did you talk about? What went wrong game 1?
I think we just lost our draft, where draft was way better. We need to play perfect to win, not doing any mistakes and stay better lines. So it was a good try, but not enough.
Okay. And they picked Lesh in this game without IO. Do you think Lesh is good without IO?
He can work, but I think it's not the easiest game against Beastmaster, against Roar for Lesh. And I think only problem with this game for us is early game. If we're not losing 20k late game, I think we're okay. And we don't have any catch for puck. We can split all the lines. We can going late game. Yeah. So what's the plan?
Okay, so going late game. We'll see if Team Spirit can do it and bring it to a game 3 with Cap and Avery. Didn't mean to rhyme that.
Never tell them you didn't mean to rhyme. It's always intentional, Jenkins. Welcome to game number 2 between Team Liquid and Team Spirit, where we heard our coach and our interviewer talk about the fact that there is going to be a Leshrac in this game. It's going to be Leshrac without an IO, which is a pairing that Liquid have done a lot this tournament, and they have never done Leshrac without the IO at this tournament. So this is going to be a first for them, though we have seen a little bit more. Kane the Gladiator successfully used it in the lower bracket match yesterday. Leshrac without IO. Avery, do you think this is fine?
That's definitely fine. You can just play this hero as a damage dealer. He can still have presence in the late game if he gets to 5 and 6 slots. He's still a beast. It's just not as fast, and you run out of resources more on the map. So it's, you know, it's like Storm versus IO Storm, or the Pugna Storm. You maybe just have to manage your resources a bit better, get some farm, get some stacks, go into that mid game in a more conservative position, and then you're okay. I mean, the Yule's potential could be interesting here if you want an extra lockdown spell. I do think stuns are the name of the game for Liquid. Anywhere you can get them, anywhere you can build them, you're going to be super happy with it because you were playing versus Puck Slark with basically no lockdown. And that is a big problem in like the 30 to 50 minute mark. If they get to this Ags on Yatoro with 3 or 4 items, he kind of just becomes a beast. I go back to that game that we saw Dyrachyo play the Slark versus the Zero Lockdown, where he was just going in, building stacks, leaping back out on repeat. The game just becomes really awkward to play at a certain point. And I think that's what Team Spirit are aiming for here. We heard Silent talk about the laning phase might be the one problem. I would agree based on last game, you just got outlaned really hard. Here, they went back for that Enchantress on Maposhka to try and help solve that problem a bit. I think they should do better here. I mean, you have 2 pretty good range supports on laning between the line and the Enchantress that can rotate, they can contest runes. You should do fine versus the other 2 supports on Liquid. Overall, I expect Team Spirit to have a pretty reliable early game here.
It's good to hear. I think one interesting thing is that the last time these 2 teams matched up against each other in the Bali Major, it was a 2-0 to Team Liquid in the group stage, but it was something that Liquid had the better late game. They had the better late game in game 1. This game certainly looks like Team Spirit have the better late game. They've given themselves this window. Toro, good juking, will keep the healing salve alive for a decent amount of time, but may still die as he's going to be chased down all the way. Boxy claims the first blood, and unfortunately the Enchantress just a bit late to the party, and the lanes continue to be a problem now for Team Spirit, as Mira being aggressively chased down, hop down, Mickey gets Hex, but he should be able to get that swipe with the extra range that Monkey King has.
Man, level 2 timings for Liquid, they just poured in the damage, took advantage of the fact Yatoro was 1 and Mira was 1. And Liquid get the better hand again. I don't know if these kills should have been guaranteed. I think they could have been played around, but damn, Liquid is a scary laning team, and they show it yet again, pulling ahead in both side lanes here with some nice lane shove into the earlier level 2. It'll be recovery for Yatoro. That death was also expensive because he salved and tangoed into it.
Yeah.
There's so much regen gone on this Slark. A carry that really wants his regen for the lane, as it's the only thing keeping you getting to that level 6. So it's maybe going to open up a window later on in that off lane for Liquid if they can continue to abuse Yatoro before he gets that ult up on Slark. It's going to limit where Maposhka can roam, which could also hurt this mid matchup, as Laurel is pretty much going even for the most part.
Yatoro going to be gone on once again. Boots for Boxy off the first blood, and he's already put him to use here. In fact, they're going to try and go on Maposhka. He gets the Lotus, yes. Is it going to cost him his life, though? Fight at top lane as well. Mira looks like he's going to be dying as he lines up a really nice Earth Spike, but eventually he does fall.
Very tough to beat this Undying. I've not seen many games people have accomplished this task with pretty much anything outside of the Enigma, which you can kind of draw it. The region on this here with the mangoes and the all-in with the Bloodstone, or the Blood Grenade plus the Tombstone is just way too damn good.
Yeah.
And Yatoro really wishes he had that salve that he used earlier down here. We'll
It's okay, he's given the Lotus and some extra tangos, so Maposhka doing what he can for him.
Oh, and Maposhka got a pretty good spawn here. Big centaur on that medium. With the level 2 enchant, he can bring it to lane and try and skew this back into their advantage. It's a pretty strong creep right now.
Yeah, the problem being is that Broodmother is pretty proficient in just being able to fight back against these heroes, as now with level 3 you could start getting the insatiable hunger levels, get that lifesteal going.
Toro's problems far from over, as Maposhka will try and create the space for him. And the big question is, can you get a rotation into this mid with the coil timings for Laurel, or is Laurel going to look to go to the side lanes here? Because the puck is really the X factor in this early game for Team Spirit. His rotations are really important to either boosting the XP on these supports like we saw last time, or shutting down the momentum of the Nisha Leshrac, which will open up the fights later for the Slark. So you kind of have to pick who you shut down here for your Spirit, and then itemize for the other heroes here. which is why these coils are really important in the early game. Your best stun, your best tool to create the lockdown necessary to go in with the follow-up damage, and impetuses, getting essence shifts off. And it's going to be triangle stacking for Mira on the other side, as Collapse not having the worst lane here, actually. He's doing pretty well in the Beastmaster, as he's top of the CS board. So that part is going pretty well. Again, you're versing on dying lane. You're going to take anything and get out of here.
Oh, yeah. The puck is kind of an interesting pickup for Team Spirit because, I mean, as you're talking about, there is silent mention as well. There is a lot of ways for the puck to be able to kind of wrap this game, and it's something that Team Spirit were drafting in the group stage a couple times, but haven't done it since. They get their hands on it now, and, I mean, maybe they didn't trust it for some of the other playoff matches, but this is one of Laurel's best heroes.
Yeah, he's very proficient with it. And it's a good hero for Team Spirit because it is a hero that can stall out the game, stall out the map, and push them to their later timings, particularly in those late game team fights is where this hero shines. And mid just pretty much as good as you're going to get against Nisha here.
So Lifesteal going to be able to outdo it here. Oh, the magic wand pops, but Yatoro gets the kill anyway.
Did not expect that kill. That's a huge swing in XP for Yatoro as he strikes back. Coil is up here. You have the follow-up damage to commit.
Blood Grenade going to be able to slow him down. The Coil and the Tombstone both being used, but just a little bit of slows is all it takes for them to run down Mira despite the Coil attempt here. They're going to try and guard that shield rune. It's not going to be protected. Laurel should be able to grab it away from Boxy. Boxy maybe should have just grabbed it for himself there.
Yeah, I was trying to do the thing where like you stand on the rune, you can't click it, but of course, puck just silence Johnson. And will be a shield rune into Laurel's pocket despite Boxy's attempts. Maybe Nisha not too happy about that one.
And that feels really bad because you rotated your support out of lane to try and secure the power runes. Maybe you got a kill on a support for it, but Zai was left alone in that 1v1 that he lost.
Yeah, that move for Boxy, it ends up feeling bad in the end. You lose your Brood, you lose the rune. Now you just have to play for the Wisdom Rune here, which will get split. I think Team Spirit probably happy about that one. Anything that goes pretty even for them in this first 10 minutes versus Liquid, I think they're pretty happy about, to be honest.
What kind of Broodmother build do you think we're going to see in this game?
I think there is potential for Pipe Hex. The thing is, the Pipe is not too inviting, right? Like, it's not a great item versus Slark and Beast here. The Enchantress has a Purge and Summons anyway.
At the same time, going for like a Harpoon right-click build may not feel the best against Slark either.
Right. I think Zai's itemization here is pretty tricky. You don't really build Crimson on this hero. That's probably the best looking utility item in a way.
Sure.
It's very interesting. He might go some sort of hybrid build, like some Echo Saber into maybe the Harpoon, maybe BKB into the Hex, something like this nature. Just be able to stand in the fight, go on the support, create a threat of your own with the Spiderlings, and then at some point have that lockdown, because I do think at some point you want Hex this game. It looks pretty terrifying playing versus the Slark and the puck in the mid game if they're on even footing and you don't have that lockdown. Of course, if you just snowball the game, then maybe you don't need the lockdown.
Yeah.
You don't need stuns if you're just hitting their base.
Yeah, but that's also a tricky position to put yourself in against Team Spirit, who are so good at team fights, trying to end the game quickly against them. We saw it from last game. It's definitely a lot more comfortable just to outscale them, but you're not going to be able to do that this game, guaranteed.
It's definitely not guaranteed. The last one, I think they were pretty secure in. This game, it's a bit more iffy.
Yeah.
Very dependent on how much momentum Yatoro can build.
Well, Poshka will try and take away some of this hard camp stack. We see a lot of stacks around for Team Liquid. Insania stacked a little bit in the upper the dire jungle. We see the triangle also being warded up. So Team Spirit doing a good job of trying to limit that farm for both the Broodmother and the Leshrac.
That's a decent camp to steal. I mean, that's level 5 for the Enchantress. Yatoro, he has been left alone. He does have ulti. Mickey gonna rotate on him.
Trying to surprise him. Maybe on the next Dark Pack they could kill him.
It's just so hard to go. I mean, again, you don't have the stuns, right? So his ult and Dark Pack are guaranteed here. You're not gonna burst the Slark.
It actually makes this Slark pickup, makes the Monkey King. Because what they just like such a clear, oh, nice knockdown there on the trees. Is this enough for, no. Collapse is like, nah, with that TP, I'm not going for that kill anymore.
Got the Undying TP top. They poked Anisha mid. Team Spirit playing pretty aggressive on all 3 lanes. They're even diving bottom here. They got the TP's top.
Slow him down. The Spider's trying to help out. Great use of the Hurricane. Zai getting through the trees. That's going to help out. If he gets up to the high ground, he's probably away. Yatoro not going to be able to pursue. But good pressure either way. Even if they don't manage to get the kill, it's going to feel nice.
And it's 3 heroes top for Liquid that collapses. It's just dancing around right now and still finding farm with this HOD. Very hard to engage into the Beastmaster with the double bore plus the big creep here. A lot of these heroes want to just straight up fight the summons, and the boars are going to be an issue for a lot of these cores. They're very good versus the monkey, the brood, and the lesh. Like, people underrate this aspect because we've been seeing, you know, axes build Beastmaster forever now. These things are still strong. The slow.
Hey, it's the slow that's most impactful, right? And particularly for the Leshrac here, stun doesn't quite land. Good awareness there from Laurel.
Another power rune he takes away from the lesh. It's going to feel good. He has max edict here, so if you give up kills around mid, Nietzsche's just going to start mowing down your towers. That's why these little dances are really important.
You'll get a tower lead thanks to your Beastmasters. So it is a very much a laning phase that could swing heavily one way or the other based off this tower pressure.
And they're smoking up here to try and prevent collapse. Creating that pressure just sniffs it out.
Yeah, Team Spirit getting such good reads of what Liquid are trying to do. I think they read the Monkey King rotation through the gate because that's been Liquid time and time again trying to do that play.
And meanwhile, Yatoro, he's just going first item Midas here after the treads. He honestly ended up having a pretty good laning phase, I think, all things considered for this hero. And you let him get to this Midas, start farming up that extra XP. It's going to be a decent position. Of course, the downside is you likely will be giving up more of your tower here. As, you know, Yatoro's basically going to have to abandon it. You'll get the trade on the other side with the Beastmaster and the Enchantress. If you're Spirit, I think you can't really worry too much about your early interaction with the Brood. You're just going to let her do her thing. Let Nisha push these towers with the Edict. Just make sure you get the trades elsewhere.
Sure. Yatoro can handle that Brood Mother later.
Yeah, your lineup is designed to deal with these cores in the late game with the Boar, attack speed, slow, and the Roar. Creating a situation where it's hard for Liquid to run in. And if you're Liquid, just tanking these heroes up might be the answer here. It's going to be like early Echo and Bloodstone for them. So Nisha just going first item Bloodstone here, even without the IO. Feels like he's going to be tanky enough to run in and just heal off the pulses to outpace the burst damage coming out of Team Spirit. Tower damage increasing here as Collapse takes first position. And that is off a lane where he was left solo a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm watching this. They're being more efficient. Like their carry is getting more farm. Yatoro's farming the jungle a little bit more efficiently because Laurel took some of it away from Mickey. They're getting more pressure on the mid tower than Liquid right now. A lot of little things are going the way of Team Spirit. It's limiting Team Liquid being able to build up a net worth lead. And now that Hannah Midas is going to start kicking into gear.
Yeah, they're even doing triangle stacks during the same time. This is pretty much what you want. The fastest track for your Beastmasters, you get that Helm of the Overlord at the best timing, and that is a very powerful item in this game. It's going to determine a lot how much Team Spirit can get done with Collapse's net worth here. It's not an item that's easy for Liquid to deal with outside of a good Tombstone fight. They're going to try and burst and
Boxy lands a blast off. Can they get the follow-up here? Laurel gonna have our tower time. Yeah, they just too much. He committed there. He jumped to his orb, used the waiting rift, so much of his mobility out the window. Liquid are able to get a big response. Now trying to slow down Maposhka. Look at this. Zai actually came all the way over from that bottom lane. And they're going to try and take this mid tower. Just a small little slip up from Team Spirit is all it takes for the Broodmother and Leshrac to punish you.
I mean, there's not many stunts on Liquid, but if you overextend into them like that, suddenly Boundless Strike is enough to set up for a Split Earth level 1, and you're just gone. Burst damage is significant. Didn't even have to drop Tombstone for that. And of course, you mess up a fight around mid, that backstab from the Brood, too delicious to refuse. As the Helm of the Overlord still being worked towards for Collapse. He is absolutely rushing it here. No boots, no full wand. Just straight into the big item. Trying to outpace Zai on this Broodmother, who is going that kind of hybrid build, right? I guess just BKB. Not even a hybrid, just straight BKB here. He will get in the fight, give the spell immunity, go on the supports. Then he can go into anything after this. I mean, it's not going to be great for man fighting the Slark. At the same time, I guess BKB gets you out of the pounces and stuff.
Yeah, but then there's still the roar of the Beastmaster, but maybe it's better if you tank that roar than your Leshrac or Monkey King.
Probably yes. I agree with that. I mean, of course, this BKB will put him in a decent position late game where he can Rapture Throne.
True.
Which is what Zai's basically playing for. I'm sure he already has his entire team muted at this point.
He's like, all right, another 1v5.
Nisha's like, I need a bottle refill. Muted. This game's already going terrible.
How many times have I told you, Nisha? Do not pull my support out of lane. Nice steal there. We did see Mira take away the Wisdom Rune from Team Liquid, so they may have the net worth lead for Team Liquid. thanks to tower lead, but experience should be going to the favor of Spirit.
Collapse has been sending a lot of these Hawks bottom, which is pretty interesting because normally the Beast wants to play, he wants to push the Hawks into the line of sights where you would go to gank him, basically force a smoke on multiple heroes to kick him out of the jungle. Instead, he's kind of using them to protect Yatoro and give the Slark more space bottom during the daytime when his vision isn't as good. Now it's nighttime, maybe you send those Hawks elsewhere. As Collapse finishes Helm of the Overlord, claims a Ancient Black Dragon, one of the better creeps you can probably get with that first usage. It's going to help pick up his farm rate as everybody in this game is just finding what they want. Towers have been traded. Net worth has been exchanged. It is a perfectly balanced game, as all things should be.
Toro forced to use the Shadow Dance. So Zai successfully kicking him out of this lane. Small little economic wins. That's what we're talking about right now. That is all this game is.
Push the needle a millimeter.
Yep.
Might decide a lot of things down the road. The more Yatoro can stay down here, the better it is for Team Spirit, because nobody else wants to be here. You could commit a smoke on the Beast to find the Brood. It's just so damn hard. And it's not really something Collapse wants to do. He wants to use his momentum to gain advantage right now, invade Liquid side of the map, find the Leshrac in the river.
Try to get a haste rune, but once again, Team Spirit have better control over the power routes. Now, there is a zombie apocalypse going on here. The Broodmother shows up as well. Oh, bound the strike into the stun for the blast off.
Didn't get
Laurel,
the
he
orb off.
does have an orb, but he does not have enough time on that phase shift.
I mean, there's only a couple ways to catch the puck, and so far they've done it twice. Big win for Liquid here as they will stop him shoving the waves and controlling the map.
And impressive that Liquid's able to do that. But Laurel is usually, like, mobility heroes are his MO.
Yes.
Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, Puck. Like, those are some of his best heroes.
And it's another river clash where the Brood gets to backstab. Those are the tough ones right now for Spirit. Once you use that roar, you kind of have to see how it goes, especially with the Tombstone staying up. Zai is going second item Hex. And I don't think there was really another option. This item's just way too good for what Liquid won in this game. I guess it would have been like Butterfly, right? But that just maybe sounds a little too ambitious here. It's going to be a big timing for Liquid. You let him get to that Hex, and suddenly you have a huge amount of control for the Slark and the Puck in the fight. It's harder to contest these objectives that Liquid can ramp up at any time. I mean, this is a Leshrac, Brood, Monkey, Undying lineup. The control around those Roshan fights is insane when you drop that Tombstone Wukong. So once they have the damage, I would not be surprised to just man up in the pit, especially with Deso being built for Mickey. He's oscillated between some Monkey King builds this game, and like the Deso, the Maelstrom, the Echo. It's kind of been all over the place.
Well, what if you just take Roshan before they do?
That is definitely an option with this Helm of the Overlord. Didn't happen exactly when it came out, but it will happen a few minutes later.
Yeah, with the
Rally
Enchantress helping you out and the Hawk to be able to give you the vision of any rotations coming in. This is going to be free for Team Spirit, I believe.
I think normally you kind of want it on the Slark here. Yatoro does not seem to have any interest in it, as he's still trying to control his bottom lane and where the Brood can push into. Eventually he will get kicked out though. Not much you can do in this matchup in time. So I guess you put the Aegis on Laurel and prevent any further deaths as he goes in aggressively.
Smoke up is going to be a bit too late. They'll land the Boundless Strike into Blast Off. That'll kill the Lion, but Aegis has already been picked up by Laurel. Now Team Spirit just look to escape with as many heroes as they can. TP away from everybody else except for Laurel, who is going to be slowed down here. He's got a Waiting Rift, jumps over the side. He grabbed the Aegis, so he might die twice here. Let's see if they can get the setup here. Do they have the stun land on time? Laurel gets off the orb, gonna jump over, but the Boundless Strike will fall him as soon as he jumps to that orb. He's dead.
This puck has not felt difficult to catch for Liquid so far.
No.
They get him twice there. That is about the fastest Aegis gone I've seen the entire tournament. Did pretty much nothing. In fact, they might have lost gold because I think it took them long enough to kill the Roche that it was probably a net worth positive for Liquid that they did it there. And they'll just collect everything afterwards, push the lanes in, and Deso charges for Mickey. He got 4, by the way.
You said a scythe is a really important part of Liquid's build up here, and the question of like who's going to get it and when. Zai, BKB straight scythe advice. So he is taking your advice to heart here, rushing that item.
Well, I mean, like I said, the alternative is Butterfly, some Nullifier. I don't even know what that build looks like. You could go Harpoon if you really feel confident going in and trading. I think this is the correct build, especially now that you have cleared that Aegis off the map. I mean, oops. If you're Spirit, this is coming down to a game where the puck is not finding the momentum, and it's going to be how much Yatoro can do when he decides to join the fight off of his Ags. Closing in here in another 1,100 gold or so. But damn, though, is that a negative value Aegis if I've ever seen one? All it did was give the monkey damage and cost you time.
They're going to get baited by the Helmet Dom creep. Helmet of the Overlord, Team Spirit don't actually pounce on Mickey's Monkey King there. Maybe a little bit afraid of who's around from Team Liquid. But they're actually very well spread out. And a shield room for a Leshrac. So that is a very nice pickup. Toro completes his Aghanim Scepter. Big window now for him to maybe be a little bit more active in the game.
You can definitely start joining these fights if you can land the stuns from Spirit. The Coil, the Impale, the Roar. Be more than happy to jump in and create some stacks. Especially if it hits the next nighttime, you can recomplete the Echo Saber here with the Shard for Depth Shroud. Then you can really just engage fully into the fight. You can use the Depth Shroud and your ult to clear through the Tombstone or ignore a Wukong. That's some of the benefit here for Team Spirit as he continues to scale up. Maybe you can get rid of some of those big ultis or zone control tools, allow the rest of your team to commit in with you.
And even if he can't commit, right, just his poke is still really poke. Right, it's a good way. You talked about the zone control that Liquid have that is really, really strong.
Is this working? Oh, he's a shield room. Okay.
Yeah, he is good. It's good. Boxy is the one who actually almost dies there.
And it'll be the grab ally first this time, as Insania strikes his revenge on the RNG machine.
Bit better luck for Liquid. And it does look like they need it because this game is remaining close and Team Spirit is scaling up. Collapse, thinking about AC, thinking about Blink, thinking about BKB. I wonder which one he ends up investing into with the 3,000 gold he's sitting on right now.
Depends how hard you want to go late here. And it might have to be late as Liquid are in a pretty damn strong position. I mean, they're finding farm on everybody here, including Boxy. I almost wish you were scaling the Enchantress a bit more on Miposhka. I just think the ability for him to find farm on this map with the Enchantress has been pretty limited by the Brood taking over so much space, and it's just not a hero you can push out.
See, I was actually thinking the opposite. I was thinking more of their offensive. I wish they were playing a little bit more into ganking Mickey, but now it's too late for that. He's got a BKB, and they try and go the Leshrac, but a Force Staff allows him to be able to get away. Team Spirit, their first move in a while, doesn't quite work out. And Team Liquid will now have the chance to respond with a 5-man smoke of their own, perhaps, as they're pretty grouped up. There it goes.
4-man. You gotta remember that Brood is still ratting bottom.
Oh yeah, he is.
And is always an anchor point that Liquid can go back to here, is they're just gonna run down mid lane. See the Ench, they don't really want the Enchantress.
Zai's gonna start making his way back in, try and sandwich with the rest of Liquid. They'll catch him a Poshka.
That was pretty damn free. Gotta remember, this is still daytime too, not really that beneficial for Yatoro. He'll just leap the hell out. All right, everybody else, you're on your own.
Oh, Boundless Strike almost there to stop Collapse. Mira, he might get caught, blink away deep into the trees. Oh, Lotuses.
Those are some greedy Lotuses.
Mira, so that's a greedy Lotus play right there. He had a TP too, so he could have just hidden away somewhere.
Oh, the juke.
Can he juke this out long enough for another blink and another opportunity to disappear into the trees away from Mickey? This time the Boundless Strike will land and they finally catch that pesky support.
That almost looked really cool though.
It did.
Imagine he'd gotten away.
Would have been style points for sure.
The morale. The victory for your team. The momentum swing.
I wouldn't go that far, but...
Look at that face. That's the face of a man who does not fear death. See you later. Nice leap down, Mickey.
Juke them all, nerds. It is another Desolator charge. Again, Mickey, he wasn't really stopped at all. He has gone through this game completely clean, 6-0 on 3. He got some Desolator charges. He again went for Echo Saber, Desolator, only just now getting the BKB. So Team Spirit's window to kick Mickey out of this game a little bit has now gone away. And now they have to make these moves into BKBs all the time.
That Hex is done. This is not an aggressive go you can commit on. I mean, you will get the BKB. Maybe Team Spirit are happy trading Coil for a BKB here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I have to, again, I think Team Spirit's play is off of a lot of poke, right? Just trying to get BKBs, Wukong commands, tombstones out of them.
It does always put like the onus of execution on you though, right? Yeah. Which is a situation I think Spirit consistently put themselves in. It's like last game, right? They had to drag them around, get some numbers advantage fight. We even heard Silent say they probably felt like they weren't even favored in that draft.
Yeah.
It takes a wear on you, like constantly being in this position where you feel like you have to out-execute enemies, whereas Liquid are like, yeah, we're gonna group and go smash Roche in head.
Gotcha.
Very simple, very straightforward.
If I was a coach, I'd always say it was the draft. After a loss, keep morale up. Don't worry, boys. You're much better players. It was the draft.
Well, it doesn't keep the morale up for the coach.
Yeah, well, that's his own problem.
Should have drafted better.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And maybe they did draft better for this game. See whether or not this Scythe of Ice can pay out. All these slippery heroes, that Scythe of Ice is the scariest item pickup for Liquid.
Will be matched by Collapse with that Assault Cuirass, as he is gearing up to help Yatoro deal the physical. Extra attack speed armor, always nice here, and another smoke from Liquid will fizzle, as they can't get the connection on this Beastmaster. I mean, it's been a quiet game from Collapse at 1-0-0, but he also hasn't died, so he hasn't fed away his space on the map or his momentum with all that priority he was given. Still very even here, as Spirit continue to basically just stalwart this map. Again, dude, if they have the better scale, then it's okay. It's just, do they believe that? They'll find Nisha with a pounce on the TP. Everybody's
There's so
here.
many Liquid heroes around. It's going to be a little bit scary. They get him inside the Tombstone. Yutoro's going to use his Shadow Dance to try and clear through that Tombstone, but Nisha now pops out with a Bloodstone. He's going to get some big heals. In fact, they blast off, landed onto Yutoro. He's working with the Depth Shrouds, but eventually he's going to run out. The coil, they're just going to have to get away from this in the time that they can. It's just not long enough. They go back in for the kill on Nisha, and Nisha will take out. Thankfully, the poison damage there, Laurel was able to deliver it, gets that kill. Is he going to get away? Another Scythe of Ice is up in a second.
They're kiting him
It's
out.
actually Liquid that need to get away from this engagement now.
Yatoro was
Zai's
healed.
left alone. Yutoro is healed back up, and he's ready to go. BKB tried to go for the Scythe onto Laurel and get that kill. It doesn't last. The pounce, it's not going to be able to catch Zai just yet. Does he have another one coming up? Can he land this one? He does land it. Mickey's here, though. They turn around. Oh, Zai does die. Mickey's going to go for the kill on Laurel. A one-for-one trade-off. Yutoro trying to get away, out of sight, out of mind. If he can do it, the nighttime vision might just help him do so. He jukes back the other direction. Got to be careful with that lifesteal, though. Can't fight Mickey.
He does have an ult backup.
Doesn't land.
I think he's
Feels
going
the
to turn,
mind.
man.
Yeah, I mean, he's got
This
some
is
serious
Yatoro.
charges, man. He has got so many stats stolen, and he's getting even more off of Insania. 38 stacks of Instant Shift.
The dream fight for Yatoro. He goes and uses an ult to take out the Tombstone, uses the Depth Shroud to get back out of the Wukong. They're all coiled. That coil was amazing by Laurel, by the way, because it stalled them all up. Buys time for the Puck and the Slark to reset, and then you re-engage. Yatoro finds Boxy on the backside. Laurel finds Nisha on the re-engagement, and then you're just off to the races with the stacks and another ult and Shroud coming off cooldown at the end of that fight. You still had a lot of gas in the tank here. This is the power of the Slark right now, and Liquid, they just can't lock him down long enough to let the AoE damage go to work. The second Yatoro is out here and you're all stuck in this coil, it's looking rough. You do find Collapse and take those auras out of the fight. You just can't protect Nisha as that grab ally was used early on. And these are the types of engage, disengage, re-engage, disengage, Yatoro behind you type of fights that Team Spirit are looking for right now, and it will result in a second Roshan going their way. That game was falling into a stalemate.
Yeah, it was.
And that was a very pivotal fight in terms of who's building momentum going to that next Roshan. If Laurel got out here, I think Team Spirit would have been insanely happy. Now they're only partially insanely happy.
Yeah, Mickey did a good job of recovering some of that. His recognition of TPing out in the fight, realizing Yatoro was going to come back and it was going to be bad. He gets pulled into another fight that maybe they shouldn't have pursued quite as much. And Blink Dagger done for the Beastmaster, so some extra initiation off of what they already had.
It's a lot of initiation, and it's a lot of aggressiveness that Yatoro can now pump out, as he got level 20 off that fight as well. So these Essence shifts are going to build up quickly. Elven Tunic on top of it. He's tanky, he's got a lot of time in the fight, and if you give him those stacks, he just turns into a beast. 5,000 gold on top of it. He's got another item he can choose here. Thinking about the BKB, maybe just go more aggressive with like an entire Scotty or Butterfly of your own. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of good items here you can pick from.
It does feel like Liquid had a hope that their AoE damage from their Leshrac would be able to threaten the Slark when he goes for this Shadow Dance Depth Shroud play, but it clearly did not in that last fight, and now it probably never will. In part because the Mage Slayer build from Yatoro, now he's got an Aegis, and eventually he's going to build a BKB. So that Leshrac will never be able to really kick Yatoro out.
Yeah, that Mage Slayer paid off there.
Yep.
And it's a very good item versus Leshrac. One of the best in the game, honestly. Like, whenever you're playing versus hero, if you can pick it up on somebody, it's always good, never bad, and that is just an entire Scotty bought out at once. That is pretty damn terrifying, as it's still nighttime and Yatoro is just gonna run it in here. No fear at all.
He knows he is so much stronger than anybody on Team Liquid right now.
And the thing is, this Slark, you can't really rely on this Tombstone save versus him, because he just sticks there and kills it, right?
Yep.
And the second you pop out, he can choose to disengage, he can choose to keep building the stacks.
You
So
can't
even if you
necessarily
save-
rely on Wukong's command either because of the depth shroud.
Yeah, that's the tough part of these fights right now. This is where this lineup is supposed to strike really hard for Spirit, as they can go and initiate and maybe not have to care about the team fight being thrown back their way by Liquid.
They're gonna catch Mickey. They got a hawk on him. Spotted him for a moment, but he's way into the trees.
He has Quiver and Harpoon.
They do have a high ground ward too.
This Boundless Strike is gonna hurt. You line that up with a Hex, you might just be able to burst a puck or a support very fast.
Nice, guarding the ward there, but Yatoro, he just jumps in, immediately going for that Leshrac. Good stun there from the Split Earth, will allow him to disengage without having to blow too much. Still kept his Bloodstone up, for example.
These spells are just so low cooldown. It's a 45-second Shadow Dance, you know? It's up again in 30 here. It does not cost him anything. Oh, if you find Mickey here,
That's a great hero to start taking away some stacks and taking away his BKB, who he's still looking to try and jump away to the trees, and he just can't get it. So even more Essence Shift, 72 agility up on the Slark right now from that ability.
it cost him nothing, whereas you had to pop a Monkey BKB just to get out of your own triangle. These Spirits collapsing the map right now.
One thing, he just hasn't run into Zai. He is yet to be punished, I think, by the Scythe of Ice.
It's hard, too. I mean, it's just hard to get this Scythe on Yatoro. You might not see him for half the fight. Just gonna lead with the coil. No BKB on the
Trying
Monkey.
to get out the Wukong's command with no BKB. He's going to be blown up by the magic damage. Great jump from Team Spirit. Insania tries to hide inside of his own tombstone, but once again, the Slark can just stick to it. Hey, look at the shots coming in. This impetus is brought Zyle to his knees. He had to just run away to the fountain. Now that gives Team Spirit, all of a sudden, it's 32 minutes in. They're going high ground with this Aegis.
It's not a huge lead, but they have hit all the items they need to take these fights right now. And there's no answer on the side of Liquid for the Slark forcing the engagement. You have a Scythe, you have a Brood BKB, and you have this Leshrac who finishes a Shiva is pretty damn tanky. Just who do you go on here? How do you start it? Are you willing to commit in when this Slark is building the stacks and he is building them fast?
Well, Pochka's scaling up too, like you kind of wanted to see from him.
This is what you want here.
Got the Hex on a Boxy, just picking apart the supports when they can. Nisha using his Bloodstone now, but it just doesn't match Yatoro, whose damage is overwhelming right now.
42 Essence Shifts.
This game looks over, Avery.
I don't know what you do right now. I mean, you got caught off once on your triangle with the Monkey BKB. It's gone. You get initiated on with Coil, and suddenly you're looking at your Rax is just going down instantly.
168 agility. He's going to back out to make sure his Aegis gives him the regen, but that Aegis spot, it's going to become a BKB with his courier flying out right now.
He's just ramping up so damn fast here. This came out of nowhere in pretty much 5 or 6 minutes. This whole game disintegrated for Liquid, and that is going to be a second lane with this Ancient Rumblehide to boost up the accuracy. Not that he needs it, as there's no evasion to even have to cut through here.
Trying to juke these pounces. Found the Strike does a decent amount of damage to the back line. The line took a good amount of damage, but not like Liquid can push forward when Yatoro is standing in their way.
I mean, you better hide in your throne. It's about the only place you're not giving this Slark stacks. Well, is it time to look for the Zai Brood Rat?
It might be that time already, but they still have tier 2s up.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. He can't get out on the map. That's the benefit of this Beastmaster Slark. They just hunt you. They cross the map very fast. You have infinite vision here. This isn't a game you can really rat out.
Yeah, once you have the advantage with this kind of lineup, you've got the Hawk for extra vision, you've got the Slark taking vision away from Team Liquid, so they're always blind.
Team Spirit feeling very good about their position, making this Undying look mortal as well. This would be a pretty big strategic win if they can say, hey, you can have the Undying, you can have Grab Ally, we don't care.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that hero that has been first picked twice goes down in priority.
I think it also made the Monkey King look a lot more likely. I mean, like, Slark has been a great answer to both, like, two very key heroes for Liquid. I think they're pretty, like, they've been pretty happy with the Monkey King performance for Mickey so far through this tournament. Obviously, Undying is one of the best heroes you could get your hands on. Slark answers them both in this game.
I think it was similar with the Naga. Like, that Naga pick was pretty good too for Yatoro. You just couldn't scale into the late game with it. Here, he is just going to continue to turn into a bigger and bigger monster. Liquid not done yet. They're going to go for a flank play. 3 heroes smoked behind Team Spirit's position. They might not expect this angle.
The scythe being used onto the Enchantress. Yatoro is like, okay, now it's my turn to strike. Used already. Depth Shroud BKB starts going onto the Monkey King. They deliver the Finger of Death. They get him inside the Tombstone, though. So Wukong's command and the Tombstone will force Yatoro away. He uses Pounce and Shadow Dance to get out. But ultimately, Team Liquid, this was a big move by them, and they only got 2 supports out of it.
I mean, 2 supports ain't bad. It's going to stall this game, buy you some time. A lot of gold onto your course here. It's also a BKB out of Yatoro on top of that Ultimate Shard. He has nothing up right now if you can find the opening.
They got the side. On to Collapse. Laurel trying to intercept with the Wing Rift. Primal Roar does go out, but Yatoro doesn't have the advantage this time around. He can't figure out without a Shadow Dancing with... Oh, no!
He got
baited into going back into it.
Oh, Team Spirit, all you have to do is play around this Slark and his cooldowns. And Liquid are forcing the issue, dragging you into a fight you had no business being in right now. And if they find Laurel... That was actually closer than he knew. You get a balance there into the Split Earth.
And then Zai would be able to get there with the side device maybe after that. So yeah, that was incredibly dangerous. Yatoro, probably one of the best carry players in the world right now. If the best carry in the world does make an uncharacteristic mistake, not respecting his own timings there of the Shadow Dance and BKB.
I mean, 30 seconds and you have so much backup. Instead, you're in a position where a single stun takes you off the map and gets a lot of gold. That was a 7x streak. That's a 2,000 gold kill as Liquid just shift a lot of momentum in this game and find another set of items for all their cores here as Mickey went back to clean up the waves while this push is happening. You can probably defend this if you're Spirit. It's just costing you a lot.
Oh, Zai taking a lot of damage here. Once again, Glimmer Capes and Tombstones will help Liquid when they need it most. Honestly, that last fight, I feel like that was a breath of life for Team Liquid, who I felt like that was one of their last YOLO moves.
I mean, if you lose another fight, you're probably getting megas. So yeah, that was a necessary win. Very good smoke angle from them. They also split it on the angles of initiation. I think it caught Team Spirit off guard. They get both supports and everything out of the Slark, which sets up the later kill on Yatoro. Pretty much the dream. Something you do have to think about is the attack speed on Maposhka. As we saw there, this Enchantress, it hits very hard with the Hurricane Bike and very fast with all the Beast attack speed aura behind it.
Yeah,
it is true. No joke.
He's giving 80 attack speed to anybody who's nearby.
Yeah, that is damn good for clearing through this Tombstone, and very good when the BKBs run out on the side of Liquid. You got to strike while you have the spell immunity on the Brood and the Monkey. That's going to feel the best here when the burst from the physical goes through onto that Hex. If you can get a good core target, or both supports like you did last time.
Playing for Roshan, but Zai is ratting you.
The rat begins. We've seen this before.
Oh, and there is a really big pickup. Mickey is going to find a double damage. So while they are going to get Aegis and Cheese...
Zai's just taking your buildings.
Yeah, there may be something to work with here.
Oh, he is punishing this Aegis mana, but he'll get a glyph out of that too, plus a ranged Rax. Not a bad trade. Plus, if you TP back on Spirit, look at what is happening top. You have a double damage Monkey coming in to find the fight on the Stragglers. Collapse TPing out.
Oh God, Beer's just gonna lose all his health in one big bout. The strike hit. They look for more, but everybody else from Team Spirit has gotten away. So not the worst.
That could have been extremely bad if you got some big core Stragglers there. Team Spirit lucky to get out with only the Lion loss, and now they're gonna have to start thinking about the pressure this Brood's creating. React appropriately. The shoe is on the other foot quite literally from last game where they were making Liquid decide. It's gonna be a situation where you make Team Spirit decide where and when they want to commit. However, Yatoro, he is back on top as he claims Aegis plus a Refresher Shard, and he has that Spell Prism to lower the cooldowns even further. This is...
Courier? What's that? Was he scouting with his Courier? What is he doing there? I mean, it worked. He just spotted some heroes there that went through the gate from Team Liquid.
Yeah, he saw him. Next level plays.
That's pretty cool. And he's level 20, so he's got the shield as well, so he can kind of do that freely without getting punished, without giving anything up. Bloodthorn is going to be the choice now for Slark, as that is much needed. We have a butterfly on Mickey.
This will be a nice timing for Yatoro, especially if you can get to level 25 here. You gotta remember, all that attack speed is going into the Slark too. So if Team Spirit can keep all their cores up in the fight, these three together are incredibly strong. MKB, that's an answer to a butterfly here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the Slark might die, but this Enchantress has a decent chance of carrying the fight if Liquid don't take him out first. That's where you were saying, do you really want to go on the Enchantress first with that Hex on that triangle fight? Yeah, you kind of do at this point.
You do now, that's for sure. Zai gonna be hit by a pounce here. Probably forced into a BKB. Lincoln's gets broken. Mira may not have expected that one. Looks like they maybe still want to play for this one. Trying to blow him up with the Bloodthorn, but it got off the BKB. Now Nisha charges forward. He gets on top of Maposhka. Yeah, they're identifying Maposhka as a problem, and they'll kill him first. Now they jump forward. Nisha chasing after more, but there was a Depth Shroud. Collapse protected by his carry. They start backing away, trying to get all the way back, but of course, Mickey can pursue. They choose not to, though.
Man, a fight, you have Aegis Refresher Shard on this Slark, and you can't find the opening. Liquid continuing to strike back in this game and find so much gold for their cores right now. The fact that Zai held his BKB there also is everything, right? Like, he's just baiting out with the Lincolns, he's drawing them in, he tanks the Hex, he separates the cores in the fight on Team Spirit, and suddenly you have a situation where Collapse roars a Monkey King in the back while the Slark is going on the Brood. It gets very split up, and it just buys so much time for Liquid to get in there and find the big kill on the Enchantress, and suddenly a lot of your damage is gone.
Yeah.
You have to focus fire targets here if you're Spirit, and if you're Liquid, you continue baiting out these jumps, you're going to be in a decent place in the long fight.
A 12,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, and a 2-lane barracks lead has now been whittled down to nothing in net worth, and Zai was able to take not the melee barracks, but a range barracks at bottom, which helps just a little bit in dealing with that pressure coming in from these various lanes.
But you forget something, Cap.
Yeah, what's that?
Team Spirit don't win games when they have a net worth lead. They win it when they don't.
That's
so they're giving all this gold back to Liquid so that they can get the closer in.
They're trying to make their run to a second TI victory in a little bit of style.
They were too far ahead. A fatal mistake here, as they'll have to draw it back in order to finally try and close this game out. And they're still looking for that level 25 on Yatoro, a very big talent in this game, as suddenly those pokes just last forever with the duration. He's closing in on it, probably asking for the solo XP. Yo, Collapse, chill, man.
Yo, he's going for the Wisdom Rune that just spawned.
He's just gonna grab it.
All right,
yep,
25 off that. You know, that makes these pokes all the more dangerous. They show aggressively, they take this tier 2, but look what Mira is doing. He's setting up on the other side of the map, and his team is quickly going to TP to the other side. They were trying to get Liquid to think, oh, they're going high ground, push bottom, and maybe some straggler gets caught on the other side of the map, but not the case here. Liquid, very disciplined.
I mean, the thing is, the end result is this Aegis didn't even get you a single team fight. It's expiring right now. You still have a Shard, you have a Cheese on Collapse. Those are all useful. Man, this game is getting stalled, and I did not expect to see Mickey at the top of this net worth chart. Man, he has had a tremendous game on this Monkey King. Not something we talked about a lot, but he is 9-1-8. Highest net worth core in the game, and he's a problem in the fight if he gets to sit in that Wukong. He has an Abyssal, he has a Butterfly. He is going to slap your supports down, and I think that's the name of the game. Get on the backline here, find the Lion, find the Enchantress. You don't want to just run headlong into the Slark, where he can create the front line for the rest of his team and feel good about building up the stacks.
Once again, they're baiting out Zai, but I don't think Team Spirit's going to take that bait twice.
I mean, it might not be a bait anymore. You might just be in a situation where if you're Liquid, you can jump. You have Blink on the Brood and Blink on the Leshrac, plus the Monkey King with Shard. All three of these cores can instantly close the gap onto your backline.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I think it's a lot easier to get off a good Wukong's command if you're being gone on, right?
It absolutely is. I mean, Liquid would prefer a situation where Zai baits the jump and survives.
Be careful on those trees. Collapse.
You do have options.
He's certainly looking for an opportunity to get a jump, a Blink Bramble Roar, or Blink Axes. Mickey shows himself for a second there. We're about to hit nighttime, too.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds.
Yutaro's going to jump
wait.
in. Bloodthorn going to be put to use. Immediately a response.
Ooh, they got
It's going to be Tombstone.
That's a pretty good spell to get out here. You only committed Slark Gold, his lowest cooldown here. 30 seconds, and it's going to hit the nighttime, so you kind of want to wait anyway here. You're just going to get caught on the backside.
Oh, Force Staff gets Maposhka away from that big boundless strike hit, and now they got a Hex on Mikke. So panic for Liquid. They're going to back up to their high ground.
Quick bots back to mid for Nisha.
What they don't know is they're being spotted still by this high ground hot. Okay, never mind.
That'll hit
Pulse
the nighttime. Remember, this top wave is pushing in. You get stuck in these stalemate situations. You still have a 2 racks lane advantage for Team Spirit, as well as a bunch of summons you can throw down the third lane. Abuse the vision you have between the Beastmaster and the Slark. Should be a tough game for Liquid to find the opening in terms of initiation power. It's kind of on Mikke and Zai going in with the Broodlings, or just this tree dance and seeing somebody.
He's constantly spreading it out. He actually blinks signs forward on Laurel. Cole's going to be used. He instantly breaks it. He's got the Setix cap, so that's actually a really good way to both be initiated on and deal with the coil as well.
He is quite the bait right now. Zai continues to force the frontline action. And Team Spirit will retake control of this bottom lane, shove it back in. The other two, they have the racks on. So this feels good if you can sit around this lane, push it into Liquid's base, and force a new orientation for them. Of course, the Hawk's gonna see Mikke in these trees. We gotta be really careful about this flying vision.
Yeah, it's so hard. Even if you have a gem, these Hawks just are sitting in the trees outside of your vision.
I mean, if you show for a second, Collapse is gonna blink roar you, and you're getting cut down.
Down the shrine, lead up, split earth, both being used, trying to pop Yutoro, but beautiful Earth Spike as the response there. Yutoro actually legitimately almost died. They're gonna maybe catch Maposhka. They give him a depth shroud, but there's a split earth to stop his TP away. Liquid once again finding a little bit of an opening.
And that was off Laurel showing top.
Yeah.
Like he went top during that sequence. Yutoro almost might have died there if he didn't get that Force Staff off.
And the Earth Spike, that was the two very crucial moves from Team Spirit.
Very clutch support play here to keep the fish alive. As Team Spirit struggling to maintain control of this game in the late game, which we thought was pretty favorable for them. I mean, we're talking about all this poke, the in and out, the disengaging. Yutoro has not found any Essence Shift stacks in what feels like 10 minutes here.
And he's got more AoE damage to contend with now. Level 25 for the Leshrac, plus 25 Diabolic Edict Explosion. So if he's alone against that Leshrac,
that's a
the
big
damage is amped up a lot.
Yeah, that's very big. It's also big in these base race situations, or even a potential point where you kill the Slark and you try and throw him before he comes back up. I mean, these edicts do work. Bots are coming up for all of Spirit as well. You have the bots on the puck, the bots on Collapse, so they're going to be able to push in this bottom lane and still join a fight, which in theory can always force someone from Liquid to show. Of course, they also have a bots on the Leshrac. You should send Nisha back, let him clean up the waves.
Give you some context of how much damage Diabolic Edict can do. It does up to 1100 damage, but once you get the talent, it goes up to 1800 damage.
It's a decent amount here. It is pure damage too now. This spell used to be physical. Can't stop it anymore. This fight for this Roshan could mean everything in this game.
It's gonna spawn now, Yutoro. He's gonna claim the high ground here during nighttime. This is gonna be very hard for Liquid to maintain vision.
He's running out of Nullifier. Liquid saw it on the Courier. That'll complete the slots for Yutoro, but put him in a position with no buyback for this Roche fight. A very risky bet. If it pays off huge. If it backfires, you might wish you had a second life here.
Yeah, the scary part is he got caught once before on the Scythe. They don't have a save mechanism for him.
Laurel just bots bottom. I mean, that's like 20 seconds. Liquid know this puck cannot be here. They're gonna jump.
Yeah, Mikke is pushing forward almost immediately. He's gonna hop down, immediately just goes for the Enchantress. 80 kill is worth it at this point when Laurel can't be here.
That was a very ballsy go bottom by Laurel, especially if he feels like he can't pressure somebody else back here from Liquid, which, I mean, maybe he's just gonna start hitting this tower. I don't know how threatening this is. It is a Mega's lane if you really let him whittle it down. I guess that is enough to force the TP back from the Brood. Liquid cannot man up for this Roche against the puck split push.
And Yutoro immediately back into it, is going to find a pick off. thanks to Larl's pressure and the forced nature of that, he gets Insania.
A move that ends up working out for Larl in the end. That was incredibly risky, though, just abandoning the team and showing bottom like that. When you know Liquid can be smoking into you. The pressure is just enough. And Yotoro finds Nisha top. He's going to start building up some stacks.
Nullifier, it's going to get a lot of stacks here, if not actually killing flat out Nisha. Gets off his BKB, but his Bloodstone is worn out now. But that's good enough for Yotoro. Now up to 140 agility. Getting a little pickoffs like this. Oh, Zai, Liquid coming back in. They're going to try and catch and blow up the Lion. Boy, they got him.
That jump from the cores is so fast and so much burst damage. You do not have much time to react. The downside for Liquid is this Roche went down to the Radiant side of the map that Team Spirit were setting up on, and they're waiting for you to come through the gate. They're begging for it right now.
Oh God, this is gonna be
they're
scary.
gonna take it.
They're going through this gate, and Yotoro.
Oh no, they sent the spiders.
Okay, spiders first, Boxy second. Nullifier gonna be first. Now the Monkey King goes through with the Broodmother. They get off the Wukong's command over the side. They're just gonna try and stand and fight underneath this one. Not that Yotoro cares. He's got a Shadow Dance to work with. Larl and Maposhka keeping their distance high. He's just a little bit too far forward, and Yotoro takes advantage of that. He has racked up the agility. He's laying into Mickey. Mickey hops away with the Boundless Strike, but it won't get him far enough away.
Stacks,
Lark is just striking down everyone, man.
296 Agi. It's absolutely out of control as this ballsy gate play. I guess they sent the Broodlings and didn't see anybody and said coast clear. It was definitely not clear. That Boundless Strike Shard also put Mickey in a really weird spot, and the Wukong ended up being far to the left. No one was stuck in it at all. And Maposhka just laying into you the whole time with this Enchantress. That is going to be another Aegis on this Slark, as he is going to collect his prize here. And of course, the real prize, all of those Agi stacks, man. You're just going to push the base, and you're going to have 300 extra agility to do it in. This is the dream scenario for Spirit. One by one, straight into Yotoro's claws. He just gobbles them all up.
I can't believe they went through this, man. Did they actually think that do you feel like Roshan was that important?
I mean, it's definitely that important. I think the Broodlings going out and like they didn't see enough. It kind of baited them or something. I don't know. Something weird happened with the vision on that go.
I mean, Boxy followed pretty damn quickly after those spiders. Yotoro's back into it. Again, stealing the stats. The Tombstone is only a temporary save. Nisha's going to pop back out, but he is weaker for it. A lot of stats being grabbed by Yotoro with that little move, and he can keep doing it too with this Aegis. That's why Liquid, I think they're kind of looking at him like, we can't afford to just let them keep jumping on us all the time.
Definitely not. That was also an Ags that Yotoro got to eat, so he got to free up another slot here. Loses nothing to hold on to this Aegis right now. His stacks are wearing out from that previous fight. They're ticking down right now. If you want to hit a building, you want to hit another hero, your clock is running out. It's going to start to build back up.
Force staff gets Nisha out of the pounce. That part's nice, but Yotoro has racked up those stats once again. Big hit onto the Enchantress. Once again, trying to target her. Hard pull back, and that's going to be good enough.
BKB's used for Liquid and snaps on this coil. He has the talent up to pierce the debuff immunity here.
He's going to buy back. Yeah, they see all those BKBs, and they say, they can't fight us without that.
It's time to go. Refresher coming back up for Yotoro, so he's going to have double of everything, or at least a new BKB. Does not have to wait for this cooldown. His stacks continue to wear out a bit here.
At some point, Yotoro, I think, can just commit. Aegis Refresher. He's going to jump on Anisha once again. Bound the Shrike, trying to stop him. Split Earth, waiting for it, but he got the Dark Pact, but he already got away. Yotoro doesn't get hit by that stun, and they're losing buildings fast. Yotoro is creating so much space for the rest of his team, and they might even kill Nisha. In fact, he may be killing Boxy as well, but they're both going to pop out. Meanwhile, the back line looks like the Monkey King jumped in, but he got wrecked by Maposhka. No chance in hell.
Your Glyph is absolutely gone as well, so that'll be guaranteed Megas. It's just a question of, does this game end right now in Yotoro's hands? He has rebuilt the stacks, 200 plus more Agi.
They cannot handle this. Liquid know it too. They call it.
Ooh, we are getting a game 3 here, and it is a juicy one as Team Spirit have found their footing in this series and strike back swift, hard, and fast with a crap ton of Agi stacks for Yotoro on a beautiful Slark pick. Liquid did not find a strong and early game this time, which created some more space. The comeback was very nice though on the map. You gotta remember, that game went up to like a 13, 15K gold lead with Roach control for Team Spirit, and Liquid found late game items on all their cores, particularly the Blinks and the Shard to get on top of the backline. You get that last Roshan, you might be able to win that game and put the Slark in a position where he can't go in and build up the stacks. It's just, I go back to that gate play.
Yeah.
Something weird happened with that play comms-wise. It was either a vision thing, it was either just a, hey, we're going to win the fight if we just go through. Maybe it was they felt like they couldn't win that game without contesting that Roshan. There's no other way to do it. Whatever it was a ballsy maneuver that landed them straight into the depth shroud of pain.
Yatoro takes it away in game 2. We're headed to a game 3 now.
Game 3 on our hands between Team Spirit and Team Liquid. The upper bracket final continues to excite, continues to titillate. BSJ, this was a situation where for some time, it seemed like Liquid might be able to close this one out. They were pressing on the buildings, they were pushing in all of the lanes, but then that one fight happened in the top lane and the entire game changes.
Yeah, we heard from Sion, the coach, after the draft. He said that they liked their scaling a lot better this game than they did the previous. They knew they were going to have issues in lanes, so it seemed like Team Spirit just had a really accurate idea of their win condition this game and how it was going to play out. And Team Liquid, I think, surprised them a bit with that comeback, as the casters were mentioning. But at the end of the day, Team Spirit out on top.
Yeah.
If you give Yatoro carry that can carry the game on his own, he's just doing so much, especially the last fight. He understands that, oh, we already took 2 sides. All we have to do is take the Megas and then we take the fight. They don't have the BKBs, but he's been really nailing it. And this is the fight. It's very ambitious. He almost breaks him out of Wukong's command. So nice play from Boschka there to just be able to use Hurricane Pike. Doesn't happen in the end, but Yatoro is going way too ham. I like the itemization on him, going for Refresher, having Aghanims, having the Shard, so double all of these things, double ultis. He's he doesn't care too much about Leshrac, having also Mage Slayer. This is how Tundra pretty much won TI, damage reduction overall, and against Leshrac, we've seen it time and time again. This item just works miraculously.
Yeah, I mean, when they were going through that teleporter, they were all smoked, basically. Yeah. So the spiders come through, they don't see anything, oh, there must be nobody here. And then, Foxy comes through and they all appear and they're like, oh shit, well, they have to commit at that point. So either they didn't expect them to be there in time, or they thought they were confidently went anyways, but Foxy kind of got just shredded by the nullifier, and that fight went catastrophic.
Yep, that's an example of how Vision can win games. And at the very end of the day, we also saw Purge Maposhka do, early on it's like, okay, I'm trying to help him control the lanes, but he realizes very early on, as he did in the prior series, if I just itemize for damage, we can have an additional source here. And there was that one fight in the top lane. They're going on the Slug, they're like, we're controlling Slug, but you always forget about the rainbows coming in from this Enchantress on the side.
Yeah, it was something we saw much more earlier in the tournament. The last couple days, the Enchantresses have still been effective, but they haven't been as much like DPS monsters. But I'm glad we got to see it again this game.
Yeah, he talked about it when they play against BB team, about the itemization, neutral items. He wasn't unable to carry the game on his Enchantress because he's like, there's no Growboat, there's no Enchanted Quiver, there's no Pirate Hat, there's literally nothing to carry the game with. And this time around, he gets, I believe he even finished off the MKB as well on top of the Hurricane Pike, so he was ready to carry from that position 5.
Speaking of carrying the game here at BSJ, the last time we saw Zaya play the Brood Mother, he itemized for a pure carry from the offlane, Echo Saber, Butterfly, Nullifier, these sort of items. This game a bit more defensive. The Lincoln Sphere, the Hex. Are you a fan of this type of itemization in this game?
I think that is what they needed. I think the Hex and the BKB and then the Hex on Lesh as well. And that's the problem. The items are what you use to solve the draft, but when one team has heroes that need to be itemized against, in this case the Slark and the Puck, they need Hexes. Otherwise, they just can't reliably lock these heroes down. And at the same time, Yatoro is just buying Scotty, BKB, Refresher, things that his hero is using to make itself stronger, not worrying about its counterparts. Then it just feels like as the game goes on, Team Spirit, they get to determine the fate of the game.
Yeah, and in terms of item solutions, Slark also had one, it's Mage Slayer. It's amazing against Leshrac. It lowers his damage output, and then whatever damage he does after that gets reduced by the magic resistance. And that thing only costs 2,500 gold. So his item solution, much, much cheaper than having to buy Scythe of Vices on multiple heroes.
Exactly.
Well, this is one of those games where Team Spirit do find a way to come back and make this a 1-1 affair. They've been here before, of course, being able to get themselves into several grand finals in the past. What is a problem for Milo Costa is, obviously this year, Team Liquid get Game and Gladiators off their back, finally getting the W. Do you know when was the last time Team Liquid was in the grand finals from the upper bracket? We have to go back to 2019 MDL Macau, And we have to go back to 2018 at the Super Major before they do it at a Tier 1 event. And I know these stats don't really mean that much, but that must be weighing on their minds a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not thinking about, MDL Macau. You remember when we, that was the last time, but this is not the talk that they're having right now. They're thinking about how to adjust their draft, that's for sure, because we felt that, Team Spirit, they got the upper hand in this one. Like, I felt like they used this opportunity. Like, their last pick was also, a bit of a different one that maybe what we expected, but they also picked really good hero for Yatoro, and it really shows in this game.
Well, let's take a quick look at the STC play of the game for Game 2 here in the upper bracket final. It is that moment, BSJ, that Purge was talking about around this twin gate. The spiders come through. You think you've got this, but you really don't.
Yeah, the smoke or the spiders almost gave them a false sense of security. I'm wondering if they didn't have a summons hero to scout, would they have even made this play in the first place? Because I imagine those spiders are like, okay, we're going to channel for 2 seconds. These spiders are going to tell us if we should finish off the channel. And by proceeding through, I mean, this is just really good kiting on the side of Spirit as well. Like Miposhka, Hurricane piking himself out of the Wukong's command. And they know he's such a threat that Zai is running out of his own teammates' Wukongs in order to chase him. And you guys are mentioning him carrying the game. Collapse even took a telescope as his neutral item in order to make Miposhka carry even harder. So that's kind of tells you, like, Team Spirit, they know the bigger picture and what it takes to win this game.
One of the things we also saw here, Purge, is the Undying was given away by Team Spirit. They stuck to their Lion Beastmaster opener, but the adjustment made was the Medusa ban, and then they beat it. They've dealt with the Undying. Are they even afraid of it anymore after resoundingly beating it in Game 2?
I think the opening for both teams was totally fine. Personally, I mean, Undying looked weaker that game, but I think the problem comes down to the second phase when they picked the Slark. The Slark wasn't very well addressed by the heroes that Team Liquid had, and they picked that in the second phase, of course. But ultimately, I think the Team Spirit's first 3 heroes in this game were just good. They covers all bases. That's the cool thing about the Lion opening. He's got Lockdown ready to go. Beastmaster covers a lot of bases, amplifies carries, controls map, more Lockdown. So they're just in a better, safer position. And in this game, they had a perfect hero in that 4th pick of theirs to basically run in the front, kill these cores, and kill Tomb, even if people got grab allied. He just doesn't care.
And my question for this game, from Liquid's point of view, is whether they want to pick Monkey King in the first phase. This is how they beat Gaming Gladiators. They picked Monkey in all 3 games. They also showed that they're not afraid to first phase it, but he has some bad matchups, like we've seen in this one. He's unable to kill Slark. Like, he doesn't get to hit him because, especially after Yatoro picks up that refresher, it makes it even harder. But there was a big combo, Undying plus like the grab ally plus Wukong's command. Not sure if it's intended to work like that because it looks super strong because he's just sitting there, doesn't exist, you can't hit him, and the monkeys are still doing the job. But I think Team Liquid should maybe go with something different other than MK.
So now 6-2 BSJ on this Monkey King. I know Fear's not on the panel. He'd be hating pretty hard right now. So tell me, having seen so many Monkey Kings fail here on the big stage, what's your thoughts overall on the hero?
I feel like for Liquid specifically, they use it as a tempo thing, which allows Nisha to then carry the game. And I feel like if they're on second pick, that might work better, where Nisha gets overall last pick. But in this case, it's not the exact same potency when you're getting countered in the mid lane. And you're also, like, Leshrak's nice, but even Silence said, like, we have Beastmaster, we have Lion. On the side, that coach for Team Spirit said, like, we have the burst to kill this Leshrak. One thing that's really interesting about these series for Liquid is, like, again, game 1 against Talon, they run the IO Lesh. Game 2, Talon gives them IO Lesh again, and it fails for Liquid. And so it's kind of similar here. Like, Liquid came in with a strat. Game 1 worked. Game 2, the other team makes an adjustment, Team Spirit. And then Game 3, Liquid completely changed their opener against Talon. So I'm wondering, like, I'm thinking we're probably going to get a pretty big swap up in Game 3.
From what you saw, Purge, Lesh without the IO, without any kind of battery backup, how do you feel about it overall?
Normally, I'm a bit of a hater. I think it's a little bit weak, but this game I thought it looked okay. Like, the Slark matchup is decent for it. There was that one fight in the top, kind of near where, like, the Radiant small camp, where he lived for a very long time, got focused, popped Bloodstone, doing damage. That was impressive to me personally, because normally Lesh just seems kind of like the Bloodstone's not what it used to be, basically. But that game, it looked generally okay. I just feel like the Slark and the Mage Slayer itemization that he bought was just too perfect for undercutting it.
I think also one of the issues that they had is not enough control, why Slark was such a good pick and why Broodmother had to itemize for Hex. It's just people run away from Wukong's command. They also run away from Leshrak. Saving tools, these multiple 4-staffs on side of Team Spirit did allow them to kite the team fight and not sit and fight inside the Wukongs.
That was a big issue, right? They didn't have any way to keep heroes inside the Wukong's command ultimately. Another thing that we saw here is Game 1 and Game 2, Doxy are removed from the pool, Collapse not allowed to play that hero. Given how good the Beastmaster looked in Game 2 for ESJ, are we going to be having a Beastmaster ban instead and leaving Doxy in the pool?
Maybe it's like if you ban out the Deuce, because even though we felt like the opening with the Monkey King was fine, at the end of the day, at minute like 3, Collapse was #1 in CS on Beastmaster. And compared to the first game, he was like number 5 or 6, where the Medusa, like usually Undying is paired better with ranged heroes. So if they're planning on going with that Undying and they don't have another Medusa in this case, then Beastmaster might be worthy consideration ban.
Going to be seeing what the teams get up to as they are making their way towards the arena for Game 3. Team Spirit, of course, trying to get themselves back into the Riyadh Masters finals, which they were a participant in it last year. And Team Liquid, obviously no stranger to getting into the grand finals, but usually through the lower bracket. It's a very scary game to drop down though, Perch, because the teams in the bottom, I'm not trying to play against a Talon or a Liquid or a Game and Gladiators in this kind of situation. Like, it's very scary in the lower bracket.
That's what happens when you're at top 4 of the tournament. When there's 20-some teams, like, it's spooky no matter where you go. You just have to do the best you can. You can't even think about lower bracket versus upper bracket at this point. It is just the games in front of you. You just got to have the better drafts and you got to play well, or just have an equal draft and play better. That's also a good option. Just don't suck.
Make it sound so easy, Lucas. Just don't
Yeah,
suck.
don't
Just
suck
be the
on
best
the main
in the world.
stage. I mean, these pros are very familiar playing on the main stage as well. One of them has to drop down, so you know the comments are gonna be, yeah, the X player, the team that lost, yeah, they should have done better, kick this guy, whatever. You know, these are the best players in the world for a good reason. There's a reason why they're here, and it's really showing. You know, the Dota, like not just the entertainment, but the quality of Dota is through the roofs, and we've seen it. Like Team Spirit, a team like that, they don't give up easily. And after seeing them relatively stomped in game #1, second game, they immediately come up with a solution to what Team Liquid's going to bring at them, and they counter it.
Yeah. Not only did I come up with a solution in BSJ, it's another new hero for Yatoro. How is this possible? Like, what the hell, dude?
I remember the graphic at TI-10 when they were winning and like they were showing all of his heroes, and by the final one they had to like cram Spectre in there like diagonally because the whole graphic was filled up. So we might be getting that kind of vibe here at the end of Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, he just has so much versatility, and normally we're used to Team Liquid being the ones that are driving the entire tournament in terms of extremely versatile picks. Boxy's still playing a lot of different heroes, Mickey as well still doing his thing, but we are seeing a bit more consistency coming from the rest of the lineup. And going into this third and decisive game, if you are Team Spirit, we saw them obviously winning with the 18 pick slot here, Lacoste. Do you want to be getting, when do you want this carry hero for Yatoro? As early in the draft?
As late as possible. It was a really good Slark pick overall. Brian really liked it. I thought they might go with the Wind Ranger because it was also a good Wind Ranger game, but I feel like you gotta give him this win condition. Like Yatoro needs to explode, and we've seen it so many times throughout Riyadh Masters that if he's on win condition, he's going to be the one like pushing the limits on the hero, same as he did on the Slark.
One thing I was asking you about game 1, or after game 1, Purge, was about the vision control from the side of Team Spirit. This game, they did not seem to have as many problems in dictating their movements around the map. They had much better vision. And I think it also helped that Collapse got off to such a good start. That way, he's not dying on the map. He can provide them that advanced vision with his summons.
Yeah, net worth advantage is huge. You get to stay in your lane, your supports can leave, and you can just get free farm on the best creeps in the game, and then using that gold, you know, kill tower, etc., etc. And don't forget, they also had a Slark, so if they were spotted somewhere, they knew they could figure it out. You know, and maybe he doesn't spend a huge amount of time on it, but at least they know ward in this general area. They can adjust their play later, and then by them not giving vision, it makes it easier for them to actually find and engage Team Liquid in other places. So just yeah, the Slark definitely helps there too. Just a little bonus.
Yeah, little bonus from the Slark. You have Enchantress as well to help you out. Just very smart stuff coming in from the side of Team Spirit. Of course, they'll need to stay as smart as humanly possible because Team Liquid are very adept at recovering their drafts and finding different strategies to be able to win out decisive games like this. With $800,000 on the line and a spot in the grand finals on the line, I cannot wait to see what these teams bring to the table. We've also been seeing more and more BSJ that these two teams at this tournament have been pushing the envelope in terms of game length. And I know normally you've been talking about how Team Liquid, usually a very fast team, but throughout those playoffs, the game lengths on average, the median has been increasing steadily but surely.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see these teams' adjustments. Like with Talon over the course of the year was a late game team, and they learned to play a little bit faster and smoother throughout the early game. I feel like Liquid's getting better and better at like itemizing to scale in terms of they know the game's going to go 45 minutes, 50 minutes. So rather than planning that all-in push that we tentatively saw them do like during Dream League Season 20, we're now seeing them more approach like the late game macros game of like how do we catch people on the map, how do we take fights, and going off of everything we said for the pace of the game, like with this collapsed Beastmaster is, I remember Seb earlier was just talking about the dynamics of Radiant and Dire, and them having that good start on Beastmaster gives him the Helm of the Dominator or Helm of the Overlord at like 17 minutes, which if you get it before 20 is crucial because on the Dire off or Radiant off lane, Roche is right up there. That gave them the Roche that was pivotal for slowing down Liquid, who was ahead at the time. So there's so many little things going on in these series, so many things that just slight better lanes, slightly later timings can make or break the difference.
One of my favorite things, Lacoste, is that at this tournament, I was checking during the game, right, about first pick versus second pick and Radiant versus Dire. Funnily enough, right, up until this game right here, it's now 50-50. Exactly 50-50.
Yeah, we tried to theory craft, you know, when we had a bit of inflated stats at the start of the Riyadh Masters, like which one is better, because BB team, I believe they were like exclusively playing on one side, and it's like, oh yeah, this is why they're doing it. Seems like the game overall right now feels very balanced when it comes down to Dire Radiant. Overall, there are some things, of course, that benefit the one side more than the other, but overall, it seems like we're in a good spot.
Yeah, I always like these situations, Purge, because that means that it comes down to team preference more than anything else. There's no broken macro big strategy that you say, I pick this easy win, right? You have to decide what you want as a squad.
Yeah, exactly, and it does adjust with your strategies a little bit. If you have first or second pick, there are still some slight hero preferences on different sides of the map, and that's cool to see. But yeah, it's a very competitive game right now. The games have still been good. And they have been long. You know, as the tournament goes on, that fear of messing up and losing becomes greater and greater, and that's going to lead to a little bit more in action, a little bit more safety, and people play more careful. So probably another reason we're going longer.
Yeah. There was something that Quinn said yesterday in an interview where they like got a free pass after beating Thundra, where they're on brink of elimination, and he was like, yeah, the pressure is now gone. And I feel like both Team Spirit and Team Liquid had a similar fate so far at the tournament, especially Team Spirit playing against BB team. Team Liquid, you know, they managed to get the win against Talon, which was also like, you know, naked throne, your throne is falling, you still managed to win the game. So I think there's not too much pressure on these teams now.
I mean, there has to be a little bit of pressure, BSJ. Like, this feels like cap to me. There's no way you're playing for a grand final spot, $2.5 million, and you're super relaxed. Come on, a little bit of pressure.
I mean, what I was thinking, like, during game or between game 1 and game 2, and it's like the same question I was, what do you do during this time? Because, like, it's obviously, we can all mutually agree it's bad to be thinking about the money, the pressure, the prestige, but, like, what do you do right now, like in this downtime, 15, 20 minutes?
I like what Voxy's doing. He's putting on the hood and trying to zone out. Something that Yatoro also mentioned, during the draft, what he does is, you know, he tries to zone out, try to meditate a little bit, maybe listen to some music, because maybe you don't contribute as much, especially for the players who, you know, they need a little bit of peace of their mind before coming into the game.
He just points at Slark real quick and back to...
That's it, and goes back to sleep.
That's, in a way, does make things a little bit easier, Purge, for the side of Team Spirit, because for them, their leadership voice is primarily Maboshka, right? He's the one that's helping with the draft. He's driving the team within the game. For Team Liquid, Zai has to have a lot of responsibility. He's involved in the draft. He's involved in calling throughout the game. So as a core player, that's not that easy to do reliably in games like this.
It's not, but the upside is that it's very common now for teams to talk at different stages of the game. Whoever is stronger in the moment, whoever has a better feel for the game. The carry players almost always, and this has been something pros have said for years now, is that carry players take over in the late game because they're the strongest here on the map. They know their power relative to all the other heroes in the game. They've had skirmishes with these heroes. You know whether or not you're going to be able to kill them. You know if they have an orchid, blah, blah, blah. All these like little finite things. So Zai definitely has to carry a little bit in terms of drafts and perhaps like early game overall picture. But, you know, once it gets late, the crazy shit happens and we just get to watch and have fun.
Yeah. Once games get late, all about the experience in those moments and who understands exactly when they're strong enough to fight. Usually at this tournament, we have seen Toro be the one to drive that quite a lot. And it's extremely scary when he has heroes like the Slok that can just go in and out of these fights. And I know you're a very big fan, BSJ, of that particular playstyle, of not being fully hard committed as a carry, but having several options in these elongated engagements.
I heckin' love playing Slurk. But I mean, the thing about these games is like that's the entire way Team Spirit's been playing the map. Why not just put it in the team fight, you know? Take the strategy and put it somewhere else.
So if it's not Slug, what? We're expecting a Morphling maybe out of it?
Illusion heroes are generally good. Morphling's good. Faceless Void is good. Any hero with natural mobility or way to like poke you and prod you until you have to eventually commit.
Okay. Getting into the third and decisive game, I want to really see... I also want something weird and interesting, you know? Most of these picks, although they have made sense for the game, nothing has been truly exotic. Nothing's been very wacky. We haven't seen this Ancient Apparition, these Bristlebacks, you know, something that you could not absolutely predict. So please, give me something. Give me, you know, flex a little bit on us. You know, run the all-hero challenge back again. I want them to channel the old VP healer concept.
Is a Meepo good enough?
Meepo, no, there's been too much Meepo at this tournament, honestly. And it's
I
been
believe
losing, right?
Misha played it once, lost the game, and they haven't touched it since. On side of Team Spirit, I believe they have not played Meepo yet, but there's one hero, not as good as Meepo, but Sanking from the offlane, played by Collapse. What a hero.
100% win rate, and they were down against Megas in that game, so that's why not just run it back? You can't possibly lose if you won against Megas.
Actually, what has happened to like these heroes that we've seen from Collapse? Magnus and Sand King, why are they not playable?
I mean, Magnus got pretty nerfed because he was being played exclusively basically as a character. You could play him any role and you're like, oh, I'm happy. I have 500 damage. I am not joking. 500 damage in the mid game. He's one of these universal heroes. It had to get nerfed. It's been nerfed and now people are like, just got better heroes. We don't need him just for the raw damage.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about Sanking, like his laning stage, it's pretty abysmal. Like, I feel like his Caustic Finale needs to be innate ability. Like, because you want to skill it, but then again, if you don't push the lane, like you're just like, what are you doing? If you get Burrow Strike, you want to like go in, stun someone, and then what? Or if they're attacking you, then you Burrow Strike out of the danger, and then like, now what? So it seems like he has way too many issues, sentries as well, dust as well. So this hero needs a lot of time, and one of the reasons why we don't see him, like once he gets to level 5, level 6, 7, he's good. He's good at clearing the stacks as well, but other than that, feels very lackluster. Sorry.
He's got really bad base stats too, so even if you do want to like fight level 1, he's got like, he's universal now, so maybe there's some room to stack Ironwood branches and punch people, but his agility gain's not good, his armor's low, his movement speed's kind of mediocre, so... He's like one of those heroes that's like, when it's overpowered, you are going to get way too many kills. And when he's underpowered, you just don't do enough damage and you're bad at other things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Darkseer, which is so funny to me, is the hero's always traditionally struggled in lanes. I think really the only difference now between Ever is that he's universal. So when he buys some stat items, he hits for like 68 now, rather than 55 in the past. And Sand King didn't get that love. And a lot of other offlaners that struggle, like this is usually the role that's job is to have a game. Like it doesn't necessarily need to crush his lane. You pick it first in the draft. Collapse isn't expected to just, you know, go 3-0 top and kill the tower at 7 minutes. He's meant to have his timing so that his team can rely on him and they can pick the better matchups later.
One of the heroes that's also remained unpicked at this tournament and a hero that Yotaro has traditionally performed extremely well on. I want your opinion on this, BSJ. Where the hell is PA? What changes need to happen to make her viable again?
I mean, I feel like when I think of PA, I think of a Battle Fury hero, which generally is not good unless you're Juggernaut. And I think of a Desolator hero, and if I'd rather be Monkey King or TA, I think. So I think she's got the case of like what her role in the game is, somebody else does it better.
Yeah, there are so many times where Phantom Assassin just feels like if she's pushed out of the lane, maybe you invested into Orb of Corrosion because you want to fight, then they get their timing, they get their level 5, level 6. You're pushed out of the lane, and then you're level 5, 6 Templar, Phantom Assassin, who's trying to farm jungle, and it's not very efficient.
What do you think, Perk? What can this hero do? Is it ever viable? Have you ever seen a game where you're like, PA could actually work here?
Let's see, if you play it support and you get 5 kills to start the game, you buy that Phylactery real quick, you know, that like 3-minute Phylactery, you just dominate.
It's like Skywrath Mage style.
Yeah, totally. That's all it takes.
Phylactery PA.
Yeah.
Please tell me you played this.
Don't forget the 5 kills.
The 5 kills.
Just luck in the
4
5
runes,
kills.
5 kills.
It's all about that level 1 smoke.
I forgot. You have to smurf when you do it. That's how that's
that
makes a lot.
I see. Okay, that's the only way the hero
He's
can
not
be viable.
condoning that though.
Not that I would. Yeah,
No.
thank you, Brian. Really appreciate you clarifying that.
It sounds like he has some experience in playing this one out. Right now, we are currently finding a server. You know, a bit of a slow day from the Valve side of things. What can we do? The teams, this is when it starts to come into mental pressure, making sure you stay calm and collected, because there's not much else you can do right now. All you can do is talk about Dota, talk about this next game. You know, there's no Spotify for you to listen to. There's no Twitch for you to watch. It's just a Dota game. And at this point, is there a risk, BSJ, of over-preparing for the next draft?
No. I imagine there was like an X amount of time these teams are used to talking, and then they're now just rolling with it. You know, like I imagine they're all doing their music. Maybe they've loaded up an overthrow lobby at this point. Like maybe some CS trainer, maybe some Tetris. If I'm allowed to say that, I'm not sure.
Dota's the greatest game. We don't talk about the other ones, please.
There's no other game.
There's no other game. Although the Gamers 8 tournament is a celebration of lots and lots of different esports, we are here to celebrate Dota 2 and get into our third game in the upper bracket final. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. And Team Liquid, they have first pick. And here is the adjustment purge. They look at the past two games and they say, you know what? Collapse is the issue. No Beastmaster for him, but that does leave in his Darkseer as well.
But Team Liquid has first pick, so they could now leave Darkseer if they so wish to pick it. It kind of depends if Deuce is banned as well. We'll change things up a bit.
Don't you just leave Dusa in and then you try to nab the Undying and Medusa if it's available?
But if you leave Deuce in and Darkseer is still available as well, then you can't pick Deuce because they'll pick Darkseer.
Okay.
Right? So
Yeah, that's
it's those two, if they both make it through, are kind of like an interesting question.
So now that Team Spirit beat Broodmother, the question is whether they leave it in the pool. Because in the first one, I believe the hero was uncontested. Second game, they left it through. Now it's like, yeah, it's like, do you want to pick it? They also left IO. They also left IO-Lesh combination. So it feels like Team Spirit, they have the answer for it, or at least they think they have the answer for it, because Team Liquid had the opportunity to pick it and they didn't.
How crazy would like Team Liquid setting up a first pick Storm into 8th IO? You know, because Team Spirit doesn't play the IO, so they could do the IO Lesh themselves on Team Liquid against Talon in Game 3 when they mixed it up. They ended up leaving the Darkseer in for Talon, but then picked Rubik first as like a way to counter the team fight, and then set up the Void on 8. So there's definitely a lot of different nuances to the way Liquid could be approaching this, and I'm sure Team Spirit, we already saw them whip out the Slark because Gaiman used it against them, knowing that it works, and obviously Yatro, master tier Slark player, but I mean, look at how much time they're spending on this second opening ban. That's maybe a bit concerning. They do ban it, the Darkseer. Storm Spirit in.
All right, another question is for Team Spirit, do we remove Medusa from the pool? Do we remove Storm Spirit? I think it's, what's safer for you, Holocaust?
Or Snap.
Or Purge, yeah.
I think Snapfire, I think it has to go because Nisha has been way too good on this hero. Like, he dominates some of the matchups that he shouldn't. He knows them inside and out. And it also gives you scaling. I think it's going to come down in this, particularly Game 3, who's going to scale better into the late game while also having some strong... I think this has to be Snap, right?
You say like, oh, Snap.
Yeah.
What do you think, Push?
They Snap picked it. Let's see.
You can't leave Medusa through because if Team Liquid's not going to first pick it because they respond anti-mage, so they're going to pick something generic. If Team Spirit doesn't do it back, it's more complicated. I feel like this is fine for Liquid. Yeah, the Snap is great. Nisha was incredible on it. He gets solo kills mid with just a cookie and an ulti. But I like what Team Spirit's breaking the combo at least.
Yeah, they do not want to give them Faceless Void plus Snapfire. So this has to be mid Snapfire just because of the matchups and the... What do you want to pick? Like, do you want to pick something that is straight good against Faceless Void here, or you want to get 4 or 5 here?
This is like such a smart Enchantress pick because Liquid, if this Enchantress was any other hero, they would just Snap pick Lycan right now. So I know that's why they're protecting in the Void with this Enchantress. Void tentatively doesn't like these summons off laners because he doesn't defend his tower at all. So I'd wonder if Team Liquid just jams the Lycan here anyways, but I think you probably don't.
Let's see what they're going to go for on this 8th pick.
They're undefeated with Lycan.
I know.
8 out of 8 games, you know. If it's time to push it, it's probably the time is now.
They do pick it when it's an ideal Lycan game, though. You know, they're not one of those teams that's like, they don't just look at the stats. They're like,
8 out of 8, yeah, let's pick it.
First pick it. Like
8 out of 8, that sounds great, mate.
They got to pick it at the right time. And yeah, if it's countered by Enchantress in the lane, that sounds like a big bummer.
Could be a great bait, mate, but, you know, we'll have to see.
They're really taking their time with this one. They've actually burned through a huge contingent of their reserve time, but they come back for the Morphling here for Mickey. All right, Waterboy, we've seen Liquid play this hero quite a lot in 2023.
I'm getting, this is like, so this reminds me of when Sumail was against Laurel, and in the first game, Team Spirit first picked Ember, and then in the next game, Sumail was like, give me first pick Ember. And the reason why I say this is because Mickey played against 23 Savage's Morphling as Void in the Game 3 of Talon versus Team Liquid. So now Mickey's like, give me the Morph versus the Void, run it back. It's pretty hype.
It's pretty hype indeed. Team Liquid removing away the Laurel Storm Spirit, not being allowed to play his preferred hero. What can you do? So, gonna have to adapt a little bit. His puck was pretty decent though, able to win them Game 2. But you definitely want a little bit of additional damage into this bubble, Holocaust.
Yeah, for sure, you're gonna need some kind of a setup because Morphling doesn't give you that. But I like Morphling against Faceless Void as a response because you're always gonna have a target to turn into, have a time walk, waveform, like your catch potential if you win a team fight, if you survive the chrono, and also Shard on Morphling, something that we've seen these carry players, particularly in some of these matchups, picking up early on just to be able to survive it. I like it. And now, Team Liquid banning out Larl's Storm Spirit. A lot of teams here have been trying to counter Snapfire from Liquid in the first phase with Storm Spirit pick. It has not been working out because Nisha knows the matchup, but still gotta give respect to Larl.
Gotta ban ET right here, right? Like ET Void against the Morph. Unless they just
sound good.
Unless they just don't flex the Enchantress. It looks like Mira does not play Enchantress or ET this tournament, but I mean, I have to imagine it's possible. Those are pretty specialized heroes, though.
It would leave them pretty weak lockdown, but the combo is good, and the matchup against Morphling later would be solid.
I like Rubik a lot for Team Spirit. Yeah, just because you're playing into Snapfire, the spells that you steal are always going to be good. Some nice spells as well from Morphling potentially coming out, or you like one-shot the creep waves with Scatterblast, with Waveform.
If this was Quest Esports, they would be going for a Morana here, and that could help to protect the Enchantress in the laning phase as well, but I'm not sure that Team Spirit will do that, given that only played it once.
Definitely a Mira special, like, traditionally speaking. I'm leaning towards Axe for Team Spirit, coming out on 8, like, out of all of Collapse's heroes that I'm seeing, that one fares best against the Morph, so I also wouldn't be surprised if this next pick is a Skywrath Mage in order to set up the Axe on 8.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Little burst damage, combo soul with Faceless Void. Definitely sounds great. I think it's a solid pick.
I haven't picked it yet, though, so maybe it could be the Morana doing the same thing.
One hero that was highly contested at the start, not in this series, Timbersaw, still left in the pool, because when you make these adjustments, you sometimes forget about these heroes, because Undying was available, then it has to be banned out. First game Medusa, now it's banned out. Same goes for Beastmaster. The only hero that has been consistently banned out has been Darkseer, but that also leaves some of the other heroes left in the pool.
Pretty sure I can recognize all of Team Liquid by their fingernails at this point. Got a lot of zoom-ins. No one else? No? Okay, cool.
I mean, I just want you to... Next time I see the camera, you're going to tell me who it is immediately, and I will stop talking if it's me. I mean, this pick is super important for Team Spirit because you don't have no idea like what the 5 is, and the support-to-support matchup in the offlane is super important. It lasts like up until this, like the first 2 games, Liquid did pick Undying first, so they did have that knowledge at this point in the draft.
How do we feel about Gottel of the Light here?
It would make long fights really good, but you would need somebody to play around. Storm's out, Ember's out, or sorry, Pango's out. Ember's not necessarily looking that great against the Morphling. Is there anything else that would enable that?
Just like Dusa, she's banned. Yeah, I generally prefer Coddle with a pairing. It's a decent hero, but it's just so much better when you abuse some low cooldown spammable stuff.
Wind Ranger, I think she's also fine. Maybe Tiny, something that BB team played, but not sure if they want to pick it. I feel like in this one, they might go with something more stable for Larl. I'm mostly looking into Wind Ranger, maybe Ember Spirit on their side, but they're going to decide because right now they have one pick. Probably going to be Mira's hero.
Look at how long both these teams are taking. Like they have 25 seconds left on Team Liquid for reserve time, and so they go techies themselves. Suddenly this hero, like, what happened? Well, like Medusa and techies last patch, they got nerfed, and like beginning of the tournament, people weren't picking them or really anything, and then now they're just built back.
I feel like it's just safe here for the 3rd pick of your draft on either side, because it kind of does everything. It lanes fine, it transitions well, it does tons of magic bursts, it has disable, like it's just good at kind of everything.
It doesn't allow Morphling to play on low HP in the lane. There's always this surprise effect if you manage to surprise him and get the kill. I know Brian likes this pick.
And a Clockwork. DK and Clockwork, because that's just like the Boxy with an Orchid special here. And it's good against the techies in lane, so it might even be an Insania clock. But I love DK as a hero. I think it's completely underutilized. It's not as free of a game as we saw before because it was 9th pick in that one with a bunch of bans protecting it. So it is potentially exposed here, but it's almost certainly a mid laner. Let's just say that because they haven't run it off lane yet. They have flexed it to carry once, but they already have the Morphling. I'm not exactly thinking it's going to be a mid-morph, so...
Yeah, maybe if the matchup is right, you know, if they go for Ember,
Oh,
Morphling
mid-morph.
does well, which is one of Lauder's better heroes.
And they go Skywrath Mage.
It's a lot of control, a lot of magic damage as well coming out from them.
This is intriguing to me, Purge, because very rarely do we see teams open up with their 3 cores as their 1, 2, and 3 normally.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. That is what it kind of looks like. The DK could have picked other order, but still, yeah. Abnormal in this case. But in terms of first pick, it's a little bit more common sometimes, especially for Team Liquid, because it's harder to punish the cores as long as your first one is a bit flexible, even if Snapfire is likely to end up that
I
way.
think you need to ban out these saved supports for Insania. I'm looking at Oracle, great against Windranger, against Faceless Void. Anything else left in the pool? Maybe even Io. I don't mind it too much. Just like have something. You want to see Clockwork?
No, I was
Block
going to say
5?
I'm stupid because I forgot they have Snap for mid. Like, I was thinking, like, this DK has to be mid or carry, but it's almost certainly offlane. Right? So...
Yeah.
Everything I just made...
There was some potential if Snapfire is, like, position 4/5, and then you have, like, Dragonite mid.
There's
carry
options there,
Morphling.
for
Yeah,
sure.
there's some flexibility, but I think they're going to go with the most obvious option here.
I guess it's, like, kind of a summons hero in the sense that it's, like, you get a level 6 timing and you push the tower.
Are you sure it has to be DK offlane and not Snap?
I think against the lane we're seeing, Void doesn't really do much to you, and I think Sky's job is just to make it a 1v1, just take Enchantress out of the picture. So if I, the one thing about DK that he hates is kill heavy lanes. He hates like Monkey Kings, he hates Slarks, he hates Ursas, he hates Drow Rangers, like these lane dominating carries, and Void just isn't that. So it makes sense now that I think about it that they would pick it off lane pretty confidently here, and they have been picking Zai's hero on that slot in the previous 2 drafts as well.
Spirit are rolling the dice that this Snapfire is actually a support, as they're banning out the Templar Assassin. Are they doing that thing, Purge, where they just cover all the bases, or are they more confident that this is a support Snapfire?
Yeah, I guess they're just worried about some late game tempo issue. Windranger skill's totally fine, but if they have like TA Morphling +1, like we saw DK earlier, that was a pretty fearsome late game if Team Liquid can continue spreading the map and not letting them high ground. So I think they're just worried about the ultra late game if they can't punish well enough.
I mentioned Oracle. I think Silencer could also work from position 5 for Team Liquid, just to have something to cancel from damage going in once they go in with the Chronosphere, like pre-BKBs. Sounds really good, but overall, this is a really nice Tidehunter ban because as a Morphling, you have good lane, but then again, they don't want to give them too much team fight, I guess.
I still stand by the clock though. I think it's either flex the Snap or some melee guy that's gonna like lead the charge while the DK is sitting top. Because like the DK, he's gonna buy a blink eventually, but a lot of DKs even go Midas before they go blink, even as an offlaner or mid. So like for the first 15 minutes of the game, I don't see who's leading the charge for Liquid. Snap's a follow-up, Sky's a follow-up, Morphling's gonna sit on his lane. So either you move the Snap to 5 and pick like a initiating mid, or you pick a 5 that's willing to run in.
Or a different offlaner too.
That too. One of the 5 options we said. I'm sure we covered everything.
The power of flex heroes, one of the reasons Snapfire's been popular.
That is the exact opposite of what I
Offlane,
said. Why would
Shadow
they pick that?
Demon, okay.
It's a kind of Oracle-style hero because you have a save during the Chronosphere, and you also have something to dispel this Windranger. She really hates to play into it. And now they have to figure out, because now playing into save makes it much more difficult, like what Collapse's hero is going to be.
The only hero that he has left in the game right now, he has his Timber still available, his Ogre available, and the Sand King. They go for the Lycan. Okay, that's going to be a unique hero if it is indeed Collapse's Lycan. What do we make of this here, BSJ? This Lycan still commands a 66% win rate at this tournament across 32 games. Do we believe in it for Team Spirit?
This is a really good Lycan pick in terms of like on paper. What Liquid's draft does against it is like the only hero that can really take that lane is Zai, perhaps. He might even have to take that level 10 talent that reduces damage of all the summons in the Lycan, but I'm tipping my hat to Team Spirit's draft. I think that they got exactly what they wanted. I really like their adjustment from Game 2 to now because they already won Game 2 and then Liquid changed it up. So I'm leaning towards Team Spirit.
I'm leaning towards Liquid because they have 2 strong side lanes. Nisha's on the Snapfire. I think he's going to get the upper hand in that matchup as well because I don't see Faceless Void pressuring Dragonite, and I also don't see Lycan pressuring Morphling in the lane. So I feel like all 3 lanes should be in favor of Liquid.
Be a tiebreaker, Purge?
I just like the Spirit heroes better for early tempo. The supports are better at diving. between the Enchantress and the Techies, and then I feel like if they get ahead with some Vlad's Helm of the Overlord thing, they're just going to be able to run around killing towers and buying time for Void to just get chrono kills in the late game. So it's looking pretty good for Spirit.
Team Spirit. It looks like my panel has some agreement overall that Team Spirit has the superior lineup going into Game 3. However, one would be a fool to count out the Morphling for Mickey, the Nisha DK, and of course, or the Nisha Snapfire rather, and the DK coming in the off lane for Zai. They have a lot of magic damage, they have some control. I just know that this third game is going to be extremely exciting to watch. It is a spot in the grand finals on the line. It's $800,000 in additional prize money on the line. And of course, it is the prestige of knowing that you're one of the best 2 teams in the world right now in the game of Dota 2. Once this game starts, there is no more second chances, no more comebacks, so both teams have to fully believe in the ideas that they've brought to the table. Cannot wait to get started. Before we get into it, I want a quick vote. Who's going to be MVP push for this game?
I don't know. That's difficult.
Huh?
Nisha.
Nisha? BSJ?
Yatoro.
Yatoro?
Maposhka.
My man. We've got to love to see it. Purge finally putting his body on the line, putting his life on the line. Let's see which of these squads are going to be leaving it all on the field of play as we get into our casters. We have Captain Cap, we have the Super SVG, we've got an upper bracket final to conclude. So take it away, boys.
Ooh, some interesting hero picks, some interesting choices here on lanes. Running back the Zai Dragonite. I mean, I feel like that is a throwback more to Team Secret than Team Liquid Zai. He has played it about 11 times in total for Team Liquid, but I remember a period of time where it was just like Secret jamming this hero non-stop at the off lane. Meanwhile, Team Spirits, they've got Faceless Void, they've got Wind Ranger, they've got big late game, Avery.
That is where they like to be, I suppose. They're just going to first phase the Yatoro Faceless Void and hope it carries them to victory in the clutch. If you're going to ask for a hero-player combination to do that, it is probably this man on this hero. But Liquid get a full lineup in response. They get a DK who can lane pretty nicely versus the Faceless Void. They have a Morphling counter pick in the carry matchup, and they have a Shadow Demon to bail out anybody who gets stuck on the Chrono. So it's a tough game for Yatoro to carry. He's going to need help from Laurel for sure in terms of scale and bringing down the Morphling. And in theory, you really want this Lycan picking up the backline here, making the Shadow Demon and the Skyrat's life hell, and eliminating the turnaround potential for Liquid. If that happens, I could see Spirit running away with this game in the late game. Feels very comfortable for them for sure. It's just a matter of can Liquid get off another very fast start where, you know, it takes a while for Spirit to get there, and they don't have as good a split push potentially as Mapochka is going to go down.
Oh, they're trying to give it to Nisha, but Zai's like, no, I'm not going to let this heal kick into play. I'm going to take the last hit. Sorry, Nisha.
Well, Purge's MVP vote in shambles already.
True. Or maybe that first blood is just the overconfidence on Team Liquid that Spirit needs to be able to strike back.
I mean, you're actually right. That is a classic Spirit move. You know, just go into the lanes behind the network. Then you're already winning.
True. I have to say, I was surprised that they jammed Yutoro's pickup so early. I thought, especially watching that Slark game, I was like, you want to make sure that this guy has the freest carry game possible because he will carry you 100%, man. If you put him at a game where his pick is uncontested, I don't know, man. I feel like it's the scariest thing to do. Sure, it may be his winningest most hero, but I would still prefer Yutoro's pick to be a little less counterpicked, you know?
Well, it does seem to be the positions where Spirit can run away with the game. It's just, it might be too much to ask for. Like, part of the reason they first phase Faceless Void is maybe they feel like they're not going to get that clutch pick super down the road. Like, they're just going to get banned out. You're going to have to take some core early here. I mean, also relying on a collapse last pick is not the worst place to be either, right?
What did you make of this Lycan? Is it really good?
Well, I mean, is it a blink stunner?
No. Does that say it all?
Maybe a couple of years ago. Collapse has definitely been expanding his hero pool. He has fallen into a similar position to ATF, I think, where like you kind of just need to play Zoo in the meta, and he's slowly been building that up. His Visage is not too bad anymore. He's playing the Lycan. His Beast has always been pretty good.
Yep.
It's not a Mars, it's not a Saiyan King, it's not an Axe, but I mean, you can't be picky in this meta. And we'll see if we can get it done. I mean, of course, you can also play this hero not on the summons. You can just play him like another carry. But I think this game, you really want the Helm of the Overlord. I think there isn't a direct answer to Helm of the Overlord, and whenever that's the case, just put so much pressure on the back line. You just mop up these supports.
Zai getting some good damage on Mapochka with the help of Boxy's double slows. Thanks in part to the light grenade. Miposhka last second pops the wand, gets the heal off, and will be okay. Baiting in Boxy to throw some more spells around.
Well, so far, lane's pretty even like the second game. At least I was about to say first two, but that first game, Liquid ran away with it. Other than Zai getting that first blood, which is just going to make him invincible up here. It's a pretty damn good matchup for Davian versus the Faceless Void.
And similarly, a pretty decent matchup for Lycan, right? Because you have the extra damage from the Wolves, you can contest more Flame CS, and you're up against a Shadow Demon, which I don't think really does much to you in lane. In fact, I imagine Insania is going to be food for most of the game for the Lycan.
I think Spirit could have some rotation potential with the Enchantress as well. But yeah, I think Collapse, once he gets to Helm, should be in a similar position. And Mira going for the very aggressive play.
Yeah, but Insania got the Lotus, and I think that extra HP is just what he needs to survive here as he lands 2 Shadow Poisons, a Blood Grenade, and a third one will probably do it, or the Adaptive Strike. Neither is enough, though, thanks to the stick charges. Even had a Fairy Fire still to go to.
Pretty ballsy not popping that Fairy Fire. That looks close. The Wolves also force Insania out. It's going to force a salve out of him as well. And it should push Collapse to his Helm before he feeds any kills on this lane. Mid, pretty even as well. Larl holding his own against Snapfire, no easy task. I do think Wind Ranger is probably one of those heroes you can throw in there and expect to come out pretty well. And so if you trade Water Runes here, it could just be a very quiet, even-paced early game until Liquid maybe decide to ramp it up around their Dragon Knight. I think that's the one pressure point outside of Mortimer's Kisses here. As Nisha starting to pull ahead in region a bit. That's maybe the one concern for Larl's. Like, if you just let Nisha get to a fast level 6, we've seen the solo kill potential skyrocket this event.
Particularly with the Rod of Atos build-up. Does manage to get a Water Rune for Larl, though, despite Nisha's attempts to push him around. So he'll get a little bit more regen to play with. Meaning these rotations could be really important. Liquid, and I guess Spirit actually, too. There's a Skywrath Mage versus a Techies. Both are pretty proficient in rotating into that mid lane. Neither has chosen to do so yet.
I mean, Enchantress is still the king on the map. Zero always outfights pretty much anything. And they're just taking it to Zai. I don't expect him to die on this lane, but if you can get some good regen trades, it might open up Miposhka for a roam, which anytime you can get that going with the Enchantress, you're super happy. Could be a gate rotation as well, just pick off a Shadow Demon, give some solo XP to the Faceless Void. However, Yatoro is having a very good early laning phase here, and for a first phase Faceless Void, that's pretty much the dream. Nice range deny as well.
Man, Larl really challenging Nisha there. They had a regen battle, and I think Larl actually came the better away from it, though. Good deny the range creep.
Oh, these Wolves bottom.
Mira, if he gets the bomb, the Seeker Bomb's going to latch onto Insania, slowing down the Wolves will do the rest of the damage.
Nice little Wolf micro here. Of course, he could be sharing control. We never know.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe Collapse just plays the hero and this team plays the summons.
Not the worst idea. 5.5 minutes in. Power Runes coming in 30 seconds. And undoubtedly, both these teams want to secure it for their mid laners. This matchup is so close right now. They got the disruption after the wind run. They did dodge their own spell, but it does set up the cookie to land. And because the wind run was used, no way to be able to dodge these shots. He runs into the tower to try and make it so the gold is split and not given directly to Nisha for a last hit.
And he does accomplish that. That's a level 6 timing on Snap. They don't need the kisses. They bring both supports instead. Fight for the 6-minute rune. It'll spawn top, and that's a DD. Nisha has to choose between going for this rune or committing on the kill. And he will choose the rune, which I agree with. I think this DD is more valuable than a support right now. Especially when you can just punish Larl with that entire duration and a full level advantage. There is solo kill potential on this mid lane if you mess up a single win run.
Yeah. I would say not just because of who the matchup is. Larl seems to be pretty important to Team Spirit and their progression in this tournament, but also because what heroes he's playing. Wind Ranger has really popped off lately in the playoff stages, so got to keep that hero down as much as possible.
It's just such a beast of a hero late game. Like, you let it get to 3 or 4 items, and you don't have the lockdown. It is a tough hero to deal with. You do have a lot of
Boxy gonna be late to this Wisdom Rune? Oh, they're actually going to go for the kill onto... Oh, with the kisses raining in. That's what they were doing. Nicely done. Now, it is going to cost them. Miposhka is well set up to take away the Wisdom Rune. They get both. But being able to kill Yatoro, that still feels pretty good.
Not the worst trade. You keep these Liquid support levels down. It increases the window where Collapse can maybe punish them in the fights. It just creates a little bit of a slower timing for everything here. And I mean, Yatoro was having too good of a time up top, you know? Still, for sure. That is basically the best target you can get with the kisses here for Nisha. He'll gladly take that Faceless Void kill.
And he does it so efficiently, right? TP's top.
Yeah, very
It's
fast.
a short walk back to the mid lane, so it really loses very little.
Focus
but
Fire waiting.
They are going to go for a kill onto him now. He does have some magic wand charges, but he's going to need more than just Boxy to protect him here. It's just not going to be enough. Run down by the Focus Fire.
Nice heads-up play by Spirit. They just recognize the snap, has to walk back to mid. No teleport, can't get out of this engagement despite no shackle being up for Laurel yet. They'll even get a courier on the way, as well as probably another support here. Insania in the wrong neighborhood, not respecting the numbers around this middle lane, playing through that Wind Ranger with max win run. It's a lot of gap close, and this enchant creep is very strong on the map right now. Neither of these Liquid supports have a fun time battling the summons, either from the Enchantress or the Lycan. And it is something that Spirit can just throw in their face and make them deal with. It's going to be obnoxious. Means you kind of have to play tighter, play around your cores, hug the towers. You get caught in these open random jungle areas, you are in for a very bad time.
I also think it means you want a better early game so you can get to that first defensive item. And then you maybe don't die as often to the Lycan and his summons running at you.
That's what I'm saying. That Wisdom Rune trade, honestly, was not the worst thing for Team Spirit. If you're going to give up that big core kill, you want to get something else on the map. And creating a situation where Boxy and Insania might struggle to get to the 6s or like their first Arcane Boots or Pavis or whatever it is. I mean, you have level 6 on Maposhka already. He's very strong on the map right now.
And he got a lot of great vision
Gonna run
down
into
while he
Insania
was
again?
there. Insania is going to be caught again. Trying to stack up the triangle. They just collect the kill as he runs back down. And look at the collapse move here.
Literally
Nisha.
collapsing on
Oh, yeah, he is stuck here. Nowhere to cookie 2 past the tier 2.
Double Hell Bear.
Die for Team Spirit.
The Tomato Twins claim your soul here in the mid lane as there is no defense against the Zoo ramping up at 9 minutes. I do not think that was a move Liquid expected here. They just completely opened up that advantage that Nisha created on the middle lane. Suddenly Laurel is the one on the top of the board, gets a tier 1 tower for himself. Last hit to collapse. Very nice there, and they're off to the races, man. This Lycan is going to be a huge threat in this game. Not a lot of zone control. There's no big Mars in this game. There's no big Tidehunter or Underlord to stand in front. You just need your cores to be strong.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, look at this Ops on Triangle right now. It's just seeing Boxy stack this up. If you ever get in here later as Team Spirit, this is an objective that Liquid are going to have to protect. You might need to bring numbers for it. Zaya pretty damn far.
Yeah, and there's not much to protect him again. Boxy can do what he can, but the silence even onto the Hellbear just to try and stop the slow, it's never going to be enough. Team Spirit are just overwhelming Team Liquid in just raw numbers.
It is not often you see a ultless, bootless Lycan make a kill rotation and have it work out that smoothly. Collapse just ramping up the pressure in this game, and they're going to try and contest the stacks that they saw off this ward. Look at 2 big creeps out of this.
We haven't seen the kisses put to use in a while. That always feels pretty bad. It's part of your ramp up, I feel like. As,
Look at the
as
summons on
Sapphire.
Boxy right now, man. He is getting run down.
Oh my god.
He's just dead.
Hannah minus pickup for Zai. Liquid already settling into a late game proposition here against a Team Spirit lineup that is running them over in the early game.
That's just a sick rotation by Collapse. Like, the fact that he knows he can exert this much pressure even without an ult results in a tier 1 and now a triangle invasion versus the stacks that they saw off the aggressive ward from Aposhka earlier. These support levels paying off very fast in this game as they are building a lead off the pace Collapse is setting right now as Liquid still looking for levels here. They need more time. Laurel does not want to give it to them. It's going to be an Atos rush from both mids.
I have a feeling one is going to be a little bit more effective given the pace from Team Spirit. Any extra catch is just going to be more and more kills they're going to be racking up.
The other thing about this move from the Lycan is it puts him against the DK, which was the one pressure point from Liquid. Like we saw earlier, you can bring heroes to the Dragon Knight and just stun who's ever on the lane and take the fight into a tower push. This Lycan sits up here. It's pretty annoying for Zai, and you got the Faceless Void out of that matchup, which is a lot of recovery time for Yatoro with the Mask of Madness going to work. You might eventually give up this tower now as Collapse heads back bottom, but I really did like that move. And Mickey, you are in trouble right now. Gonna need the TP.
He's gonna be surrounded. TP's now. Blast off, gonna be just a bit late, and the Chronosphere is a bit late. Oh no! A small win that Liquid kind of desperately needed. It's still going to be Team Spirit taking this tower, but they are going to feel the pain of their first Chronosphere whiffing entirely.
I think Collapse just went a little too early here. I mean, from Collapse's point of view, he doesn't care if Mickey TP's out because he's here for the tower. This is certainly a kill, right? If you go 1 second later, I don't think Mickey TP's 1 second sooner. I mean, you never know. It's still a very heads-up play by Mickey as he gets it off very fast, gets out of there, dodges what would have been a very nice kill to pick up on the back of that tower. Another good rotation from Collapse. He has made this Lycan work in the early game, that is for sure. Zydas get the trade up top, and he did go Midas on this Dragon Knight.
Yeah, very early.
So he is farmed. He is gonna be big this game and maybe just play like a 1 or 2 DK here with Blink into, you know, Manta, Octarine, Ags, whatever his choice may be.
Given the pace of the game, I feel like that also means that Mickey has to be a little bit more aggressive. Like, I think he's gonna have to join in on a lot of these fights.
It would definitely help, for sure. Particularly the fights the Lycan goes to. Like, basically when the Lycan and the Ench run these creeps in, even when the Wind Ranger just runs at you with Wind Run, your defense is grouping up as Liquid and balling behind your cores and just making them man fight the Morphling and the Dragon Knight. I mean, you also get Demonic Purge up. It's going to make Laurel's game harder. We are still waiting for this ult on Insania at approaching 14 minutes here. He's level 5 on the Shadow Demon.
There's the Rod of Atos put to use with the extra silence damage. Still not enough thanks to a shield rune on the Wind Ranger. Able to dodge a lot of the damage. Cookie turned around with the Mystic Flare. Shackle shot goes off, and Maposhka's gonna live. Zai and Boxy are both gonna die, and they get the Rod of Atos on Anisha, which means he's likely to fall as well. Does have 18 magic wand charges, but Yataro's on the other side, so he'll catch all of this. They're gonna give the kill over to the carry of Team Spirit, thanking him for being just a little bit involved.
And straight into the enemy Ancients. This is net worth you're taking away from Liquid here, particularly the Morphling. Another great rotation from Spirit, and man, Laurel has just owned this early game. All of these fights, playing from behind on the lane, not a lot of rune action, and he still finds a beautiful shackle into all these mines. You are just fireworks for Team Spirit to collect right now.
Yeah, Team Spirit haven't had a Grand Finals appearance on LAN since the Arlington Major. And fans have really criticized Laurel as being a big part of that. I mean, after all, he's the standout. He's the guy who didn't win a TI. But this tournament, he has certainly stepped it up, and it seems like Team Spirit are looking like the best team in the world, which going into this tournament, maybe you'd put them into like, yeah, Team Spirit, definitely a top 8 team, maybe a dark horse to show up in that top 3, but their performance here has been illuminating.
And I'll tell you what it is, it's Spirit prioritizing him a bit more.
Yeah, they left him out on an island for so long, right?
I mean, so much of this year has just been, okay, we pick some greedy hero for Laurel like Zeus or Puck or whatever, and we put it mid, and you never gained for it. You look at what happened this game, it was early rotations in the mid with the Enchantress and the Lycan that gave Laurel some space to get it going. Once he gets it going, he's a tremendous player. I think it's been a big piece of what Team Spirit have tried to figure out this year that a lot of the Western European teams have been dominating them with. And you have 2 great side laners that can play independent Dota. That's the thing. Yatoro and Collapse are always going to get something, right? You don't need to devote so much support time to these 2 big guys on your side lanes. So you throw a little more into Laurel's way, get that machine running, and all of a sudden you have 3 cores online that are all scaling nicely here. And it's going to put Liquid in a position where maybe they need to like pick up the pace on these objectives, put themselves in a spot where you win some fight near a Roche pit or something, because that so far that objectives looks like it's going to go Team Spirit's way as well, with this Helmet of Overlord already done for Collapse. They're feeling very comfortable right now. Anytime you get this Faceless Void in a first phase and you're in this type of position, you've got to feel good about it, right?
Yeah. More items that don't necessarily contribute to fighting. The early hand of Midas, Sai now has a Blink Dagger, but Nisha is going back for Boots of Travel. Yes, this is standard, but it just does cause some questions of, you're already being run over. You got to be able to punch back.
It's definitely a better item when you're ahead than behind.
Yeah.
It is an item that allows you to split the map and catch up, though, which, you know, it might be Liquid's game plan at this point. They might recognize they aren't going to be able to get test these early Roches. First, the Lycan Enchantress Vision with all the summons, the Helm of the Overlord. Again, nothing really deals with it, just going into your backline and shredding it. So you have to concede something now and make up for it later. These Midases and bots will eventually pay off on the map. You can stall this game out. I mean, your Morphlene's still going to be strong in the fight. Especially if you can maybe turn into the Wind Ranger, Wind Run in, get a Shackle. These types of small interactions, you have a lot of damage to pump into the stuns here between the Snapfire and the Skywrath. And of course, you can always go late game with the Snapfire Talons. You have a save for Chrono. It's not that this game is just a guaranteed auto win for the Faceless Void in the Ultra Late.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of save for Chrono, so you counter that part of him, and then also turning into the Faceless Void and putting time dilation on him.
That could also be very nice. Yes, we saw that in the 23 Savage game.
Yep.
I mean, he basically won that game.
Yeah.
You know, I hate saying that, but that was effectively a one game off of his performance in this Morphlane into that Faceless Void. Dilation destroyed them. So if you're Mickey, you steal that out, you put it on the Wind Ranger, you put it on the Ench, the Techies. It's going to do some work.
Speaking of that, Techies runs into the Skywrath Mage, and he does not care about that damage because, oh, once again, Mira actually going the other town. I thought Magic Resistance was going to be the choice here against the Kisses and the Skywrath Mage, but nope. Opting for the Proximity Mines, win ahead, some more offensive capabilities, but he does have a Glimmer Cape.
That's the thing, the net worth on these two Team Spirit supports right now is eclipsing what Liquid have been able to produce, and that's the concerning part they're going to have to figure out. Like, how do you keep these supports alive versus the Lycan, versus the Faceless Void, versus all the summons? Shackle will find a illusion.
Yeah, Mickey's done a great job of actually keeping ahead of net worth on everybody else. He's going to be 10,000 net worth here at 19 minutes in. That's fantastic, but his supports have no chance of keeping up, and that's where that net worth difference is kicking in mostly.
And these are two supports on Spirit that can farm pretty damn heavily in Enchantress and Techies. Like, they can clear waves, they can clear enemy neutral camps, they can build a lot of utility in team fight. Skywrath, Shadow Demon are not matching that. Ideally, these two supports for Liquid are finding their momentum through the fights, through the pickoffs. I mean, where has Boxy been this game, right? Not that it's on him, but Boxy's a very influential player for Liquid in terms of the shot calling, fighting around the map, deciding where and when they're going to find these pickoffs. It's been a very quiet game for him.
Yeah, which is where I would have expected the Blink Dagger first for the Dragonite, but again, it did seem like Team Liquid very early gave up on the idea that they were going to be able to get any momentum going.
I don't think you could afford it. I think if I went first item Blink, you have like a Hail Mary smoke into Sky Ult that you have to connect on a Wind Ranger lane, and then it might even still not feel as good as him just giving you some backbone to fall back on here with some scale.
So, Morphling Illusions, Dragonites, Dragon Form pushing out, Disruption Illusions, all things that Liquid are trying to put to work here. Mickey may be caught though. Does have Manta, up in a second, turns into the Faceless Void. That's going to help a lot. A Manta dodge will do even more for him, but he's running low on HP. They throw out the Chronosphere. Is that going to be enough? It looks like with the Mind exploding. Nope, they actually got the Mind kill. Disruption goes off. Does he have a waveform coming up? No, locked down by the Gleipnir. And now Zai gets torn apart by the pure damage up of Polska. And they're running down Liquid past the tier 3s now. Nisha trying to get himself whatever distance they can, but all the way into the tier 4s. Team Spirit establishing absolute dominance here in the first 20 minutes.
There is an Alpha Wolf in this game. It is absolutely collapsed as that Shackle lashes Boxy to his teammate's corpse. That is about all he will see in terms of action for that fight, as the rout happens quickly off a single Chrono on the Morphling being slightly out on the map. You gotta remember, this is still Aegis period for Yatoro. I mean, I was curious how much damage they actually have to pump in here, but it is a lot. And this Shackle on the side, again, Laurel, he just finds Zai to a creep right behind his tail.
Look at Baposhka, man, he's soloed Zai.
I mean, the supports and Laurel have just done wonders for these two big damage dealers. And one more Shackle just to show Boxy that he's not going anywhere. That happened very quickly and very drastically. If you're Liquid, it did not feel great getting pushed to your tier 4s at 20 minutes in this game by a first phase Faceless Void lineup.
Seriously.
The pace that has been set here is incredible. It might have just caught Liquid off guard, because I think they were going into game 3 like, all right, you know, Team Spirit, they kind of want to play slow and methodical, get a later pick for Yatoro, get him a good carry matchup, scale into the late game right. So they're going in like with an early Morphling DK to pick up their scale and play that type of style. And then it's like, oh yeah, Enchantress Lycan, our Faceless Void's going to be able to run with him and just take early objectives. And then all of a sudden you're in this position where the pace, you're just not ready for it.
No, not ready for it at all. Which means Mickey, off of losing that team fight, is now going to start falling behind the Faceless Void and the Wind Ranger. He's got an Aegis, 12,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit. Everything is in their favor. They control most of the map. They've got big items coming in. AC for Collapse soon. Another armor item for Solar Crest for Mira, which is a great pickup. This is good. Your Liquid's gonna have to push this game like 40 minutes if they want to have a chance.
They also need to start finding some pickoffs, right? That's where their lineup thrives. You start combining the Skywrath Mage with your DK or your Snapfire, you can easily kill these cores on the outskirts of the map.
The scan does manage to find Boxy, plants a ward for Mira to get some additional information.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, okay, you're thinking about these pickoffs from Liquid. You know Spirit are thinking about it too. They have so much vision on this map. There's a Black Dragon pushing bottom. They have a base obs that never got dewarded. They have other wards on the side lanes. They have proximity mines throughout the Radiant jungle. These wolves are running around scouting people. The Enchantress creep is running around scouting people. Like, how do you get through all this if you're Liquid to find that pickoff? The second you clump 2 or 3 heroes somewhere, your other lanes are getting shoved. It's forcing someone to show. The map read from Spirit is on point right now.
It's crazy how like vision works so well to Team Spirit's advantage. When you're behind, the vision is used to be able to find the right kind of team fights. Even though you have a net worth, disadvantage, you're able to push through that because of the right initiation, or you're able to rat the map. When you're ahead, it just means that you're keeping the enemy team locked inside their base. No chance of getting picked off anywhere. No chance of a comeback for them.
That's why we saw the Beastmaster go up to that first phase ban priority. I think Liquid felt it in that game too, and unfortunately, Collapse can play other summons heroes. He gets a Lycan last, and another Shackle from Laurel. He's just taking him down solo.
Yeah, nice little Manta to make sure not even the Dragon Tail can land. They do get Mira on the other side of things, which will help push Mickey into his Aghanim Scepter. That's now complete.
Nice little pick off for Liquid. I mean, they do have the BKB on the Dragon Knight when Zai respawns. And you finished the Gleipnir on Nisha. He went that over the bots, so maybe he also felt like that bots was a little too greedy. They just need the fighting item. They're gonna have to strike back soon. Particularly, you're looking at this second Roshan. That is not an objective you want to give away if you're Liquid. So that Ag's timing for Mickey. Time to find some action with it. If you're gonna turn it into somebody, it's gotta be the Faceless Void or the Wind Ranger, right? Gotcha. Depending on whose spells you prefer here. I mean, you take more damage away from the Faceless Void, I guess, with the attack speed off the Agi.
Yeah, but I think the Aghanim Scepter is way more effective if you take the Wind Ranger form.
I mean, the spells seem nice.
Yeah.
Like, you land a Shackle on this Faceless Void, you might just kill him with Skywrath burst damage. It'll be a 3-man smoke through bottom for Liquid. There is nobody here.
Oh, got him this time! I love the fact that Yatoro's just like, you know what, I may have missed that one Chronosphere, but that's okay. I'll still throw him out when I think I can get him.
Oh, he does not care. He's just going to keep throwing him this game. I mean, you have a Shadow Demon Disruption. That's it that he has to worry about. And it is hard for Insane to position on this map right now. Did rush the Blink Dagger, which is probably the most influential item he can get in this game. You can't be too greedy here with Arcane Boots or anything else. It's just going to be Brown Boots, Blink for the Shadow Demon.
And he will continue to play with Zai to try and use Dragon Form, Disruption Illusions to rat the map.
Laurel, Invis mid. He went Linken's, by the way, so that Ag steal on him is not that online anymore.
Yeah, there goes that.
I mean, he's thinking about solo killing people here right now.
And he's spotting Zai.
He is
get him
so
with the Shackle Shot.
tempted to go
get him
for
on
this.
Boxy, too. Boxy's a freebie, man.
He just doesn't know where the Shadow Demon is right now. That's what's spooky about this. He's playing so aggressive. I mean, there could be sentries down. You don't know what could have been dewarding.
And the Invis runs out.
He has backup. I mean, meanwhile, you got a Glyph out of top off of just summons.
Yeah, that feels very bad for Team Liquid.
And Rosha spawn. So you know Team Spirit are going to scout this out soon. I don't think they want to commit for the high ground push when the Roche is up. Like, you do not want to throw this game going high ground and give that objective away.
For sure.
Lara also TPing to the other side of the map to just clear out the space here.
It's going to be a while until we get Scotty on the Morphling, which I think is then the connecting piece where Mickey is going to feel a lot more comfortable playing in team fights. As long as you don't give him that window to get that, you just get this Aegis and start forcing fights before he gets Scotty, I think you're pretty happy with Team Spirit. Laurel pushes in the bottom lane, then he'll go through the gate to join his team.
Linken's for Yatoro as well. Those two Morphling Ags targets we talked about both have a Linken's now. Gonna have to think about it if you're Mickey. He just might not even see it. He might just go in and try and steal the Void.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen? Like, are they gonna get a good Dragon Tail off ever? Are they ever going to get a Morph off? This fight is so hard for Team Liquid unless they have information. That's something that...
They don't have anything, man. They have zero vision mechanisms in this game. And all the wards up there are dire. Proximity mines, wolves, dragons, creeps. Very difficult to contest. They will have to concede a second Roshan here. That'll be another Aegis for Yatoro and a cheese, probably for Laurel. And that could mean high ground. You have a lot of utility backing up these cores right now.
Dude, they are still working on trying to get some of these tier 1 towers, and Team Spirit won't let them have any of it. Mid still up, bottom lane still up.
They're also pinging this last obs on the map. Not the last one, but the most recent one from Liquid. These wards are so precious because you have to fight around them if you're Liquid. You don't have another way to bypass all the vision that Team Spirit are throwing at you, and it'll be a gem from Aposhka that clears it out. So you have one obs bottom, and that's it right now. Everything else is darkness as Mira's setting up to scout their Tormentor when it spawns. But I think the call has been made to go high ground. You got to remember, there's still no glitch.
They got to get heroes in front of this, man. Like, Liquid's play is to stall out the game. Giving away free building damage like this is going to feel very bad. Not just building damage, it's a tier 3, it's a ranged barracks.
These creeps are chunking this building.
A solar crested up ancient black dragon just went to work.
Also, a double damage Yatoro with Linken Sphere stacked on him is about to go to work. This is a tough engage, and he just forces...
Chronosphere on it too. Immediately goes for the Snapfire. Doesn't get that thanks to the disruption, so he kills Zai instead. Nisha still gets shackled. He might be able to get that kill anyway. Beautiful stuff from Laurel.
Buybacks mandatory here for Liquid. They don't even have the Dragon Knight one. It's just going to be another lane.
Yatoro just keeps going.
He doesn't care, man. Chrono or not, he doesn't need him to continue this onslaught. Where is the Morphling? Is Scotty finished for Mickey?
He's got it now. He's got to get through this Linken's and get off a Morph.
Yatoro hiding while it's on the cooldown.
Oh my god, another range building. Team Spirit just put so much pressure on Team Liquid. They're struggling to be able to formulate a response here. Another lane of barracks gone.
And you still haven't even gotten this Morphling ult off. Just no openings. 2 lanes for a single Chrono and a Nisha Snapfire buyback here. Liquid are in big trouble, and they are on their last leg in this upper bracket final. As Team Spirit have come into their form at the right time of the year, stepping it up on everybody here. And an Ag's done for the Wind Ranger. If you thought it was easy to shut down Laurel before, well, it just got a whole hell of a lot harder here.
Taro gonna take the time to get a Tormentor for his team. Like, all right, just a little something to help us out.
Tormentor's getting him, to be honest.
Yeah,
he's struggling. This has been the hardest part of the game so far for Yatoro. The damn Tormentor.
Thought I could kill anybody 1v1.
He was about to, if he had Chrono, I not that it would help. And another smoke this bottom lane for Liquid. Feels like the only area they're confident going in.
Yeah, and they never find anything here.
I mean, they might find Collapse. Just walking into him. Oh, they're just gonna miss him.
Is that a good catch, though?
I don't know who's catching who here.
Him, man. I don't know if this is gonna be good. Try to go for the Dragon Tail. No.
BKB too fast.
BKB and say goodbye to Insania.
Well, Insania straight back.
Immediate buyback from him. I mean, Team Spirit are going to go for this high ground push, most assuredly. You're not getting away with anything in this game. Team Spirit will force out the buyback one way or another.
Almost a 30K lead at 30 minutes. The pace of this game is insane by Team Spirit. As they're going to run in with another chrono.
Got him on the chrono, but he got the morph strength and the disruption is ready to go.
That shackle,
nice shackle
what?
though, Laurel, beautiful. Once again catching them, both the Sapphire and the Skywrath Mage are going to die for that one. And Zai is left surrounded by heroes. His BKB and his armor is just not enough. Team Spirit's damage is overwhelming. They're going to go kill these two heroes, force some buyback, still take on the tier 3. They're not backing down, man. Oh, the cheese barely goes off for Laurel. He stays alive. Now the dragon form is gone. Mika has to put in all the work now. He turns back, going for Maposhkas, because even the position 5 is a problem as the damage keeps coming in. Help, says Mika.
Help, another shackle!
Only means another shackle, another blast off, and another win for Team Spirit. What a statement from the TI winners coming back in 2023. They are going to be the first finalists of the Riyadh Masters.
And boy, is it on the back of an amazing Wind Ranger performance from that man there. These shackles in the end game are just so disgusting. I think at that point, Liquid wanted out of that shackle shot hell as it was just raining in. And I go back to the tempo switch up in this series. You go game 1, Liquid take it to them in lanes, overwhelm them, and scale into that late game off of probably their weakest draft and a tough position for Yotaro to carry. Game 2, Yotaro comes in with a Slark pick. They play that game pretty methodical, take it slow. They bait Liquid into a position where suddenly this Beastmaster vision feels like it's playing for the late game. And in game 3, the Lycan just ramps that tempo up off the Beastmaster band and just takes it straight to Liquid's throne here. In like 20 minutes, your 2 racks are gone.
Yeah, you thought this was going to be his slow game? Nah, we're going to jam it straight down your throat. You're going to choke on it, and you're going to be choking down to lower bracket. Team Liquid will still have a chance to meet Team Spirit again, but it's going to be after a battle with either Talon or Cayman Gladiators.
And hey, you know what everybody's real happy about right now?
No Western European team.
It is not going to be a game in the Liquid Grand Final for the 6th time in a row. It will be a different matchup here, and damn, what a tough opponent to go into in that Grand Final. One of the most clutch teams of all time, with some of the most clutch players of all time, in a high-stakes tournament for a $5 million grand prize. And they have shown that they can play a versatility of styles here. Damn, what a terrifying team.
They are a fully developed team. We knew that at TI. The biggest question mark throughout this year has been whether or not Laurel was going to be able to fit into place.
Oh, he has fit in. He has fit in beautifully here. And honestly, I still go back to like the most impressive thing about this series to me is the drafting and the tempo switch up. That's what made this series so terrifying. I expected Spirit to just kind of lose lanes in 3 of the games and play for a long out scale war. This was not that.
Speaking of that, we've got Laurel ready to go with the winners interview with Tsunami.
I am joined by Laurel of Team Spirit, which, before I ask you any questions, let's just go through the list real quick. To get to this point, you had to beat Sumail on Aster, you had to beat GPK on BB Team, and you just beat Nisha on Liquid. Can we get some love for this man right now on the stage? And the performance that he has put on this tournament. But Laurel, I also want to know how you got to this point in general. It's December of last year. 4 TI winners call you up and they say, Laurel, we want you to play mid for us. What's your reaction?
My honest reaction, I feel like, okay, I'll try to play with them. It's not like, whoa, it's TI winners, I need to join right now. I'm thinking about it, and then I feel like I need to join them because I can grow up my skill with them, yeah.
Well, I'm surprised that your initial reaction wasn't shock and excitement. You were thinking about your long-term success and if it would be on this team?
Yes, I think it's going to be a long success, yeah.
زي ما تشوفون معنا لورل اعزائنا المشاهدين من تيم سبيريت، زي ما احنا عارفين ايضا هو الوحيد اللي من فريق سبيريت اللي ما كان تي اي وينرز بعد 2021 يوم حصلوا عليه كل اللي معاه في الروستر. 3 لاعبين مميزين سواء كان سميل من تيم ماستر او حتى جي بي كي او حتى ايضا نيشا قبل قليل شفناه يفوز المباراه كامله عليهم بطريقه جدا رهيبه. اللاعب هذا ما يعني الى الان ما جاه الكريدت اللي هو يستاهله، كنا حابين نوضح الشيء هذا، لكن النقطه الاساسيه اللي سالناها انه كيف كان الشعور يوم انهم اتصلوا عليك تيم سبيريت تعال معنا للفريق؟ يقول صراحه ما كان شيء يعني مخوفني مره انه عشان هم فازوا تي اي لازم اني ادخل معهم المره هذه. يقول لا، انا اخذت الموضوع على انه بيكون شيء لونج تيرم، شيء يعني في المستقبل اني اقدر اني استعمل الفريق هذا، اني اقدر اتحسن في مستواي، اقدر اني اطور من نفسي اكثر من انه عشان 4 TI winners لازم اني ادخل الان.
So after that, you start playing with them, join them for the DPC tours, go to all the majors. But what has the growth been like for you? How has it been playing with these guys and improving your own game?
I think on the start it's always hard to show your best skill. Yeah, so it's like you need time to prepare for, people, how they play, how they see the game. So you need the time. And for me, it's a long time to play at least good. So, yeah, something like this, I think.
Well, let me tell you, now is looking like the time, Laurel.
زي ما تشوفون سألنا لارل السؤال الثاني في المقابلة، نتكلم عن رحلته حتى الآن مع تيم سبيريت، إنه كيف كان الوضع معه، هل واجه صعوبات ولا واجه أي شيء باللعب معاهم؟ يقول إنه بالعكس، إنه المياجر الأخيرة ما أشوف إني أنا لعبت كويس وأخذ مني وقت طويل لما أتأقلم إني ألعب مع تيم سبيريت، بس الآن أنا مرة مبسوط إني معاهم وأحس إني الآن أنا صرت في المستوى حقهم.
And as for this opportunity in this tournament, you guys started out extremely well in group stage. You were in the upper bracket, and you've continued that journey. How has your mentality been as you go into each series? Are you confident, like, yo, I'm going to make it to grand finals and then make it a reality?
Yeah, it's like when we go to playoff, we feel like we can win this tournament. Any tournament we play, we think we can win it. So we don't we need to just play off, then something like this. We play tournament only for win, and like this.
Perfect.
سألنا لارل السؤال الثالث في المقابلة، نتكلم عن الرن حقه حتى الآن. هل كنت أنت متوقع أنه تقدر أنك تأدي هالمستوى وتوصل إلى مرحلة الجراند فاينل؟ هل أنت متوقع أنه ممكن أنكم تأهلون؟ زي ما احنا عارفين سبيريت الآن هم الجراند فاينلست الأول معنا في البطولة، لكن كان الجواب يقول أنه لا طبعا، أنه أي بطولة أنا ألعبها أحط بعقلي أنه أنا لازم إني أتأهل الجراند فاينل، أي بطولة أنا يعني ألعب فيها لازم إني أوصل مرحلة إني أنا أقدر إني أوصل للجراند فاينل من الأساس.
You've made it to the grand finals. You've secured yourself at least $2.5 million in prize winnings. But in theory, let's say you had your choice of who to face off in the best of 5, either Liquid, Gaimin, or Talon. Which one would you like?
Let me think. I think Gaimin, Gladiators. Yeah, it will be cool to defeat them in grand final.
Because whenever I was mentioning the mids, I didn't mention Quinn in that list. So if you really want to collect them all and beat all the mids that everyone's been talking about, then I guess Gaimin's the last one on the list.
No, it's not like beat Queen. It's beat Gaming Gladiators. That's it.
Respect.
Yeah, because we don't play them on this tournament. Best of 3, best of 5. So we play only best of 2. And we just, I think, for me, I want to play against Gaming. Yeah.
سألنا لارل السؤال الأخير في المقابلة، في حالة إنه حاب إنه يختار ما بين تيم ليكويد أو تالون أو جيمنج جلاديترز اللي ممكن يواجههم في الجراند فاينل، مين الفريق اللي هو حاب ينافسه؟ يقول إنه صراحة أنا أحب أنافس جيمنج جلاديترز. سألنا هل هو عشان إنه المد الوحيد اللي إلى الآن ما واجهته فزت عليه هل هو كوين، عشان كذا أنت تبي إنك تفوز عليهم كلهم الأبطال اللي يعتبرون الأفضل في العالم؟ قال لا صراحة أنا ما همني إني أفوز على كوين فقط، أنا همني إني أفوز على جيمنج جلاديترز، خصوصا إني ما واجهتهم لا في البست اوف 3 ولا في البست اوف 5 طول البطولة، فقط في البست اوف 2 اللي لعبناهم في الجروب ستيج.
Well, to make that a reality, Laurel, we got to get through our next series. Congratulations on a grand final position and $2.5 million. Let's show some love to Team Spirit and the performance that they have put on at this tournament.
أداء فريق سبيريت مو طبيعي. I thought you were done with that.
I am done.
Okay.
I got more Dota to play, my friend.
Exactly, that's what I'm excited about. أعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت اللي راح فيه الاستديو. زي ما احنا عارفين سبيريت الآن ضمن $2,500,000 في حسابهم، لكن الآن نبي نشوف إذا هم بيقدرون يأخذون الكأس ولا لا. بنشوف من اللي بيكون ضدهم أصلاً في الجراند فاينل، لأن غدا بيكون آخر يوم معنا، لكن باقي عندنا مباراة الليلة. روح للاستديو نتكلم أكثر.
We got one more series. Let's get to it.
Team Spirit back again in the finals of the Riyadh Masters, dispatching Team Liquid in 2-1 fashion. And in the third game, they kind of made it look like it was another day at the office, a walk in the park for them. An incredible performance from them in execution, but Purge, all of it started just as SVG said in the draft and in the change of the tempo that they had with the strategy.
Yeah, the switch up with the Lycan was excellent. It gave them such a strong mid game, and ultimately Team Liquid did something a little goofy. They played Dragon offlane. It can work, but it's just slow in comparison to a normal strategy. So that kind of switch up is just going to make it a little bit harder to win the game against a top tier team who has a normal conventional top tier draft.
Yep, top tier draft from them. Also a lot of good player-hero combinations, but in particular BSJ, let us focus on that Lycan. It's the first time Collapse whipped that out in the tournament, and you have normally not been a fan of players using their first hero pick combination at this tournament. But for Team Spirit, it feels like they can just do it and get away with it every time.
I mean, it is honestly such a good Lycan game that as long as he felt comfortable with the micro and he's played a few games of Lycan, I would approve of a pick like this because it plays similarly to heroes like Beastmaster that he played in the first 2 games. So the play style isn't any different. It's just a matter of the nuances of the hero. But I would say that this opening by Spear was, like, in my opinion, just genius because I don't think I've seen a team 6-7 Void, and usually that's because of heroes like Lycan. But by picking this Enchantress, they allow themselves to cover their bases against it, which I think also contributes to them eventually getting it on 24th pick because it's no longer on Liquid's radar to pick, and here we are.
I'm watching the game in our green room, 7 minutes in. I'm like, yeah, it's super chill. All 3 Liquid cores, top net worth. Suddenly, they lose the XP rune, and it feels like Team Spirit, they flip the switch from normal Dota to turbo mode. Now, Lycan immediately onto this tower. They get the kills. They don't stop. Like, they're just hunting them constantly and also stealing some of their stacks. Collapse had an amazing game, but I think Laurel popped off completely. Like some of these shackles, you know, we had just had an interview. We mentioned some of the best mid laners in the world, and people were, you know, thinking about how he's gonna fit in with the team. He fit in like a glove. This was pretty much the perfect pickup. It's just it needed slightly more time to feel the team, how he's gonna fit in, what are the timings, and seems like the timing is 30 minutes to finish off this 3rd game.
Yep.
And it's not just how he fits in, it's that the rest of the team, I feel like, is back to normal TI fashion. Obviously, there's a component. It's important that your mid player plays well and feels good too, but I think Mira had an incredible game. I think Collapse played very solid. Yatora's had a great tournament. Like, they're just all so good. Mafoshka's playing his role correctly as well, so yeah, they should be really proud, and I'm happy for Laurel. That's one of his highest placements.
Yep, one of his highest placements, and what a time to be peaking as a squad, not just integrating Laurel into the entire team, but having everybody just step it up at this point in the year, not just for the Riyadh Masters BSJ, but with TI right around the corner. If you're in this form again, I'm not even sure even the Gaming Gladiators were back in their top form if they could deal with the Team Spirit like this.
Yeah, I mean, TI 10 was like by far the biggest prize pool of all time, and now this year, this is by far the biggest prize pool. This team just has really good timing. I mean, some of us are already on the back 9. We've peaked, but they peaked multiple times at the right time, and I don't know how they do it. I'll be honest. I don't know. It's impressive.
It's very impressive to me.
Yeah, being able to adjust from game to game, because first game it was pretty dominant from Team Liquid, then they flip the switch, they go with a bit of a different draft, they adjust accordingly. In this 3rd game, it was all Team Spirit. Like, they understood that both supports were level 4, level 5, and they could not fight back, so Lycan did a lot. And seeing these high ground pushes, sometimes teams do struggle with it. That's why we see so many long games at Riyadh Masters. But Ancient Black Dragon with AC, with Solar Crest on top of it, he dismantles your tower in like 30 seconds pretty much. You don't even have to commit with the heroes.
I think another thing that kind of hurt them in the draft a little bit is that the Skywrath Mage needed to pair with somebody else to really be effective, and we saw a great gank on Faces Void with Snapfire ulti, but that was kind of like the last one we saw for a while. It took him time to hit 6, and without 6, and without Dragonite going Blink, which is the wrong build, basically, there just wasn't anybody to combo with for him, so I think that was another thing that hurt. It's not like he combos with Morphling. Normally you want like 2 pairings ideally, and he really just had like the Snap one, so that also made the draft a little bit weaker, I think.
I think we have a demonstration here of exactly what can end up happening if you don't have those pairings going for the side of Team Liquid. Our STC play for Game 3 took place here, BSJ, and here this gank is going. They assume they're going to get this kill onto Laurel, but that's not what ends up happening.
He has a shield rune, pretty inconvenient timing for them there as he manages to get it off before the stun lands. Good reaction from Laurel there as they're going to turn it with the Mira 2-man stun while the 2-man shackle comes out. And we were thinking that Team Spirit might go for a hero like Skywrath Mage themselves for that damage output. Who needs Skywrath Mage when you can do it to all 3 of them at the same time with a hero like Techies? That was really good spell casting all around. 2-man shackle, 2-man blast off. I mean, impeccable.
I'll be honest, I didn't think we were going to see too much of a Techies, but seems like BB team, they kind of started this trend where they're like, you know, Rubik, if he's banned, if the other team has it, you got to figure something out. And Techies still very strong, not as strong as, of course, as he was at 7.33 the start, because he got nerfed multiple times, but still doing the job, you know. Very balanced right now, I would say, because previously you needed, like back in the days, to be like hero specialist. I think now you also need to be able to make this hero shine, and we've seen him shine in this one.
I just think it's a better version of Skywrath Mage in a lot of ways. Sky is great for disabling compared to Techies, but Techies just has more damage. He is a better laning stage. He has better team fight because it's all AoE. He can protect himself. His shard is way more effective. And then your ultimate is not on this like long cooldown. The level 1 Sky ulti can be a bit of a hindrance if you're playing support. You get 1 kill and then you kind of sit around for like a minute. Techies is like, if I have just like 1 mine and my other base abilities, like I'm already contributing a huge amount. So I just think Techies does more, and we definitely saw in that clip.
One of the things I love about the Techies hero is that it's another Eastern European special. Of all the teams that have played Techies, and a lot of teams have tried to make this hero work, only 4 teams have made it work. Obviously, Team Liquid now down to the lower bracket. We saw Boxy with his performances, but the other 3 teams are all from Eastern Europe. The BB team being the primary one, but now we see Team Spirit utilizing this hero. We've seen Nine Pandas make it work as well. What do you think it is, BSJ, that allows this region to play this hero better than everyone else?
I mean, the region's just being really explosive. I'm sorry, I can't do it. No, I think like it's all about the lanes. This region's always been about that early aggression into laning, and even though Team Spirit, we talked about, like, they're generally leaning towards the comeback wins where, like, they let you get the early advantage and they'll play for that win condition. But we saw that these teams in the top 4 have displayed, like, they can play the tempo game, they can play the late game, like stall game, and they did that very well here with the Techies. And that's what Techies is that he is the reliable universal right clicker. He got nerfed a little bit, like we said, but he still offers such a stable laning phase, and it's what allows Collapse Hero not only to be good in the game, but also just get off the ground running.
Speaking of an explosive performance, obviously Mira is the one that did that with his Goblin Techies, and therefore he earns the Kadia MVP for the series. Great stuff from him from Game 3, but overall, this was just a good game for a support Techies, for a support Mira. Like, they give him his lion for Game 1 and Game 2. Game 2 especially, Lacoste. I feel like this guy really popped off. Definitely deserved his ban in the second phase on that hero.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, like, first game on Lion, he also did one hell of a job. Second game on Lion, like, this is where you already played the hero, so your performance is going to be much better. I know it sounds stupid, but it definitely is like that, even for these professional e-gamers, because there's a lot here at stake, so you want to, you know, give your best, and I feel that his positioning, and that there were, like, 2 games where Mira just, like, on Lion, which is kind of becoming his signature hero as well. He stands in the middle of the fight with that drain with shard and doesn't, like, sucks all their mana dry, so they can't use their abilities, and he's not afraid. Like, his positioning is top tier, and one of the reasons why he plays a mean tech is because you have to be at the right spot at the right time with this hero to make it shine.
Yeah, 3-1-14, dying only once with the Techies in a game like this. That is honestly incredible, given how much of a role it had in this game. Another thing I really loved about how they played this game, Purge, as we saw in the STC clip, Yatoro came in to have the cleanup there, right? 13-minute rotation with this Faceless Void. Normally you pick this hero for the late game, but Yatoro is like, nah, boys, I'm gonna play this as an early game initiator, early game skirmisher on the Faceless Void.
Yeah, my favorite carries to watch are the ones that do utilize their ultimates when they're effective. You see more commonly on a hero like Bloodseeker, but pop in the Twin Gate, show up, drop a Chronosphere, and then go back to farming. I think that's a really effective thing. In this case, he jumped in, Chronosphered nothing, and was like, all right, well, we'll take the turn tower. But he still took the tower with his friends, you know? I think that's fine. So yeah, show up, do contribute to the fights, and then get really big net worth. And then you also, you know, have to play really good late game, which he does too. But yeah, the early game stuff is important.
Yeah, it's really important to throw that Chrono out because he almost got the kill on Morph. Like, it was literally a matter of 0.2 seconds or so. But if he misses, like you said, he can just go back to farming afterwards.
That's true. And well, sorry, guys. I got to get creeps now.
Fight, boys. Sorry, it is what it is. A very good performance all across Team Spirit, and therefore they are the final boss of the Riyadh Masters, getting themselves into the grand finals and guaranteeing $2.5 million. Nice little day at the office. Good weekend prize money for themselves. Team Liquid, though, is not over just yet. They're dropping down to the lower bracket in the finals, awaiting a challenger between Game & Gladiators and Talent Esports. Tough place to be, Lacoste. If you're Team Liquid right now, you don't want to see Game-In, man. This would be the worst time to have to challenge them again.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we talked about this being scripted, but Team Liquid, they lost to Team Spirit, and now we're going to have different grand finals. I think it's good. It's healthy for the Dota scene overall because, you know, everybody's like, yeah, these 2 teams are going to meet. Not an easy matchup for Team Liquid, no matter who wins in this one. And Brian asked me, like, before going live, like, what do you think? Who's going to take this one? And I'm like, I don't know. Gaming Gladiators, you know, there's no pressure, as Quinn said, after surviving Thunderous. series, and they managed to sneak in. But also Talent, they're playing some best Dota of their lives right now.
Before we get into the final series, I want a prediction from y'all. I'll start with you, BSJ. Talent Esports versus Gaming Gladiators. Who's grabbing the dub?
I'm taking Talent. I don't think I've ever seen these guys look this good. And even though Gaming has controlled all year, it's like I think Gaming's right around like level with what they've been doing, and Talent just on the up and up.
Pledge, what you got?
I think it's going to be really close. Talon does, I feel like they've went through more hardship to get here than Gladiators. Gladiators got knocked down right away, and they've just been kind of like, we win, we win, we win, we win. So Talon has the upper hand in that sense, but I do think Game and Gladiators average is still going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I'll think I'll go with Talon as well, because for a moment I thought that this series against Liquid that they played could have potentially break them, but they had a day off, so they mentally reset what happened with their throne dying, you know, hands in the air, like you don't care, it seems like you got the dub already, but they managed to reset. They got the 2-0 against 9 Pandas today, and they looked really good, and I feel like they should be able to take it.
Well, we're going to be seeing in our next series coming up very shortly, which is going to reign supreme. The plot armor that Game and Gladiators have enjoyed in 2023, or is it going to be the anime training arc coming in from Talent Esports, which will carry them into the lower bracket finals? We find out very shortly. Do not go anywhere. The final series of the day here at the Riyadh Masters after a short break.